Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting to order at 2:07 p.m. Starting out with roll call. My name is Nathan Winstock, I'm the chair. I'm present. Jeff, are you here?
Present.
Esperanza?
Here.
Sam Monty?
Here.
Zach Lemke? Zach is not here yet. Antonique? Antonique is not here yet. Nicholas Castro?
Here.
Nicholas is here. Aiden Fuss?
Here.
Victoria Hunter?
Here.
Kate Eckert is not here. Charlie?
Here.
Andrew Phelan? Andrew's not here. And that is all of our members. Great. Okay.
Wow, aren't you forgetting someone?
I am forgetting someone. Tanya Singh, our secretary.
Present.
Also, let me make sure that's reflected on my sheet. So happy to have you here. It's going to make things a lot smoother. Okay. So, our first order of business, let me get our agenda up on the screen and then let me share that. Also, I'll show you guys in the room what the live stream looks like because it's FYI really quick. It's like a little camera split up like this, and then in theory it shifts to whoever's talking, but it really likes being on Sam and Jeff right now. We'll see if it changes. Okay, let me share. Okay. So here's our agenda for today. I'm going to start out with my officer report. It'll take me like, I'm going to say like 15 minutes for any questions. Okay. So thank you all for coming. Happy Friday the 13th. I understand this is probably the last thing you're all doing before spring break, so I really appreciate you making it, especially for the some people who fill vacant seats on very short notice. I appreciate that. As some of you are aware, like if you look at the Constitution for block funding, the committee at least has like barely any info on it. It's just the chair of the Finance Council will assemble a committee. So I'm trying to make this year one of the first years in a while where we've had a bit more of a formal process, one that looks a bit closer to peer review, especially because, as I'm sure you know, if you had a chance to look at the summary sheet and some of the info provided by our treasurer, there's a lot of serious decisions we need to make here tonight. In terms of materials, hopefully you've all been able to find access to that. It's on the Finance Council folder, and then in the block subfolder there, there's a sub folder for like every single application, every single group, and that'll have a link to like a PDF of their application and then a video if they provided a video. The main and like most useful thing I want you all to be referring to is this summary sheet, where it's just got the past 2 years of their allocations, their request for fiscal year 27, which is what we're allocating for, and then the difference between fiscal year 26 and 27. And then Charlie will fill out column G here with whatever we approve as we go on. Get back to our agenda. Okay. So let me explain what the process, kind of the order of operations is going to look like here tonight. We're going to need a motion to start and end any new business like we always do in Student Senate. Before we begin discussing any particular application, I'm going to look for a motion to enter discussion on that entity. After there's a second on the motion, and if there's no objections, then I'm going to look for the hands of people who'd like to speak during the discussion. The point of that is to get a read on where the room is at in terms of what we want to allocate. We're not in a position this year, as I'm sure many of you have seen, where we can just grant everybody their ask and call it a day. There's going to be a lot of discussion before we even get to a number for most groups. So that's the purpose of the discussion period. And I'm also leaving that kind of up to you guys and leaving some control in your hands about the order to discuss things in. Obviously, I'm going to recommend discussing things that are a little bit easier first so we can ease into it. Maybe something with a smaller or a flat value in that F column, just so it's a smaller difference, something like that, to start somewhere simple. But also keep in mind that some of the ones we talk about first, we might want to loop back to at the very end, and we should leave time for that too, because we don't want to be in a point where we're kind of very happy allocating funds at the start, and then, we're close to our maximum amount, and then we're feeling stingy with the rest. That's not a fair way to do it. Every group should get the same kind of individual consideration. So just because I'm leaving it up to you guys to decide the order to discuss things in, doesn't mean we shouldn't consider each group as much as possible. One thing about this discussion period, so we can have debate about whether we even want to enter discussion. We can vote on it, stuff like that. Let's not waste too much time. Like if we're spending too much time debating about what we're even debating on, like what are we doing here? Once we enter discussion, the point is not to get up on your soapbox like just yet. If you speak for more than a minute or two, I'm going to cut you off. If it starts looking and walking and talking like a speech, I'm going to consider it a speech, and we're going to have to move on. The point of discussion is, like I said, to get to a number, and then once we've got a number, then someone's going to motion for that, and that's when we'll have time for speeches. So everybody will have time to say everything that they might want to say. Just make sure you're doing it at the right time. I'll do a show of hands. That'll be a tool if a lot of numbers are being thrown out and it doesn't seem like we're reaching a consensus anywhere. I'll do a show of hands. You'll raise your hand for every number that you vote for, and then whatever number has the highest amount, that's what I'm going to look for the motion to vote for. What else? Like always, we'll do a speech and affirmation for whatever the motioned amount is, and then a speech and negation, and then we're going to alternate until we've exhausted speeches or we've reached a standstill. And then it'll be the standard 5 minutes for speeches and questions. Make sure only voting members are voting on the polls. I think that Charlie and Tanya are the only non-voting members, so that should eliminate a lot of confusion there. We're going to be following Robert's rules the whole time, so that means we're also going to need motions for recessing and breaks and stuff like that. But let's aim for a break, I don't know, somewhere around like 6 or late at 5, so we can grab dinner before stuff closes here at the union. That's assuming we take that long, we'll see. Another thing, maintain decorum at all times and make sure that debate is confined solely to the question before us. So, I mean, there's going to be some times any increase in one place might affect the ability to grant an increase somewhere else. So I'm going to give some leeway in terms of referencing other fees, or not other fees, other block entities, other groups, whenever you're talking about one of them. But really, if the question before us is a motion to grant blank amount to one group, you really shouldn't be talking too much about another group or talking about any information that's provided outside of this whole block allocation sphere. So try to keep things germane and kind of within this universe here. Every motion to vote is going to be resolved with a Teams poll. It's going to require, let's start with 2/3 for now for all of our intermediate allocations, because similar to feed, this is the final vote here is going to require 2/3. Hello, Anthony can join us now. We are live streaming, by the way, if that's all right. Okay. I'm just in the middle of my officer report. All I went over so far was what things are going to look like. So we're going to have motions to enter discussion on each block group up here. And then once we enter discussion, we'll talk until we get a number, and then someone will motion to vote on that number, and we can have debates, speeches, stuff like that. So every one of those motion to votes is going to require 2/3 to pass, and then the final package itself will require 2/3. So hopefully we're kind of on the same page throughout, and that's going to require a good amount of consensus. 2/3 is also what's going to be needed in Finance Council and in Student Assembly, I believe. I think pretty much the only difference is that Finance Council is able to amend the block proposal, which is pretty interesting. That's in our Constitution. I think it's fair. It's just we can have that debate during Finance Council, especially if there's time for it. But yeah, Finance Council does have that privilege of being able to amend it, and Student Assembly is not. They're still going to have a lot of information and things that they need to know, whenever they're considering that. Exactly. So, what else am I talking about here? I'll remind you guys if I feel like we're straying from Robert's rules or any of these kind of expectations I've brought up. But also, don't be afraid to remind me too if you feel like we're straying from any of these expectations. You can send me like a DM on Teams, or you can talk to me during a break or something like that. If anything is making you feel uncomfortable, I want to make sure that this works as best as possible for everybody. Okay. Yeah. One last thing about the forum. Remember, this is not adversarial. You all have different opinions and goals, probably. That's how it should be. That's why you ran, why you were elected, why you're sitting here today. But the more that we work with each other rather than against each other, and the more we hear each other out and try to understand why we're saying things, the easier it's going to go today. I'm going to cut people off. I feel like we're straying from that and not maintaining decorum. The easiest tips here, just try to not refer to people by names if things are getting tense. So the previous speaker, the role in Senate, something like that. And always assume goodwill and good intentions of each other. Last couple things to call out are some extra resources we have. There's obviously the budget books. I actually just found a bunch of old budget books going back to like fiscal year 15 or something like that. So those are in the Finance Council folder if you're curious about that. In the info tab here, there's actually, Charlie did a great job of importing, I think, the past 2 years of budget books on the left here. Yeah, so there's block for fiscal year 25 and 26. So that's like a really good quick reference. Please refer to their applications whenever we're on discussion for any particular group. The main thing that should be on your screen is their application. So you should be reading through that. Hopefully you already read through some of them and you got an understanding of kind of what their asks are, because when I tell you like that is what all of this is based on. It's their application, it's the information they provided there. It's what their request was from there and things like that. So yeah, if you have any questions about how to read those applications or anything like that, then please ask those. One last resource I want to make sure you're all aware of, we have all of their contact information, all the people who submitted these applications. So especially as we're kind of earlier on in the day, we can actually contact them and ask them any questions we have. But I will tell you that every single one of these groups will definitely prefer us asking them a question rather than us making a decision based on incorrect information. They would definitely prefer that. But I'm still going to require them to formally decide on the wording of the question before we send it over. And also just give them some time to respond, because I'm sure some people are already traveling and things like that. Especially since the date moved back 2 weeks from the feedback failing, so some people might not even know that we're meeting today. But hopefully that covers most of the questions here. Does anybody have any questions for me before we get started? Particularly maybe anybody who missed the start or something like that. Victoria?
I just want to make sure I'm reading correct, but for the request, we have total request is 1,156,000, and then how much we have to actually allocate is 706,000. Is that correct?
That's pretty much my understanding. Charlie can give some clarification there if there is any during his officer report. But yeah. It's gonna be tough. This isn't. I would say it's about $100,000 tighter than last year, but last year was also similarly tight. There was like 1 million requests. So. Any other questions? Anyone else besides Victoria? If you go, okay, Victoria.
I'm assuming that we just control the total we give them, and we don't like control like which thing they spend it on, like beyond like the info tab that they request. Just want to make sure it's
Actually, that's a good question, and I might defer a bit to our advisors there. I think it's similar to fee, in which we're mainly concerned with like the total allocation here, but like we can have a bit more influence on it. Because a lot of the way it's split, if you look at the applications, they'll split it with like request 1, request 2, request 3 on a form. So maybe we want to grant them request 1 and 2 and get them that exact amount, but not request 3. So something like that. But we do want to be clear. I think more so than fee, we should be clear about what exactly we're trying to fund here. Is there do we have more control here than?
A little bit more control. The only thing that like I ask, and I have this in my notes, is when I take our numbers and transfer them to the budget people higher than me, we need to know it in like wages, whether it's student wages, staff and faculty wages, or OOE, which is other operating expenses. So I may ask that when you guys are deliberating and have a number. I'm like, I'm going to need it in, is this wages or is this OOE? And that's kind of where we have the biggest decision. Once it's into their budget as like OOE, like bands, like we don't get to say if they purchase instruments or if they purchase the music. But we do get to decide the like wages versus the other.
Yeah. So let's at least try to have it at this level of detail that we have in past budget books, where you got like wages, OOE, and some of the OOEs broken up into kind of what their different projects and things like that. Another question that was asked was, if they don't spend the money, where does it go? It goes back to us.
It'll come back to us at the end of the fiscal year. The tricky part with how Senate operates is the end of the fiscal year is June 30th. So we don't know like if that money's coming back to us until June 30th, July, really, after all the budgets have been figured out. So we're operating early for what we actually will know our carry forward could be. But yes, block, if they don't spend it, it does come back to Senate for the next fiscal year.
Okay. And
If we have an initial question for a department, but like, we don't think that's a good department to start discussion on, is it possible to ask the question first and then start discussion on a different group?
I think if it's pressing, that's probably smart while it's still earlier in the day. Yeah. So we could do, how about, I have a thing on our agenda for like a goal setting discussion. How about like kind of while we're in the middle of that, we can think of if there's any pressing questions we think we'll have no matter what. Okay. Is there any other questions for me before we move on to our next officer report? Okay. Seeing no questions, thank you. All right, next up is Charlie, I believe.
Yeah, you really kind of hit on everything and cast a pretty wide net, so I think the only point that I would really have is on that total allocation number, that 706,000. There is some leeway, but how much we want to stray from that number, we should be pretty careful with, because our total number, like if we were to give every single dollar to block, it would only be 765,000-ish. And that still needs to include line and Wednesday night. So for line, currently we have $1, which is 46,000, and for Wednesday night we have 11,500. Now there is going to be some carry forward after this year. We don't know how much that's going to be, like Matthias said, until June 30th. But we're under the assumption that we're going to have some carry forward, so that Wednesday night number won't look quite as ugly as it currently does. But we don't want to rely wholly on that. So if we were to, and we need to round everything to the nearest nickel. So if we were to increase from the 1525 now to 1530, that gives us an extra $2,200. So if like something were to happen to where we needed that extra 2,200, we can do that, but we should really be looking to stay at that 706,800 number, which is going to be difficult.
I do have a question. Are you done?
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure. Do you think then it's only responsible to use the carry forward for Wednesday night fund, if anything?
Yeah, we can't really use the carry forward for anything else.
I just want to clarify, because that's how we got in a deficit
Yes.
2 years ago. Exactly during block, we allocated more than we had.
No,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Aiden?
Out of curiosity, how much of a carry forward was there last year?
Last year there was.
It was none. We
Yeah.
were operating in the $170,000 deficit. That's why I will really caution a carry forward this year could be $500.
Okay.
Like there will still not be a large amount of carry forward because last year what we allocated was what we had, so it will truly be unspent amounts, which is typically pretty low.
Any other questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. All right, next up's our advisors.
I actually do have a few things.
Okay.
Piggybacking off of what Charlie said, I just want to keep everybody reminded that the 764 total number is still projected. So as an advisor, it's my job to always caution err on the side of, we aren't going to hit that enrollment number. We might only get $730,000 in revenue. So I know that there's going to be very difficult decisions to be cutting as much as we can, but we cannot go over what our projected number is total for block, line, and Wednesday night, much like Charlie just said. That's our total to decide between those three things, however you choose to decide that. It's on the agenda about setting goals, and I just wanted to share, like last year when we were in the block deliberation rooms, one of the big goals that they set, which you guys can obviously set your goals this year, but they prioritized like student wages, and that was a way that they just kind of initially went through the list and cut down to student wages and then had to cut much more even after that fact. But that's kind of the thought going into setting goals. A reminder that with the fee package that just passed, student support and case management got $1, which equates to approximately that $46,000. So their ask can subtract $46,000 right away, because I'll be getting that from fee. So that, and they did their block application before they knew what their fee amount would be. So they can take away about that $46,000 amount. And then my last thing was just needing whatever allocations we decide in wages and OE, so I might chime in and clarify that as we move in.
Any questions for our advisors? Seeing no questions, thank you. All right, so next thing on our agenda is a bit of a goal setting discussion. I'll start us off by reading what I pulled from last year's minutes, which is a little bit vague, I apologize for that. Last year, I think that the goals made by the committee were to prioritize research opportunities for students, funding student wages, cutting travel expenses across the board, and then prioritizing a current level of service rather than increasing some groups at the cost of others. That is my understanding of the goals from last year. I don't want to spend too long on this because I'll be honest, and especially if you look at, none of these are super binding. It's just for us to kind of be on a similar page, something for us to point to, and hopefully, like Mattea said, be kind of like a heuristic for us to get through some things and be on the same page. So with that being said, I'll just open this up to everybody. We'll have discussion on goal setting. What kind of goals do we want to have for this year? Ms. Bronson?
I would say probably focus on organizations that did not receive enough of their funds during the fee review process, such as University Bailey Canton and Student Support and Case Management. And also provide funds for, contribute to attempt to provide maximum funds for organizations like the Lead Center, which is mostly associated with providing art and culture for our university.
Okay. And that was good. Let's try to, but that was honestly completely fine. But make sure we're talking about multiple groups, try not to single out any particular entity for now, but that was perfect. Anthony?
I'm new here, this is my first time here, so please help me if I'm on track with what you're asking.
No
We
worries.
recently just had an assembly and there was a lot of time that was spent on verbiage. Did an organization qualify because their national institution requires something, but it appeared that the local institution or the KU version did not. Can we focus on making sure that all of the organizations who may want money make sure that their their contracts and everything like that, the verbiage is up to date with what we are asking for people so that we can alleviate having an hour-long conversation about nothing?
I mean, yes, but I would caution in some ways with that, because some of the reason that we had that whole thing at assembly was because Charlie, our treasurer, can't check if every single group charges dues. I want to be careful here and not running into a similar issue.
Right.
But that is a good point where a similar issue was brought up during fee where there's concern that some contractual obligations were not met, and then that was the basis for some changes on the fee. Let's not make a legal opinion or go anywhere near that, but potentially that could be the basis for some reasoning or something like that. I don't know if that needs to be a particular goal for us, but let's be cautious but mindful of that. Mattea, do you have something?
On that topic, I do think Charlie already went through to see which ones qualify for our block based on Constitution, because I'm looking at what Charlie have and what I have. He already pulled out the ones that qualify for line over block. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you've already gone through and at least done a baseline level of that. Yeah, because there were some that I think should have applied for line that were on our block, so that they're not on there right now.
Okay. Sorry.
We haven't talked about it.
Okay, we'll go Victoria, Charlie, and then
I was just going to say, similar to last year, do you think we should focus a lot on the student wages and potentially salaries in general? Just because I think that's a lot more important generally than maybe some of the extra stuff that they're asking for. Just in general, buying new equipment is important, but I think the student wages and stuff is more important than that.
Charlie, do you have something?
Yeah, I have 2 points. We should be focusing on continuing operations for all these organizations, because with the only exception being the military affiliated student center, every single organization coming in today is asking for an increase above what they were asking for last year. So we don't have enough money to give an increase to every organization, but I think we should focus on making sure these organizations can continue to operate. And then my second point would be to not pass the buck on to line, as RSF did in several cases, passing off from fee to block. I think that there's gonna have to be a lot of hard decisions made today, and I don't think that we should hide away from those hard decisions by saying, oh, just go to line and try there. The number of line applications that have already come in are ridiculous.
Too good with the outreach, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, so I don't think that saying like, oh, we can't give you funding here in block, go apply to line is not a good excuse. Like we've seen here, we have $450,000 more in asks than we do in money to give out. So it's gonna be a similar case in line.
I agree. I think in a lot of ways the buck does stop here. All of the things. Tanya?
I was going to say, I entirely agree with the idea of prioritizing student wages and salaries. I would also prioritize increases for institutions that engage in, let's say, like a lot of like research like institution, namely the Biodiversity Center, Spencer Museum of Art, because they are responsible for a lot of research from departments, particularly with some of our like really well-respected graduate organizations, like graduate programs.
Who else has some other goals we would like to potentially set this year? Aiden, do you have some? Was this the contact?
Maybe.
Okay.
I had a similar thought to Charlie, but something that like I was kind of thinking of when looking through applications is like kind of student-centered responsibility, whether like this department is something that we should be responsible for, or if there is like, should the university be responsible? And not saying that like that applies to every single organization, but I think it applies to some.
Okay. That's something important to consider, but another side of that coin is also their historic funding too. If it's something that's been historically funded by Student Senate, then that's also a partnership that we may need to honor in some ways. Okay, anything else we want to discuss while we're still in this goal setting realm? Okay, Sam?
This is a question.
Sure.
Are we able to create resolutions like the committee did?
Yes, so we can attach resolutions. I wouldn't really have a problem with that. We should just be careful to make sure that it's really needed, because in a lot of ways, like, we just want to make sure that it'll serve some special utility that, like, I don't know, having like some line item specification like on this page, you know? Like if we can do the same thing by just saying we're giving 7,000 to your blank activity, then we should probably do that. But if there's something really specific we'd like to request that they do, then maybe a resolution would be warranted there. But at the same time, just be mindful the resolutions, those aren't going to be binding. Okay. I think we're probably good on the goal setting then. What I'll go ahead and read these, and we'll just do like a show of hands if you're in support for that. I'll say if a majority of us are raising our hands, I'll consider it adopted. But if this is like a resolution for ourselves, like this isn't, so you can point to this in later speeches, for example, but like this isn't going to be binding for everybody. That's how I'm going to consider that, just for the sake of time, and that'd be hard to enforce. So the first thing I heard was focusing on organizations that didn't receive enough from fee. Please raise your hand if you feel like you'd be in support of that. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 hands. I guess, yeah, we'll do voting members. So 3 hands. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. We're hearing this again, Charlie.
No. We're not gonna go through that whole song again.
Next is, if I understood this correctly from Esperanza, long-standing organizations we've been supporting, like the Lead Center. Yes. Okay. Hands for that. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands for that. Protecting student wages is the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that one for sure. Focusing on continuing operations rather than increasing for some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what I'm seeing. Not trying to pass the buck on a line or push things off further. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Prioritizing research. 1, 2, I think 2. And then kind of thinking on the broader picture of who should be funding this group, like administration, student senate, that kind of thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So I will say it's student wages, continuing operations, not passing the buck on the line, and then thinking about who should fund it on the broader picture are our kind of guiding principles for this meeting.
Oh, I was gonna ask how many hands did it go? Oh, 6, perfect.
Cool. All right, so if I'm correct, I believe that brings us, now we can really get into it. I'm now gonna look for, and is there a question we wanna ask one before we get started somewhere?
Mateo already asked it,
Okay.
or answered it, sorry.
Okay, we're all good then. So just keep in mind, we can ask questions to any groups if it comes to it, but let's look for a motion to enter discussion on something that is maybe like a smaller number in that F column that'll be a bit quicker. Under
I'll
this.
move to enter discussion on the military affiliated student center.
Okay, there's a motion of discussion on the military affiliated student center. There's a second from Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? You'd object if you want to discuss something else right now, and then we take it to a vote. Seeing no objections, we have unanimous consent to enter discussion on the military affiliated student center. Who would like to start us out with discussion here? It can be as simple as, let's grant their flat ask. Okay, Victoria?
I do think we should just grant their flat ask just simply because they're like, I think it's the only organization or maybe one or two that didn't ask for a raise in funding, and a lot of it, I think, is also student salaries. So I think that out of some of the options, that's one of the easier ones that we would potentially be willing to grant.
Who else? And let's make sure that we're pulling up their application and kind of looking through what the request is for, and I'll make sure they don't have the video, but I don't think they do. Jeff?
To kind of go off of Victoria's point there, and also in reference to their application, they've expressed that they have done a pretty good job of trying to make sure that they can like reduce their own costs already. I really like they're trending down in their ask over the past couple of years to like this flat point now. So it seems that they know what they're really doing with their funding. They're fairly responsible with it. So I think it's not only fair for us to also grant their flat ask.
It also looks like from their ask, it's 20,000 for personnel services and then 500 for supplies. So it seems like it's majority salaries or wages. I don't know. Looking through the application, 20,000 is just for their student employees from their funding request 1. And when you look at funding request 2, supplies, that's the 500. So anything further here? Okay, if we don't have further response.
Motion to vote?
Okay, motion to vote on their flat ask. There's a second from Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? Seeing no for a motion to vote, you'd object if you want to have speeches. This is how we're going to do this. So I'm not seeing any objections. I'm going to go ahead and close the poll. I need to give a little warning that I gave with feed. I'm not used to posting the polls, so the polls will take me a little while and also have horrific names. So just make sure you understand, like ask me I'll try to make it abundantly clear, but ask me any questions if you're confused about what you're voting for.
And if you want, I can also just vote.
It's just, I want to have the final polls, because like, whenever you create the poll, you've got more control over like the record of it.
That's true.
So I'll try to be, I got faster over time, see.
Yeah, that's because you're the girl.
Will those be pulled in the group chat that we have all this together?
Yeah,
I think so.
yeah, everybody's in the Teams chat. Let's just do it there.
Okay. Trying to look for the files you sent.
I'm probably not gonna, I'll try to upload them as I go.
Okay, I'll have a couple of them.
Okay, is live in the Teams chat. I'll close it in like a minute 30. Who's in the Finance Council? Sherry. And the Finance Council fee voting.
Okay, perfect. Here we go.
Are you going to include that statement in the minutes?
Yeah, no. I'm actually putting it right now.
Okay. Polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. With 8 votes in affirmation, this passes. Okay, what is next? What other motion do we have? Jeff?
Motion to consider the Wingspan Center for Learning and Writing Support.
Okay. Sounds good. Is there a second for Wingspan? There's a second from Esperanza. Are there any objections to discussing Wingspan? Seeing no objections, we'll go ahead and do that. One thing I want to clarify before we get started here. So it looks, oh gosh, okay. We should refer, their application will probably have the most detail here, but it looks here like they're new. I'm pretty confident, so I'm confident that they applied last year, but also, where is it? Yeah, the Center, okay. The Center for Learning and Writing Support got block funding for fiscal year 26 and 25, but I think Wingspan didn't. So I think that's why it's listed as them not having the 25, 26 block allocation. But then, yeah, then just the Center for Learning and Writing Support didn't apply this year. So I'm sure some of it's combined. So we should check that to make sure like what part of the application is new, what part of it's old. If that makes sense. Yeah, we've entered discussion here. Does somebody want to start us out, or do you want to read through the application of it? It might have a video. Actually, I'm pretty sure this one has a video.
This one has a video.
Let's start out with that. Let's see the SharePoint. Okay. Should do this one.
Student employees currently employed by the Wingspan. This trifecta funding request will continue to provide weekend academic in thesis dissertation accelerator support, as well as begin support for our supplemental instruction program and the growing team of 55 SI leaders that make up one of our largest teams of student employees. All these programs and services, like our student success initiatives, make it possible for KU students to persist to degree completion and grow as leaders in their student employment within the wingspan. Starting with weekend academic support requested by Jennifer Rupp. It provides wingspan student employees the hours they prefer on the weekend, more flexible options for KU students, including non-traditional or graduate students who work or have weekday obligations, and accommodations for students seeking support for assignments due on Sunday nights. As you can see from the number of appointments we've tracked since being open on Sundays, we have seen a 13.4% increase in the number of appointments made by students opting to see us on the weekend. Due to this positive trend, we are asking for funding to support 6 of 16 staff members that we staff on Sundays for 2026-27, totaling just under $9,000. This would help offset the $23,000 that it typically would cost to keep the center open on Sundays for the year. So again, this portion of the overall funding request is $8,640. Next is Thesis Dissertation Accelerator TDA support managed by Samantha Dimmerly. The TDA is a 4-day writing workshop that provides master's and doctoral students the opportunity to sit in on presentations on how to edit their work and request and receive feedback on their writing. Students that participate in this event benefit from an accountability group as well as graduate writing consultants who are present throughout the event for support. In addition, students learn the latest, greatest information on how to format their thesis and dissertation. What's most important is that students gain focused work time that can be hard to carve out due to busy work, school, and family schedules. Typically, we have about 60 students apply and accept 30 per event. This allows us to serve a total of 60 master and doctoral level students through this single event that is repeated twice in the spring. Students come from a lot of different schools, from architecture and design to social welfare, and on average, each student walks away having drafted 10 pages of text and revising about 20 pages. Here are a couple quotes from students who have attended a TDA, sharing how it helped them get unstuck and implement helpful strategies while engaging in a grad student community that felt collegial, collaborative, and motivating. Historically, the TDA has cost our center anywhere from $3,000 to just under $6,000. Due to the expansion of programming we offer and staffing needed for the event, we at one point had to implement a fee for students to participate. We are grateful that we were able to remove this fee due to your generous support in 2024-25, and would just ask that you would consider funding $5,000 to help cover some of this cost and staffing associated with this extremely helpful event. Together, we can help graduate students accelerate to graduation. Last but not least is our supplemental instruction SI program managed by Morgan Gardner. SI is a peer-led academic support attached to specific courses. It includes regularly held structured sessions that are focused on active and collaborative learning. SI sessions are open to all students and have been shown to have increased retention outcomes. As you can see, SI has grown in number of courses it provides, as well as in the number of SI leaders the program employs. Our team's funding request for this program includes support for SI leaders, training, development, session materials and supplies, and hiring of additional SI leaders as we continue to grow and providing this opportunity of leadership to KU students and support to students in the classroom. What's nice about SI is that students do not have to disclose if they need help with a course where an SI leader is embedded. SI is a part of the class like a science lab, and all students are encouraged to go. This helps eliminate any stigma associated with receiving academic support. So block funding for training development will not only strengthen SI leaders' leadership, communication, and peer mentoring skills, it will provide opportunities for them to attend local conferences. SI leaders and their students also benefit from having printed study guides working markers, and activities that make learning enjoyable. Block support will ensure SI sessions have consistent quality materials and help our team of SI leaders maintain equity in the way students access these sessions without depending on office supplies used and shared by professional staff. Finally, block support will allow our team to offer the SI leader role to additional students wanting to demonstrate their knowledge and competency in courses they've taken and increase the group facilitation skills that they have. The overall ask for support for the SI program is $12,000. However, we realize that this program has never been funded by Block and that the priority may be on maintaining the great partnership you already have with our team through support for weekend academic support and the thesis, dissertation, accelerator programs. Any support you give to this new to Block but longstanding KU Wingspan program will be greatly appreciated by our team. The total ask from the Wingspan for the 2026-27 academic year is $25,640. The Wingspan student and professional staff appreciate your continued partnership in KU's student academic success. Thank you.
Okay. So, there we go. There's the application, what's up, Jordan?
I just have one note before we get going. I didn't realize, I was just looking for Wingspan and I made this summary sheet pretty late, but I linked it up to their old Block applications when they were listed under Center for Writing and Learning Support. So that's all up to date now.
Awesome.
8,025, 7,026.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, also, I think that they've combined more, but I remember last year, they considered like their Wingspan request separate from their Center for Learning and Writing Support request. So this time they just combined all three under one. But yeah, that makes sense. As long as we understand that there's three separate things that they're asking for here, which are all on the application too. So I guess let's start our discussion here, keeping in mind that I'm pretty sure on the info tab, let me just make sure I have this right before we move on. We funded their drop-in and weekend academic support last year for fiscal year 26, and then fiscal year 25, we funded their thesis accelerator also. Yeah. Victoria?
I'm thinking that out of the options, the most important one is probably the weekend academic support, in my opinion, just because of like being able to support people on the weekend, and it seems to be more open to all students compared to the thesis one. So I think that if we do have to cut, which I think we might have to cut a little bit, that would be rather have the supplemental instruction in the thesis be cut than the weekend support.
Jeff?
I think I can definitely double down on that as well to provide a little more justification behind that. They outlined it themselves in their application that the supplemental instruction ask that they have is more for expansion, not for current support of their activities. I was also hoping I might be able to ask either yourself or the treasurer if we had any sort of like numerical data over their like attendance records. I think they might have thrown a chart up in their video at some point, but I didn't know if there was an actual like number attached to people, like their trends in attendance.
The only thing we have is what they provided in their presentation.
So just from this,
Yeah, either this or potentially they included it in like one of the info sections of their application. We do have like an itemized budget, I'm pretty sure, attached to, gosh, what should I say? An itemized budget attached to like their different individual requests. So like for their thesis, accelerator, stuff like that. I think if you go to their application, you can download an itemized budget if you're curious. Right?
I'm
So,
actually
It's
having
not
trouble with that, yeah.
is it not working?
The file's not pulling up on there, yeah.
What does it show? Like, does it have you guys
It
logged?
says error not available.
Yeah,
Wait, are you guys
Okay.
talking about the,
This is for the 12,000 for the SI.
yeah.
So you
So
can
it
see
goes
the
to-
application,
it
but
goes
you
to
can't,
Rob
you
Jones.
can't see the budget? Okay.
Yeah.
That's because they're not a reviewer, right?
I would say I'm gonna go to KU Engage and see if I can pull it, and I'll put it in the chat. Hopefully I can get that way.
Okay.
Wonderful, thank you.
I mean, I can also.
while we're doing those technical difficulties, should we,
No, that's fine. Sam, go ahead.
I would suggest that we fund their first two requests, which would be the weekend support and then also the thesis assistance.
This is their, I'll just pull them up for now until we think of a better solution. This is their itemized budget for the TDA.
Am I allowed to pose questions to the committee at all?
Sure, we're in discussion.
Okay. What was over, like, if anybody felt comfortable with, like, we can raise from certain items, like, points of their ask, right? Like,
What do you mean?
if we were pro removing SI, could we add some funding, like, of their ask towards the weekend support instead?
Yes, but I'd be cautious about providing more than what was asked for any particular group or project, because especially if we're gonna be making cuts from a lot of groups later tonight, then we may be able to justify any increases very strongly.
Right.
Aiden?
I have a question for Charlie. Their total last year for all three services was 7,000 something, correct?
From what I can see in the block. Yeah,
And fiscal year 26, we just funded, they're dropping in weekend academic support for 7,000. Is there any other questions or discussion? We can go Tanya and then back to Aiden.
Okay. I can agree with absolutely funding weekend academic support. And I could accept, like funding half of the thesis or dissertation accelerator, because a lot of that is going to food. If we look to the itemized list. However, the thesis and academic support, that is a day-long or 2-day-long program where graduate students are there the whole day. And so that kind of covers like making sure that like they're there, they have something to eat, that like they don't have to worry about that. Because like graduate research and like theses are really important, especially sometimes for securing departmental funding.
Aiden, Victoria?
I was going to say something similar to Tanya, that like, I think we should just fund the first two and only be partial on the second one.
Victoria?
I was thinking potentially like numbers wise that we should only fund the first one, and then for the second one, we could like cut it to 3,000. And then supplemental instruction, I think we could cut like to 6,000. So I think we should still have some funding for it, but I think we can do the whole 12,000.
Let me make sure I write this down. Okay. So let's start doing a show of hands. We'll do first on the weekend academic support. Raise your hand, we'll do fully fund and then something else besides fully fund, so probably less than that. Raise your hand if you would fully fund it, and just raise your hand if you would vote for that.
For the weekend.
For the weekend academic support only. We're doing them line by line. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Who are the people in here who don't have voting rights?
It's me and
is
Charlie.
Tanya and Charlie.
Thank you.
Okay. And then raise your hand if you want to do something besides fully funding the weekend academic support, probably done. I'm not seeing any hands for anyone who would vote for that. Okay.
Do something different other than funding?
Yeah,
Just the top one.
just the top
So
one.
like if we were to only.
Or something.
No, the weekend, I think they should have all of that.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm just doing a show of hands.
Yeah.
This isn't binding right now. We're just doing a show of hands to figure out what we're going to motion for. Okay, then for the TDA, what numbers were thrown
That
out?
was 3,000.
Yeah, fully 3,000 was thrown out.
We can do 2,500 as half.
Okay,
And then,
and then that.
yeah.
Okay, for the thesis dissertation accelerator, then we're gonna do a show of hands for fully funding it at 5,000, 3,000, 2,500, and then 0. So raise your hand if you want to fully fund it.
Nathan, hold on, sorry. The documents are in the chat that might give better insight to what 2,500 or a partial amount could fund. And if you can't access them in the chat, still let me know.
Is this one right?
Yes, there was something attached to all 3 pieces, so I attached them all.
Oh, and the SI one's a Word doc instead?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Here, we'll pause and we'll look at this. Let's look at let me pull up the weekend academic support one since I haven't pulled that up yet. some of these I might just need y'all to pull up yourselves because it's so slow on this.
Yeah. It's slow.
Yeah, this is what I have for the weekend academic report.
So that's just wages, right?
That's what it looks like.
Did they say if it was students or
The
like,
86 is just wages?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
were they saying if, sorry, did they say if those were student staff or was that like actual? like-
Can I give some information on
If you have a point.
that? For, they're like staff and hours. So yes, I remember from last year that this does cover student wages. In contrast, to like the SI ask, where if you look at that Word document, there's actually another source of funding.
So I think we're probably ready to do that show of hands for the TDA. Well, first we'll do fully 3,000, 2,500, and then 0. Raise your hand if you'd like to fully fund it for the 5,000.
And you can raise your hand more than once.
Yeah, you can raise it more than once. Anything you would vote for. So I'm seeing one hand right now. Okay. Raise your hand for 3,000. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hands. Okay, 2,500. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3,
Bless you.
4, 5, 6. And then 0. Raise your hand for 0. I'm seeing 1. I hesitate 1. So it seems like
It's always in pairs.
it seems like what we currently have is fully funding their
As opposed to
weekend academic support, and then 2,500, which is half of their TDA. What are we feeling in the SI? Let's have some more discussion here.
Since we've already kind of gone more on the weekend academic support, and we kind of unanimously agreed that it was more that we wanted to focus on student wages. I feel like this would be a nice area to make a cut to, and I think more than half would be more meaningful, more substantial, just for the purposes of everything else that we have to go through today. If we vote on this, is this something that we can come back to later and change? We have an opportunity to come back later if we think something else is less deserving or we have some left over. So I would encourage that we maybe started not funding this particular part of the ask and then come back around to it later if we have some funds elsewhere.
Go ahead.
I think the number should be 0 for SI. As we discussed for goal setting, we should focus more on continuing services and starting new ones. And as recognized in the documents and the video, we have not previously funded SI, and they have been able to have like some extent to the program without us.
Ms. Bronson?
Although I agree with the previous speaker on that, since we have very difficult decisions throughout the afternoon and evening, I have been looking at the document and it says that $8,000 from those 12,000 are also connected with wages and recruitment. So if we go down to 0, that will affect the wages of the individuals who work there. In my opinion, we could do a cut on session materials and supplies, which is 2,000, and training and development, which is 2,000, but not go to 0.
Let's hear from Sam, and then we'll probably start wrapping up soon. Sam?
Okay, this is related to what the previous speaker said, but kind of the opposite. I'm seeing that while it is paying for wages, it's specifically program expansion, so it's hiring more people than they currently have. I definitely agree that the session materials and supplies should be cut, as it states that they have limited resources, but not none currently. And I would argue to cut the training, development, food section as well.
Tanya?
I, like, reviewing the itemized breakdown of SI, I think it would be prudent to fund the 2,000 for session materials and supplies, because on the second page of that document it states that sharing these office supplies limit the program's capacity to provide consistent SI sessions, which are often used with like lower level introductory classes, and especially help like first or second year undergraduate students. Funding session materials and supplies would allow for more consistent access. Though I would agree with cutting the training, development, and programming and hiring expansion because the SI leader pay is already accounted for, looking to the bottom of page 1.
Victoria, do you have something?
Yeah, I was gonna argue that we should keep the hiring and recruitment part more than the other parts, but I do think we could cut like the whole package probably down to like 6,000. I don't think we need to like completely get rid of it, but I do think we probably need to cut it down at least a little bit.
So the numbers I've heard so far then are the full amount 12K, 8K, 6K, and then 0 for SI. Okay. Is there any other numbers or anything before we do a show of hands? Okay, we'll do a show of hands on SI. So raise your hand if you would vote for the full amount, 12K. I'm seeing 1. Okay. Raise your hand if you would vote for 8K. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 for 8K. What about 6K? I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 for 6K. And then let's see 0. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 for 0, I think.
What about 2,000? Because I think I did pitch that number. I'm not voting,
I'd be willing to support that.
Do more of us want to hear a number between 6K and 0? Because that was a big jump.
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Is 2,000 that number we want to hear, or is there any other numbers? Okay, we'll do it again with 2,000 factored in. Okay, let's see hands for 12K again. 1, hands for 8K. 1, 2, 3, okay. Hands for 6K. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hands for 2,000. 1, 2, 3, okay. And then hands for 0. Still 1, 2, and then it was 3 last time with 2. Okay, so it seems like 6K is where we're at right now with SI. We should probably clarify 6K towards what? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay. Let's hear some discussion about how we want to split up that 6K. Sam?
I believe it should be fully towards the hiring and program expansion,
Okay.
which is the 8,000.
Yeah, the 8,000, okay. Is there anything, any alternatives?
I'm thinking similar, but maybe like 5,000 for the hiring, maybe like 1,000 for session material and supplies. So I think having at least some for supplies is important, but I think it's mostly good for hiring and recruitment.
Okay, anything else? Okay.
I suppose I'll be a little more extreme. It's clear that the session materials and supplies are what's limiting the offering of SI sessions. I think that should be funded entirely, and like half of hiring and recruitment should go there, because the materials themselves, like the second page, clearly identifies like session materials and supplies as like the limiting factor.
Let's do a show of hands then. We'll do the 6K towards hiring, 5K hiring, 1K materials, 4K hiring, 2K materials. So we'll break that up. Also, like, they can just choose to spend the 6K on whatever they think they need. Do we want to just leave it like that, where we give 6K towards the SI?
We have to specify one of the 3 categories though.
Yeah. So I mean, like, do you mean between SI, TDA, and?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, so we should do this. Okay. Raise your hand if you want to do this fully towards hiring. So do fully towards hiring, then 5K hiring, 1K materials, and then 4K hiring, 2K materials. Fully towards hiring. I'm seeing 1 hand. 5K towards hiring, 1K towards materials. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 hands. And then 4K towards hiring, 2K towards materials. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands. Okay. So I understand it was kind of a lot. But what I have currently for us is that our current proposal is 6K towards, sorry, that's wrong. Fully funding their weekend academic support, half of the TDA, which is 2,500, and then 6K towards SI, with 4K of that being hiring and 2K being materials. Is that in line with what everybody has heard so far? Okay, I'm gonna look for a motion to vote on that then.
Motion to vote.
Is there a second? There's a second from Sam. You would object right now if you want to do speech on this. If you feel against this and you want to hear speech and affirmation mitigation.
We can question.
Sure, let's do question before we move on, I wanna make sure we're all on the same
So we can
page.
still come back if we vote to do it like this right now.
Absolutely, and I recommend, we need to make sure we're leaving time to come back and re-examine, because especially in this case where we're funding kind of a newer program, we feel like at the end, we're running really tight on money, and that's something we should look and re-examine. And,
What does that total add up to, of that?
Okay.
only calculator, but-
So wait, let's see, we have 8,640 plus, that's like 14,640. 1416, wouldn't it be 17,140? Okay, yeah.
17,140.
Yeah.
Any further questions before I put this to a vote?
Just who's keeping track of the updated funding as we're going along?
I think Charlie's got it, right?
Okay.
If you don't mind, work as fast as your calculator can.
I'm just gonna put the total amount, and then I'm sure it's reflected on the minutes, but that's what.
Oh, yeah, my minutes are so fire right now.
Can I get those numbers again?
Yeah, so there's the entire 8,640 for the weekend academic support.
Posted.
And then there's 2,500 for the thesis/dissertation accelerator. And then 6,000 for the supplemental instruction program, of which I guess there's a suggested 2,000 for materials and 4,000 for hiring.
So correct me if I'm wrong, I'm getting 14,640 for wages and 4,500 for OOE.
So,
Yeah.
That equals
Weekend academic
that equals
support is all-
19,140, not 17,140.
Wait, what?
No.
I think you were off somewhere. So we have the entire amount of the 8,640
And then half of the next.
and then
two.
half of the next two.
2,500 and 6,000?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Will our voting responses alter our ability to bring up these points later on, if they do in assembly or? council?
Unless there's like a motion to reconsider, which that's very unlikely.
Yeah, so I mean, the way. I'm not gonna consider, sorry, this is confusing. I'm not gonna consider, like, looking back into one of these, applications before we vote on the final package, a motion to reconsider. I'm only gonna consider it a motion to reconsider if, like, a vote has already happened. So like, now, like, made the final package vote, right? Then it will require the same stuff that a motion to reconsider requires.
Okay.
I don't put in information, but for committees, you can have a motion to reconsider even if you voted whichever way, since it's a committee.
Yeah, there's some weird committee rules for motion to
It's
reconsider.
like, if you're a committee, it's, anyone can do it, I think.
I'll double check that if it comes to it, but yeah, I know the rules are slightly different.
I was looking at it last assembly for something, so.
Okay, poll is closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 7 votes in affirmation and 1 vote negation, this passes. Okay, does anybody want to briefly recess by any chance? Just like quick break.
I'll have to recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, 5-minute recess, second from Jeff Parker. I'll see you guys back here at 3:20. I'm calling this back to order at 3:22 p.m. We had just finished the allocation of the Wingspan Center for Learning and Writing Support. So is there a motion as a discussion on something else? Sure.
I will move to enter discussion on the KU Biodiversity Institute and Natural History Museum.
Okay, there's a second from Ms. Bronson. Okay, are there any objections? Meaning you want to talk about something else? Seeing no objections, we will enter discussion on the Biodiversity Institute and Natural History Museum, who I believe has a video. So
They do. I'm very excited.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Oh, wait.
Give me 1 minute.
How did you love dinosaurs?
That's fair.
I found out that it was really
It's like Jurassic Park. That's my favorite.
I'm on the fifth page of the
We have one
notes.
of those in the petroleum building.
We're getting everything.
just fine.
How are we gonna do lines?
That's a really good question. Let's do spring break first.
Yes.
Let's get-
Hello, Student Senate. My name is Christy.
Dinosaur.
Oh. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Sure, there's somebody here We'll turn up the quality here.
Oh, wait, how are you? 480? Brutal.
I know the time hopes for this one, right?
That's so brutal.
Now it's just, oh,
Hello, Student Senate. My name is Christy Emmel, and I am the Assistant Director of Development for the Biodiversity Institute and Natural History Museum. And this is a presentation regarding our funding request for fiscal year 27. The Biodiversity Institute and Natural History Museum has been a part of KU since its inception. The Kansas legislature directed the Board of Regents in 1866 to establish a cabinet of natural history, which has turned into the museum and collections we see today. Pictured here is Dyke Hall, which houses a majority of our staff and students, along with a portion of our collections. We currently have space in 7 different buildings on the Lawrence campus to house our collections. With 11 million biological specimens and 2 million archaeological artifacts, the Biodiversity Institute is the 30th largest biodiversity research collection in the world. Locally, the Biodiversity Institute Natural History Museum supports both KU students and the broader Lawrence community with exhibits, events, and more. Each year, the Biodiversity Institute Natural History Museum has many different student-centric events, each with the goal of engaging and educating the KU student body. Collections Up Close is one of these events. This event brings our collections out of Dyke Hall and into spaces like the Union, where student researchers can highlight the collections and their research. Another popular event is our Women in Science event, where we highlight the incredible accomplishments of our women researchers, not only from the BI, but also from other KU departments, such as engineering, environmental studies, and more, representing almost all of the biological and physical science departments at KU. We also provide behind-the-scenes tours and more to academic classes, such as University 101, where biology and non-biology majors alike can step into our collection spaces. In addition to the many KU community collaborations we do throughout the year, we also open up our gallery spaces to non-science classes, such as art, design, and film and media studies, so these students can also be inspired by our exhibits and collections. In fiscal year 26, we received $20,000 from the Student Senate. Thank you so much for that support. With those funds, we supported 6 visitor services student workers and 1 galleries and exhibits student worker. In this fiscal year, that equaled approximately 1,500 student hours. All Student Senate funds for fiscal year 26 have been utilized. Our galleries and exhibit student worker helps maintain our public spaces, especially in the aftermath of large K-12 student groups, and also assists in maintaining and repairing exhibits. Our visitor services students are vital to our museum operations. To put it bluntly, we could not operate the museum without them. They are essential to assisting visitors, providing museum information, supporting our membership program, and handling gift shop purchases. For fiscal year 27, we are requesting $26,700 to partially fund our student workers. We are estimating this would equate to 2,063 student hours. We are requesting an increase in funding due to the construction of a brand new accessible entrance to Dyke Hall. We anticipate construction will start the day after graduation and will hopefully be completed by the fall 2026 semester in August. Due to this construction, the main entrance to Dyke Hall will be closed. Therefore, our visitor service desk will have to move to our third floor entrance. As we will need to also keep the gift shop open during this time, we will require 2 students to work during all hours the museum is open. One at the visitor services desk on the third floor and another one in the gift shop. Typically, both of these duties can be performed by one person during the work week when other staff members are present. Keeping the gift shop open is critical to maintaining revenue while the new ramp is under construction. There are many benefits to supporting this fund request. The Natural History Museum is an iconic building on the KU campus, and we want to keep it open for all to enjoy. Furthermore, our student workers gain much needed work experience, which helps with professional development, resume building, and providing much needed income for them. Lastly, Biodiversity Institute Natural History Museum is here to serve all KU students, regardless of their major. And we want to keep our museum and collections open and available to all students for the upcoming fiscal year and beyond. On behalf of the Biodiversity Institute and Natural History Museum, I would like to sincerely thank the Student Senate for all your past support. We truly appreciate your willingness and commitment to keep the museum open and accessible to all. If any further information is needed, please do not hesitate to reach out. I thank you very much for your consideration of this request. Rock Chalk.
Okay, so what discussion do we have on this group right here? All right. Victoria?
I think that we can keep most of their funding requests. I do think we might have to cut a little bit, just because I think we're going to have to cut almost all of the funding requests, but I think we can go to like the 25,000 range where it was in 25, like similar to around there instead.
So there's our full amount of 26,700, and then there's the 24,000 for fiscal year 25, and then I'm gonna throw in the 20,000 from last year, but obviously circumstances have changed, like they mentioned. It's Bronson.
Although I agree with the preoccupations of the previous speaker, they currently have a noble cause of creating an accessible entrance for students and visitors who are not able to use the stairs, such as elderly people and individuals with accessibility difficulties. So I believe that even though we may on a tight budget, we should provide them their full ask and do other cuts in other areas.
What are the discussion about? Tanya?
I also want to call attention to the application. There was some information that was not within the informational video. However, if you look to page 5 of their application, part of the reason for this increased request is because there were a lot of cuts that were made, especially by endowment, which then resulted in a decrease of funding for student hourly wages. The accessibility range also is the rationale for needing increased workers. So I do think funding in full would be prudent, given that if we don't, it is likely this organization would need to cut into their contingency funding, which has been reserved for exceptional circumstances like continued operation during the pandemic.
What other discussion we have? Yes, Charlie?
Since they're putting the ramp like the day after graduation stops, they're not gonna be able to use this funding till after the fiscal year ends on June 30th. So how much of that, like, I'm just saying, like, yeah, That would be my other question.
I mean, I don't know if they provided, someone looked through the application to see if there's any details about how long the construction would last. And,
Can we email them about that question?
does somebody have the phrasing of that question?
The phrasing of that question would be, when does,
We can just ask how long the
how long the
construction is
construction
going
would
to take.
be, yeah.
They mentioned how long the construction was.
Okay, let's.
I thought they said
quickly-
September.
Approximately 15 minutes of information. We are requesting an increase in funding due to the construction of a brand-new accessible entrance to Dyke Hall. We anticipate construction will start the day after graduation and will hopefully be completed by the fall 2026 semester in August.
Okay,
So it'll be during the summer.
So it'd still be a while.
okay. Hopefully that answers it. Aiden?
So like, do we know if they have enough funding between like graduation and July, June 30th, whatever, for the necessary staffing, or are they considering this as part of the funding that is needed for that?
I don't think we can do anything about that.
Yeah.
That's fiscal year 26.
Okay.
I don't think there's even anything we can do. That's on their budgeting side. We already given the allocation. Is there any more discussion here? Okay. If there's no discussion, we'll do a show of hands, I think. So we'll do, let me pull this back up. We'll do the full request of 26,700, 24,000, which is kind of in line with fiscal year 25, and then 20,000, which is fiscal year 26. And then this is just all student hourly from my understanding, right? Okay. So raise your hand if you would vote for 26,700. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 hands for that.
Wait, I think there were five.
There were five.
There's
Raise your
eight.
hands again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, correct, okay. 24,000. Seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hands for 24,000. 20,000. I'm seeing 1, 2 hands for 20,000. Okay, so is there any more discussion we want to have before we're looking at a motion vote? Okay, I'm going to look for a motion to vote on 24,000 then.
So moved.
Second, this is a motion from Jeff Booker, second from Zach Lemke. Are there any objections, meaning you'd like to have speeches here? Seeing no objections, I'll go ahead and close that poll. Okay, it has been posted. Poll closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 7 votes in affirmation and 1 vote in negation, this passes.
It didn't come up on my thing.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I just closed it because we had 8 votes. Here, let me reopen it really quick.
I'm sorry.
It wouldn't have
Wait,
changed.
who's the eighth voter?
Let's see.
Do you get the same
Let's
thing?
vote. No, actually, you voted. You're
Oh,
good.
okay, I was gonna say,
It's all good. Let me send this over. The ghost vote.
That's what I'm saying. That had me like low-key scared.
Because I have seen a vote get double counted before, but it was like a space anomaly that led to that happening, and I've never seen it.
It was all Nathan's fault too, by the way.
Okay, that's crazy. All right. So we have now finished 3 of them. Definitely got some more left. What else would we like to discuss here? Let's see, Victoria,
The University Dance Company next.
motion to enter discussion on the University Dance Company. There's a second from Jeff Booker. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing no objections, let's look at that. I think this one does not have a video, and the University Theater does. I'll double check that.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, so slow. Okay, I'm not seeing a video, but they have a $10,000 request, which is $4,000 more than they were allocated last year, and then $2,000 less than what they were allocated in fiscal year 25. Does anyone have any discussion to start us off? Victoria?
I was thinking for that one, the second full backup, that we should probably keep the student employees fee and some of the music permissions. I do think that if we are going to have to cut something, it'd probably be the guests, choreographers, and musicians, just because that seems less necessary to me than all the other ones. And we might potentially have to cut the other expenses maybe in half, like to 1,000, but otherwise I think I like most of it.
Wait, is the itemized, sorry to interject, is the itemized amount for that in the block channel?
It's in the block funding summary information.
It's on the info tab.
Thanks, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm still not able to see that.
So it's here.
It's near the bottom.
Okay. So you broke it up. Charlie, you broke it down here in the fiscal year 27.
Yeah.
That's what needs to go.
Is everybody going?
No.
This one, okay. So that's the breakdown, and that's from the itemized breakdown, okay. Great. Yeah, we'll try to pull that up whenever we're talking about it from now on, then. I think that'll be helpful.
I just dropped it in the chat.
And it's in the chat if you want to see the original version too. Okay, what other discussion do we have here? Zach?
Do we know what other expenses are?
Look, check the chat, see if it gives more details and the application.
Oh, that's so
Is it costs associated with providing rehearsal space to other KU clubs? Is that-
Let's see.
I think that's what the 2,000 is tied to. Every time I tab out, I have to reopen the entire
So-
account.
Yeah.
They like get into like costume expenses and whatnot. But that might be what other expenses are, because those are the only expenses that are unaccounted for otherwise.
What other discussion do we have? David?
I proposed 7,000, since they received 6,000 last year. It seems that would allow them to do some growth, but maybe not the whole extent of what they would like to.
All right, what other discussion, Tanya?
I, like, given the committee's, I suppose, priorities, I do think that 2,500 for student employees needs to be maintained. However, I think it would be more prudent for this to be cut closer to the tune of 4,000 to 5,000.
Okay, Sam?
I'm gonna propose that we pay for the employees, the music commissions, and the streaming expenses, and that's it for this group.
So that'd be a total of
For the student, oh,
6,500.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go Aiden and then Victoria.
I only wrote my 7,000 proposal, switch it to 6,500.
Victoria?
I guess my total proposal would be 7,500, just be cutting the permissions and then cutting the other expenses in half.
So 7,500, and then what was it?
Cutting the guests, choreographers, musicians, and then cutting other expenses in half.
Okay. So the numbers I have are 10K, 7,500, 6,500, and 5K. Is there anything else you want to discuss here? Anything from the application you want to look deeper into or anything? Because they do have, if we're curious for past fiscal years, they have similar like line item breakdowns if we want to compare that. But
Do you mind? Are you open to that?
I'm just saying, if you guys want to look at, let's see what pages
I
this
think it
is.
just says production expenses.
Well, I'm just trying to think of what do they actively.
I'm saying on like page 2 and 3, like the funding history section of the application, you can see similar to what the breakdown is there, and then also right there on the other two. Oh my gosh. It's also over here. No. Here it's production, isn't it? That's what you mentioned, okay.
Production expenses.
So look on their application. On their application, it's broken down like it is over here on the left. If you're curious about that. Is there any further discussion here? Are we ready for a show of hands, do you think? We can also, if we want some more time. Okay. We'll do 10K, 7,500, 6,500, and then 5K. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. Raise your hand for 10K, which is their full ask. Seeing one hand, okay. 7,500. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands for 7,500. 6,500. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands for 6,500. And then 5K. I'm seeing no hands for 5K. Okay. We'll do a runoff between 7,500 and 6,500. Raise your hand if you would vote for 7,500. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
We're gonna be split.
6,500. 1, 2, 3. It's 4 and 4. Okay.
Can we do 7,000, just like split the middle?
Yes.
Just do that.
Yeah, we must split the 7,000. Okay, we'll do that.
I can settle for that.
Yes.
I can settle.
That's funny, actually. Okay. Let's make sure we know what the 7,000 is broken up between. So it's gonna be no guest choreographers and musicians. I'm guessing the rest just comes out of other expenses.
Yeah, so just do 500 other expenses.
Yeah, other expenses could be justified under it.
I just, what even is that?
Okay, so it'd be 2,500 student employees, 1,500 music permissions and clearances. No guest choreographer, 2,500 videography, and then only 500 for other expenses. Okay, so I'm looking for that motion. Tanya,
I'll move to vote on the allocation of 700.
and second from Sam. Okay, I'll move you that motion.
This is so much nicer than the times. Can I say that?
Yes. Maybe strike it from the record.
All right, it has just been sent.
That's good clarification.
Yeah.
So, like, even though we're saying this dollar is for this, can they spend on other things as long as it's the same of the like 3 categories that we have laid out?
I think so, yeah.
So clarification on that, what we put in our budget book is more like what's on screen, and so that's what we share with them. What the big budget people just need wages and OOE, because wages gets coded a little bit different when it comes to like fringe and added stuff like that. So we can tell them, these are the areas that we approve. At the end of the day, it goes into their budget, so we don't physically see how they spend it, but we do send them like this part of the budget book. Like to the actual like dance company group, they see that.
Can I ask a follow-up? Essentially, this is a recommendation, and they can choose to abide by the recommendation as long as it falls in the big people budget.
Yeah, in the perfect world, you know, if our treasurer had 60 hours of the week, they would monitor how block is also being spent.
Would you do that if
That's
you're
not
not
possible. So we just, in good faith, hope that they spend it how we say we've allocated it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's also a hope in the long run that like us can help monitor that
$10 an
too.
hour is the rate.
Yeah.
I have another clarification. So are we like giving them two, basically one that's their wages and one that's the other, or is it all just the one?
We kind of just give them the one, so I have to split it up for like budgeting purposes of how they like code it, but really it goes into just like one fund for them. Like Sinus, we spend everything, wages, OOE, everything out of 758-820-000. They have a fund and a cost center. They may have two cost centers, one for wages and one for OOE, but it's gonna come out of like that same fund.
Okay, now everybody's voted, I'm gonna close this in 10 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. With 7 in affirmation, this passes. So, Charlie, what's up?
Off topic, motion to listen to videos and go to the bathroom speed.
Okay. I don't require a motion for this, everybody, everyone want to do that?
Was that your point of personal privilege?
I will tell you, most of them are like, I gave them the guidance, like keep them around 5 minutes, those are some of the longer ones that we did first. So most of them are a little shorter, but yeah, we can, I'm used to something like 1.5x. So if we feel like we're still getting the respect that these groups need, sure.
We
Yeah,
can be
what's-
very respectful.
What's next for us, guys? Let's, Jeff.
Motion to consider alternative breaks.
Okay, is there a second? The second from Zach Lemke. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let's talk alternative breaks. Jeff, do you want to start us off?
Come back to me in a couple minutes. There's a few things I want to make certain.
Sounds good.
Can you scroll to the itemized list?
Por favor.
Sorry.
Por favor.
Por favor.
What you,
Here it is.
Por favor.
Which is the same thing actually. Spanish and Portuguese.
they're the same thing.
Yes, you speak Spanish. Hola.
Solamente un poco.
Hola, entonces tú no hablas español 100%.
Okay, so let's start us out with discussion.
I'll start off.
All right, Tanya will start us off.
I am fine just granting the 21,620 for wages.
Ooh. Amy?
I disagree with that, or I disagree with the previous speaker. Their funding application outlines that they have at least 13 employees, possibly more, because they list 11 different positions and 2 of them have an S on the end. And like the event that they advertised as like their like big name had 18 people going to it, which seems like a lot of employees considering how many people they give services to.
What discussion do we have?
Can I ask for a point of clarification for the previous speaker?
Sure, since nobody else is there.
I would like to ask the previous speaker what seems like a more amenable amount, given the, I suppose, like labor-intensive nature of their operation, which is essentially driving students to like volunteer positions.
I think like $10,000 is more reasonable. A lot of their positions aren't driving. It's things like social media, which is important for outreach. But I think it's extremely high budget for 18 students.
And to confirm, where are you seeing the number 18 from?
It's within their application where they discuss their past winter event where they sent students to Colorado Springs.
If I can give follow-up.
Hmm.
I
Something to consider, I mean, there's a different amount of people that they're paying and a different amount of people that are going on their trips. So it's important to clarify the difference.
Yeah, we're paying for 13 and then 18 people go on trips, and there is some overlap between the two populations from my understanding. But, and like I looked on their website, other trips of theirs have 6 students, which is extremely low.
So,
I would like to suggest a number of 18,000 instead of 10,000, which would be 1,000 for. I just feel like that's a bit of an extreme cut.
Charlotte?
Point of information, within their submitted budget, they only list 3 positions, executive director, managing director, and public relations director. And then they list the total hours per week between those 3 positions to be 40. And then the way that they did the math on that is took the 1125 wage rate times 40 hours a week times 46 weeks a year to get 20,700, and then had an additional 1150 position to work 40 hours a week for 2 weeks of the year to come to that 21,620 number.
So it is 3 positions and then 2 weeks for a 4th position that the salaries is covering.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you go to their like subfolder, they pull up the Excel.
Here, let me, this is great. That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
So is it only 3 or 4 salaries accounted for, if you don't mind me?
3 positions and then 2 weeks of the 4th
Okay.
is what it looks like. Aiden?
Can I have clarification?
Yeah.
I'm sure you know more than me, but like on their application, it says, currently we have executive director, managing director, public relations director, finance coordinator, graphic design coordinator, social media coordinator, accounting coordinator, education coordinator, trip coordinators, and research coordinators. So are we not paying for the majority of those positions?
It seems like it.
It looks like it's just the directors.
Okay.
Can I,
Oh, you went to the alternative rates.
This is their like application.
Let's see, what further discussion do we have? Tanya?
I guess I would like to get like a temperature feel on the room about like asking if their other employees are paid, just to make sure like, I suppose like their other employees aren't like being disparaged by this like salary scheme, because I think that influences my will, like, I'm not a voting member, I suppose like my reception to the idea of paying 3 employees if the majority of their employees are uncompensated.
Okay, so would a good question to then be like, how many leadership positions do you have and how many are paid? Do we want to ask this question, or do we feel like it's clarified enough by the information provided to us?
And can we ask that question, and in addition, if the other positions are paid, like, from another source?
Okay, how many leadership positions do you have? Leadership.
Yeah, I just want to say the 18,000 number, I'm willing to change if it's only the 3 people, because that's.
So the question I have is, how many leaderships do you have and how many are paid and by what sources? Is that?
Good question.
Okay. So I'm gonna look for a motion to ask that question, I guess. Okay, there's a motion to ask that question by Tanya, second by Esperanza. Are there any objections to sending that question over? Okay, we will send it over. Mattea, can I lean on you to send the questions over?
Yeah, give me a second, because I might be able to look this up too. Send that wording out.
I'll send the wording to you on Teams. Okay, so I will, as soon as we have an answer, we'll get back to y'all on that, but let's keep going with discussion. If we want to make an allocation and then we get, like, before we get the answer, we can go back to it if we feel like the answer will change it.
Can we move the table until we get the answer?
We could do that. Okay, so there's a motion to table by Tanya. There's a second by Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, please remember that we have table alternative breaks and we'll get back to that. Okay. Jeff, what is this?
Motion to consider Spencer Museum of Art next.
Okay, is there a second? There's a second from Esperanza. And seeing no objections, we'll consider the Spencer Museum of Art. I'm pretty sure it's a video. Oh no.
Oh, no, I don't like the sound of that when you say, oh, no.
We're fine.
You're supposed to be the grown-up in the room.
Yes.
Above the music.
I only have one for T-band, biodiversity. Around 6.
No, because Spencer has one in the, yeah.
Okay.
Some of them were like embedded.
It's loading for me.
Big ass email chain.
Oh, wait, do you want to use my computer very briefly? Because it's loading.
So the same program, it's just more people.
Okay.
Right.
It's just an increase.
So I can't see that in this fiscal year. It's okay. Alternative breaks this fiscal year, out of what we allocated to them, has only paid 3 individuals out of their cost center. I'm gonna ask the questions that you have, because you're asking like more, because I can't talk about the others, but I can confirm there's only 3 individuals that have been paid this fiscal year.
So yeah, I won't table that after we get an answer and then it'll provide some more context to it. All right, for our earlier motion. It's too fast, yeah.
Motion to reduce actual.
1.25.
I'm reading it backwards. I've got my camera on it.
German print. So assisting with the museum's works on paper collection has enhanced my understanding of printmaking with tangible examples. My position at the Spencer is preparing me for a possible career in museums and has provided me with experiences that I could not have gotten in the classroom as a student or as an instructor.
As an architecture student, experiencing the spaces at the Spencer Museum of Art has significantly influenced my approach to the design. I've gained inspiration and knowledge from art, and it has helped me learn how to prioritize people rather than focusing only on the building. Working at the welcome desk allows me to build connections with both visitors and my coworkers. I feel like I belong to a community, which is the most fulfilling part of working at the Spencer Museum of Art.
As an aspiring curator, my internship at the Spencer Museum has been invaluable because it has provided me with opportunities to assist with exhibition planning, public programming, and acquiring artwork for the collection. The most fulfilling aspect of my work has been community engagement. Working on the Spencer's Native Fashion exhibition has broadened my understanding of what true community collaboration can look like.
Okay, let's not watch Vanderbilt versus Tennessee right now.
No!
So, with Spencer Museum of Art, they received $35,000 in fiscal year 26, $45,000 in fiscal year 25, and now they're requesting $50,000. Since we figured out that this page is a little bit easier to digest.
Yeah, it's just a 2.
Okay, yeah, student salaries, programs and exhibitions, $25K each. Okay. And that's as opposed to, this is what the $35K breakdown is like in fiscal year 26. Victoria, you first on.
I think we should keep the student salaries part. I do think maybe we should cut programs and expeditions to like 20,000. I would be open to leaving it the same, but that is a big increase of 15,000 just through that one part.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, Tanya?
I would be fine giving 40,000, so the entirety of the student salaries and maybe 15,000 of programs and exhibitions, because in their application, they do talk about how student senate funding has become invaluable for their exhibitions, which, you know, encompass like 8,000 visitors and numerous students who also do work there. So I think the 15,000 number seems reasonable.
Zach?
I think 45,000 is a much more reasonable number for them, just based on what they received in the past.
Jeff?
In the same breath as the Secretary of Finance Council's earlier statement, I think 40,000 is a little bit more of a reasonable number. Also, just to kind of reference a point within their application, the student staff funding section of it, there seems to be a lot of flexibility that they have based on that. They're saying anywhere between like 4 and 8 positions. That's a pretty drastic difference. So I'm not concerned with where so much we give the haircut, so to speak, but just more over like, I don't want to call it irresponsible spending, but just making sure that they have their needs met without exceeding that. I don't want to like give them just what they need, but you know, just more consideration over what's needed for operation versus what's excessive.
Okay.
I think something else we should consider when choosing how much to fund for is in their application, they also mentioned $250,000 of budget cuts that they've received. And I think we should consider that in favor of $45,000 to $50,000 range, because I think it's important to have institutions like this, especially in the context of the long cut.
Anthony? Suggest no?
No, I'm just.
Anything else from anybody? So the numbers I've heard so far, 50,000, 45,000, 40K, and then we're throwing 35K, keeping it flat. Okay. No further discussion, more numbers here. Okay, we're probably ready for a show of hands. Okay, raise your hand for 50,000. So they're full ask. I'm seeing one hand for 50,000. 45,000. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Raise your hand for 40,000. I'm seeing 1, 2, okay. And then 35,000. I'm seeing 1. It should be 3 for 40. Okay. And then 35,000. Okay. So it's a majority for 45K. How is that going to be broken up? What's 5K less from programs and exhibitions is? Okay. Any further questions or discussion before we vote on that? Joe?
Just before we vote on that, Charlie, if you factor that in right now, where does that kind of leave us with how much over budget we're at?
There, if you look on the block funding summary information, there's like a live adjustment based on how much we allocate. So right now, with that, we would have 598,213 remaining if we did the 40, or if we did 40,000, but if we did 45,000, it would be closer to 598,000.
So if your sheet doesn't look like this, if your column G is empty, it's because you're probably on the copy that I made or whatever. So just go to the one that Charlie linked. I'm gonna post that more right now. Beautiful.
Wait, don't we need to move to vote?
Yeah. Can we get some of the?
So moved.
Jeff Berger, second by Zach Lemke. And there's no objections, meaning that nobody wants to speech or anything? Okay, full post.
While everyone's voting, I made another tab with the same thing, so if you get individual tests, you can just go and fill out your own numbers and we'll affect the summary. If you wanted to kind of see where we're gonna land if we did X to whatever organizations.
Very helpful, thank you.
Oh, my heavens. No, one of our publications did a symposium in Spencer Museum of Art last week. I didn't know art was a thing.
Polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 8 votes and affirmations, passes.
Love to see it.
Okay, well, what's next, y'all?
Sorry, I was taking that email just to confirm this was 25,000 in wages and 20 in OOE.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff?
Should consider undergraduate mock trial.
Okay. So, is there a motion to consider undergraduate mock trial, or concern notes, line item? Mock trial did not for block, it used to be 25. didn't it?
No, they did not.
For these years, okay. So yeah, this is the funding that mock trial received from line item funding for year 25, 26. They've been on line item funding for several years, and our treasurer approved their application for block funding, so they're eligible. They're still eligible for line item funding. Did they apply yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, but the application deadline is this Sunday, so if they get no block funding, then they're still eligible to receive line item funding. So there's a motion and discussion on mock trial by Jeff Brooker. There's a second from Tanya Singh. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, who would like to start us out with mock trial? Tanya.
As much as I like these sorts of activities, being on group court, I am hesitant to give them funding under block simply because there are no student wages implicated. Can we go back to the breakdown?
Yeah.
Like if there is any, they
There
talk
should
about
be.
a registration fee for undergraduate mock trial.
I
Which
think
I-
most of it is associated with their tournament costs. You're
Invitational, okay, wait, let me go back to, so I am like, I guess a little reticent simply because I'm not seeing like student wages on here. These are largely like tournament costs. So I guess for me, like, I'm more amenable to this being like a major cut.
Yeah.
Because usually we like fund travel expenses through another entity, like through another key entity, not that this is unimportant, but this is not in line with our existing priorities to fund student wages, and especially considering that we have much larger charges for student wages coming up. I just want to get a feel for the room.
Quick point of information, I don't think they've submitted their travel exemption this year, have they? Wait, I'm pretty sure we've still received 0 travel exemptions, which is fine for block, doesn't matter. But if they were to receive line, they need to submit that. I mean, hopefully before this cycle, or at the very least, before the very last cycle. Actually, no, it needs to be this cycle. So before Wednesday, they need to submit their travel exemption to be eligible to get travel funding off of line. But for block, they can get travel funding. What discussion do we have here? They've been online for several years, I can tell you that. And also, there's a section in the application, if you have not previously received funding, briefly explain why your organization should receive block funding. There's a lot of information provided there about why they would like to be on block instead of line where they've historically found a home.
I haven't read their application, so I'm hoping it's in there, but just in terms of like our side of funding them, does it say who their university staff member is that
Let's
would be distributing these funds?
Well, their advisor is Professor Adam Salkoff over at the law school is what I'm
Because that is one of the requirements is that, like, while that's their advisor, from my understanding, it needs to be a member of university staff, not faculty that can help with fulfillment.
Yes, because we don't fulfill for law. So this money gets put into a funding source that then they have to use themselves. And so they have to have an administrative staff member that can then fulfill that for them.
It says they have Timothy Wood, I'm not.
Timothy Wood
That's
is
a
their
student.
student treasurer.
Oh, I don't think there's one listed.
And it looks like one of their big reasons for requesting block funding was because of the 10K student work cap. So that it isn't enough for them when counting national tournaments and things like that. And I'm seeing this all on page, I don't know what, was it page 3 of their application?
Yeah, I think Victoria has her hand up.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay.
I want to make sure we're understanding everything with this application.
Yeah, can I give like a point of, like, can I give a point of inquiry?
In a minute, yeah.
Okay.
Victoria, go ahead.
Yeah, so they've had block funding before, have they been able to provide the yearly audits for the past 3 years according to the Constitution? I just wanted to double check if they have one.
I'll defer to our treasurer, but I'm pretty sure that's just like the answer of the funding you received for past years, right?
What was the question again? Sorry.
It's about the Constitution, the yearly audits of this one, since they haven't had block funding in the past, so.
Yeah, that's a question I don't exactly know the answer to. This was one that I put on there because they've received line for so many years, and I wasn't exactly sure what their their university faculty member was, so there's a lot of question marks that come with this one that I'm not 100% sure on.
So,
What's your question?
I guess, yeah, so given that the staff member listed is like an associate professor at the law school, and there is no administrative professor administrative staff listed as being able to disperse the funds, are we even able to allocate this organization anything?
I mean, I think we should definitely be cautious because, like Matea said, like, there's a chance that we put the money in this cost to go away to retrieve it. Is that accurate? Or?
Yeah, let me share my email to. I've emailed like Adam, their advisor before, and it was very much we were working through other people, so like Adam was not the one able to administer that funding. That's my only concern, and I would, like, the organization would have to understand that.
Okay. Good.
If we were to give them block funding, they have to then be able to get that block funding, and so we could allocate it to them, but if they have no way to use it, I don't know if they have the ability to work through somebody to use it, that's the concern there.
I don't feel comfortable giving money to an organization that I don't know if they can retrieve it with a budget as tight as this year. And other people, feel free to disagree.
So along that same mindset as the previous speaker, I would like to propose a motion to table until after considering the other entities, in which we might have asked a question about them being able to retrieve it and coming back to that.
Okay. Do we want to draft a question like that then?
Let's do the question first, and then I'll remove to the table.
Okay. Does someone have phrasing for a
I
question?
just second the motion to table.
Okay. How about
Other organizations.
Let me withdraw that motion to table first so that we do this appropriately, and let's draft that question first.
so? Do you have a university staff member who you can coordinate with to withdraw these funds from your cost center? Is that?
Yeah, withdrawals maybe on the right, I'm gonna be,
Just disperse?
that's probably better.
Okay, do you have a university staff member who you could coordinate with for the dispersal of these funds? And we probably send this to their treasurer.
Okay.
And
We
What?
can CC Professor Salko on that.
And then, I mean, would you guys be amenable to adding like, if you do not receive your block allocation, do you still plan on applying to line before the deadline?
And still like filing that travel exemption.
Yeah,
Okay.
are we good with that? Then?
Yeah.
Okay, Mateo, I'll send you over these questions and you can tweak it if it's not entirely accurate. Also, if you're sending these to the treasurer, Tim, it might require some more clarification, I'm not sure.
I've sent them to whoever applied, and then I've also attached their advisor.
Okay,
Conveniently, we just know the advisor of these two, because I may not always know the advisor.
sounds good. All right, let's make sure that did we have the motion to table yet? Or is
No,
the motion
not
as a question? Okay. So is there a motion to table?
Um,
Motion to table by Tanya saying, second from Victoria Hunter. Okay. And there's no objection to table? Okay, what else would we like to discuss?
Motion and to discussion on KU forensics.
Okay, there's a motion of discussion on forensics, a second from Jeff Brooker.
Can I object and provide my reason?
Sure, what's your reason?
I would like to untable alternative breaks as we received the information from Matea, right, that there are only 3 individuals on their payroll
For this year.
for this year.
But they didn't respond,
We
right?
haven't responded.
Oh,
to
they
the
have, oh,
questions.
never mind.
I can just see that through our, like, funding numbers.
Do you withdraw your objection?
I do withdraw my objection.
Okay, so we have the motion to enter discussion on forensics by Aiden, seconded by Jeff. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who seconded my motion to table discussion? I forgot, I'm sorry.
Victoria.
Victoria, thank you.
And then if no objections, we'll enter discussion on forensics. Here we go. So they received 22,000 in fiscal year 26, 25,000 in fiscal year 25, and they're asking for 25,000 this year. Who would like to start us out?
I propose to give them $25,000. The past 2 years, I'm a member of the KU debate team, but like the past 2 years, we've had massive freshman growth. And like they've had to limit some traveling for members to extent. And so I think that's necessary, and especially, there's also a video, by the way. And the debates, the KU debate team, I'm not sure how many people are familiar, it's like minimum top 3 in the nation, year after year. This year we have the second best team.
Okay, any other discussion while I pull up the video, Tanya?
I will say, while growth is admirable of like the KU debate team, institutions that are dedicated to like speech and debate are also like inherently like selective, and sometimes it is difficult to accommodate all members. And in line with our previous levels of discussion, notably with wingspan, we should be focusing more on maintaining like current operational expenses as opposed to growth, given that we have about 400,000 over in asks as opposed to what we can allocate.
Okay, let's go and watch this video and then we'll head back to that discussion.
My name is Scott Harris, and I am the director of the debate program here at the University of Kansas. I'm also the faculty advisor to KU Forensics. KU Forensics is the student organization that is composed of and supports the debate program here at the University of Kansas. My goal in this video is to tell you a little bit about the debate program and the role that the Student Senate plays in the success of the debate program here at the University of Kansas. We like to think of the debate team as the academic equivalent of the men's basketball program. The university made the choice to link the success of the two programs together in the road signs that they put up in either direction on I-70 as you enter into Lawrence, Kansas. The billboard features the 6 national championships won by the basketball program and the 6 national debate tournament championships won by the debate team. The debate team has won 6 national championships, reached the Final Four of the National Debate Tournament 22 times. We have reached the Final Four in 7 of the last 9 years, winning a championship in 2018 and finishing as the national runner-up in each of the last 2 seasons. The Student Senate has played a vital role in the success of the debate program. The travel costs for the debate program are extensive. This year, we traveled 48 students to tournaments. We will have traveled to 25 tournaments by the end of the season. The squad has nearly doubled in size over the last 3 years. This year, we had a mass infusion of students into the program. We have also created, in addition to our policy debate, a commitment to doing British parliamentary debate and have had a number of students compete in that format of debate. This year, we have 4 teams ranked in the top 20 in the final regular season rankings, ranked number 2, 14, 16, and 18. We have 13 different teams ranked in the top 100. For those that are not familiar, the debate teams compete as individual 2-person teams when we are competing at tournaments, and we have provided opportunities for a large number of students to travel. A couple of weeks ago, we went to a tournament in Austin, Texas, at the University of Texas, and we drove 15 teams, 30 students to compete at that particular tournament. Because of the support of the Student Senate, one of the commitments that I have made in my 35 years running the program is that we run the program in a way that is accessible to any student who is interested in willing to commit the time to work with debate. We do not cut students from the program. We do not have tryouts for the program. Students who are interested in joining the program, regardless of background and experience in high school in debate, we invite those students to be part of the program. One of the consequences of that approach to the debate program is that when we have a program that is growing, the travel costs are extensive, and the Student Senate support has been vital to our ability to run the program in a way that makes it accessible to a larger number of students. Last year, the Student Senate had a $3,000 cut in the block share that was given to KU Forensics. We are hoping this year that that $3,000 will be restored to the levels of funding that we had in 2025 as the costs of traveling a large increasing number of students continues. We are incredibly grateful to support the Student Senate to the debate program. Without the Student Senate support over the last 35 years that I have been running the program, we would not have achieved the level of success that we have. We are very proud of the debate program, the success it has had. We are thankful for the Student Senate, and we hope that relationship continues into the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're in the middle of discussion. What further discussion do we have regarding forensics? Aiden, Victoria?
I would like to respond to the previous speaker to explain what I meant by
growth. Sure, keep it to like 2 sentences. And then...
Okay. By growth, I just meant like maintain the current policy of allowing any student to join.
Victoria?
I don't know if we should put a goal 25,000. I think that 22,000 maintain might be a good idea just because it's mostly travel costs and tournament costs and not more student wage based ones that we're kind of wanted to focus on. But that's just my opinion.
Point of inquiry, for those $3,000 remaining that they're requesting for block funding, are they allowed to request that amount on Wednesday night funding the next academic year if they need it?
Technically.
I feel like there may be, no, if it's travel funding, I don't think they would be able to. I think that's the biggest thing that comes up. Because there's different guidelines. If y'all have looked in the Constitution, block doesn't really have many funding guidelines or regulations. Like all of the general stuff in Title V, like the Article 1, like all that really applies. But then it doesn't have the super detailed like Wednesday night regulations that like Wednesday night and Line have. Block is a lot more lax because it goes to organizations who've been funding for so long and lots of very different projects from what you see from Wednesday night. So yeah, I don't think this is one place that we can pass it on to, especially when it's travel. That's one area it definitely can't be. Tanya?
And I guess I wanted to emphasize, like going to what, let me go up further in my minutes, like I believe like even like last year's block committee like counseled against like funding too much of like travel expenses simply because it is imperative that we like pay student salaries. And if you look to the itemized list, I believe there's like one ask that almost has like $100,000 of student salaries. I think a haircut and keeping this flat, you know, nothing against like the KU debate team. I think they've done a phenomenal job, but just having our priorities straight and in order and maintaining them consistently.
Is there anyone else that's spoken yet? No one talk here? And
This sheds additional light on the KU debate team. There also are like 10 to 11 graduate students that are paid. Obviously not lack of block funding, but the organization as a whole does support graduate students getting pay, which might be something the committee wants to consider in context of prioritizing student pay.
any further discussion here? The only numbers I've heard thrown out is their ask for 25K and then flat at 22K. Sorry.
I have quite a bit of information about the travel for what's in that funding. I was looking under prohibited uses. I don't see one that says anything about travel funding, but
I don't think it's in one, I think it's in Article 1. I know travel is prohibited,
They'd have to file an exemption.
which nobody has done yet, so
Yeah.
if anybody's expecting travel funding from us, tell them to file that immediately. Except for block, it doesn't apply to block.
I should be ready for a shot on this.
Okay, yeah, it is in Title V, Article 6, Section 9, funding for travel. No organization may be allocated Wednesday night funding for travel expenses. That's where I'm seeing it in the
Wait,
Constitution.
where'd you say, section 5?
Title V, Article 6, Section 9.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do show of hands for 25K first and then 22K. Raise your hand if you vote for 25K. I'm seeing one. 22K? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So I'm gonna look for that motion for 22K. Motion 22K by Esperanza, second by Victoria. Let me get that posted. Polls posted?
None of this is wages, correct?
None of it is wages.
Yeah.
So posted. I can't tell if I'm typing too much recording that fast.
Okay. It's closing in like 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 7 votes in affirmation, this passes.
Is there one that
There were just 7 votes. Jeff?
Motion to consider Jayhawk Motorsports.
Okay, there's been a motion to consider JMS. Is there a second? With a second from Victoria Hunter. Are there any objections?
I have
Seeing,
I have an alternative rates reply, just
Ooh,
if you would like to.
I've withdrawn.
so the motion is withdrawn. Let's hear it and then we'll decide if we want to table, I guess.
So this is from their advisor, but she says, AB currently has 12 members on their core team. 4 of those are paid executive positions. The salaries are paid used through the Senate block funds and has been for the past 10 years. Next year, so our application is this time, there will be 3 paid positions instead of 4, with the total number of hours staying the same.
Motion to untable alternative breaks.
There's been a motion to untable alternative breaks. There's a second from Tanya. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let's re-enter discussion on alternative breaks. Who'd like to start us out here?
It was 22,000. Sorry, I'm.
Forensics was 22,000 in line with fiscal year 27. Tanya, you can start us out with alternative breaks.
What I would like to start us out with is we've had this, like, similar concerns when discussing other entities. But when there is such a, like, large, like, I guess, board, like, there's a lot of people putting work into an organization and very few are compensated, it is then and only then we're a little more reticent to, I guess, like, give, like, funding simply because of the inequity of the pay structure. And I'm wondering if that sentiment is shared by anybody, like, where there's an inequality in, like, giving student wages, if that justifies less of an allocation. Because there's a board of 12 and this only funds 1/4 of that board, which seems almost egregious to me.
Two quick points of information I want to make here. The first one, I feel the need to make because I think this is a big problem with fee. I want to make sure that whenever we're identifying a problem, that we're thinking critically about ways to approach it. Sometimes the best way to solve a problem isn't punitive funding cuts, and I think that's the impression a lot of people on fee had. So that's one way to think about it, is to think about if giving less funding is really the way we want to address something, or potentially a resolution that was brought up earlier, addressing it in a future year. We've got a lot more options than it may seem. And even though a lot of you probably won't be on the block committee next year, just keep in mind there's more options. The second thing here, this also sounds very similar to Student Senate, the issues that were just brought up in terms of a small number of people being compensated when a lot of people are putting work in. So let's just make sure that we're being, and Student Senate is one of the groups that we're going to be hearing funding for here tonight. So let's just make sure we're being fair across the board here is what I'm trying to say. Jeff?
I am more comfortable now with cuts towards the salary section, but to make sure, a lot of what they do is activity-based. So I think I would be more comfortable if we kept the storage unit and the supplies and expenses in place and just considered some reductions in the salary side of things, but that's just to start the conversation rolling in the direction of where we might like to make cuts.
Okay, the numbers we had before was their full 24,500, the 21,620 for just wages, and then 18,000 were the numbers we had before, but we can take the numbers too. Victoria?
I have a question for the advisors. Was it that the other positions weren't paid at all, or that they just weren't paid through Student Senate?
Based on how they certify our debt and paid it all.
Okay.
They probably have a very similar structure to what Nathan said, like students in it.
Any further discussion? Aiden?
Can you repeat the numbers proposed?
Yeah, give me one second.
I think he said it was the full 24,500, the 21,620 for the salaries, and then 18,000 for us to decide.
I'm gonna Sam and then we'll go back to Aiden.
I would like to throw out a suggestion that would be cutting it to 20,000, but by funding those other options and cutting that 4,500 from the wages.
Okay. Aiden?
I propose 1,680, because on average, we have to cut every organization by, or only fulfill 67% of each organization's request. That is 67%. And 1,000, or 13,535 will go towards wages, and then before we fulfill the other two.
What was the total again?
1,000, or 16,415.
16,415.
Okay. And what was the percentage, how did you get that percentage? You took you took the amount we had remaining and then?
The amount from the beginning, so 706,000, so divided by 1.15.
Okay.
Million.
That makes sense.
And so just to double check, you want to fund the storage unit?
Yes, fully fund everything besides salaries.
Okay.
Any other numbers? Or any other discussion here, guys? Victoria?
I don't have a specific number, but I don't know if we should be cutting salaries too much, even if it is just for 3 people, just because it's I guess they're full-time positions, and I think it's important that we don't make it so that it's unable to do its duties potentially if like you cut someone's hours in like half potentially or something along that line?
There's gonna become a point when it becomes less about cutting hours and cutting positions. So we gotta, here's how they have it budgeted, so be mindful of that. Tanya?
I will say, I think this is a good point to like add in, like maybe add a resolution. As opposed to, I suppose, like oftentimes like people like, I guess kind of like volunteer to be elected here. They're like, maybe consider like alternative, like, how do I want to put it, like alternative funding breakdowns for members where perhaps, because they identified like 12 different directors, I was under the assumption there were 12 executive positions and only like 4 of those are being funded, but that might not be the case. Maybe to like more clearly delineate like the nature of like why some positions are being compensated and others aren't, and like block applications to, I suppose, enhance understanding and transparency of the nature of student wage funding.
I think I'm gonna cut the 21,620 amount, because I don't think anybody's very attached to that one. That one was just wages.
Yeah.
Victoria?
I was going to say, do we want to email them again about that, or do we want to ask them about like alternative methods and stuff, or about what they would prefer, or do we just want to like go ahead with a decision now?
I think this is probably,
I think this
so
is
it depends, because we could, because obviously like we can make the funding decision, and it depends on if the funding decision is separate from that question or not, right? If those questions are inextricably linked, then yes, we can go ahead and ask that. But I'd be cautious here, because like this could be something where it's just like, rather than making the decision, it's just like, this is a concern, and this is what we want you to look into for future years. So that's another option. Jeff?
Aside from the original 3 numbers that we had before we tabled, what numbers have we added now?
We have 24,500, the full amount, 20,000, 18,000, and 16,415.
Can we move to the hands voting, please?
Yeah, that's good. Okay, raise your hand if you vote for the full amount, 24,500. Okay, let's see any hands. Let me look back.
No.
20,000, which would be 4,500 from the wages. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. Okay. 18,000. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 hands. And 16,415. I'm seeing 1 hand.
And so we can have this
20,000. That's what it looks like.
20,000 halfway by hands.
Okay. So yeah, it'd be 20,000 with all of the storage unit, supplies and expenses, and then the rest of the salaries.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then did we want to attach like a resolution to that? We still need the motion to vote on that and everything, but
Can I make the motion first?
yeah.
Motion vote.
Motion to vote on 20,000, second by Tanya. Let's get that posted.
Would you want me to text, like, Teams message you my, resolution? Text.
Should I share a part of information on things that have happened in the past? Just in terms of resolutions?
Yeah.
I don't see why they couldn't be made, but I can tell you that both CCO and alternative breaks in the past have received their block out, the allocation, and then next fiscal year, when they're operating, they have written a bill to ask to reallocate their funding that is both passed and passed. So like this, where we're deciding that 2880 to go to OOE, they could next year come and write a bill requesting, hey, we would rather actually have that for salaries. And then next year's assembly process could decide to change it. And that has happened at least the last 2 years that I've been involved with Senate for both CCO and alternative breaks.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and close the poll. With 7 votes in affirmation and 1 vote in negation, this passes. Let's see, before we move on, let's see if we have any resolutions or anything we want to tie to this.
Oh.
Do you have one?
Yeah, I will type it out in the meantime.
Okay.
I suppose, let's see.
We can go back to this.
Yeah, it would just be to, include rationale as to why some student workers are paid and others are not in future block applications to enhance, transparency and understanding.
Okay. Are we sure that rationale is not in the application, just to be clear?
No.
Okay.
And y'all can fact check me on this, but.
Okay, so I've received a resolution for alternative breaks to include rationale as to why some student workers are paid while others are not in future block applications to enhance transparency and understanding. Is there a second for this resolution? Okay. I'm seeing a second from Victoria. Are there any objections? Meaning we'd like to, for this, an objection means we'll take a vote of.
Could I get the phrasing one more time?
To include rationale as to why some student workers are paid and others are not in future block applications to enhance transparency and understanding. Okay. So we'll go ahead and adopt that with unanimous consent if there's no objections. Okay. Let's make sure that we remember we made this resolution because it'll look kind of strange if we ask one group to do something like this and then we don't ask other groups in similar situations to do anything like that. Like if this is our only resolution, just keep that in mind, okay? All right, so let me get that poll available for Tanya, but what else would we like to examine right now?
Actually, have a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Probably a good idea. Motion to recess.
Actually, I'm gonna alter that. Can I motion to recess for about 30 minutes? Is anybody willing to like eat now?
Yes.
Early, we want to eat now?
Can we wait till like 5 at least?
Okay, we can zip through one more.
Okay, yeah, let's do one more then.
One more and then we'll take a
Motion, yeah, motion.
Okay, so Tanya,
I will move to enter discussion on KU bands.
okay. And there's a second from Victoria. Are there any objections? Okay, let's talk bands. They have a video, I'm pretty sure.
They do.
One second. Actually, wait, they do have a presentation. Okay, I guess I'll do my best to give this presentation really quick.
I can't give the presentation, that's stone.
I don't think there's a voiceover for it, so I'll just quickly go over this.
Okay.
Put on your best Robert voice.
With his voice. So this is KU Band's presentation. They've got their list of concerts here, it looks like. And then that's made up of their different bands. So they've got their symphonic band, wind ensemble, stuff like that. So yeah, if anyone wants a picture of that, feel free. Here's some amazing pictures of them in action.
Do any have our speaker in them? Bring it to your minds.
Beautiful stuff.
You have to see it.
Okay. Some more photos. Okay, and then here's some other leadership for their wind ensemble, wind symphony it looks like. And then this event they have already happened, I think. That's awesome.
Just.
Should we put somewhere in the middle, actually, just to get like the performance?
Or someone,
What game was this?
I don't remember.
Does it say?
Probably ours. Cincinnati.
I don't remember how there.
I don't know. No, it wasn't Jeff.
We're just advertising.
It is game 5.
How did they hear this?
How to stranger track. That was such a fun play.
Thank you.
Good luck. I love music. That's one.
They have an album.
Wow. I think we should take our recess to stream their.
Yes.
How many songs is
How many slides?
So,
So,
Give them the money.
thank you for that amazing presentation.
shout out them for,
So their request, bands had it broken up between a few things. They had 10,000 for sheet music, 35,000 for personnel services, 7,000 for capital expenditures, and I think it is actually probably easiest to understand what those all break down to from their application. And that as opposed to the 35,500 that they were granted for personnel services and a bit of sheet music last year. So,
personnel services are commensurate with like student salaries.
yeah, from my understanding. So their funding request 1 is their sheet music for 10K. Their funding request 2 is student staff hourly wages for 35K. And then their funding request 3 is capital expenditures, which is their marching Jayhawk equipment for 7,000. So yeah, their application gives the most detail there. Let's go to Victoria.
I think that if we're going to cut things, which I think we need to, it'd probably be the sheet music, since last year was only 2,500 and this year it's 10,000, so I think we could cut that a little bit.
I think, so if anyone's curious, by the way, you can see what the requests from last year were. If you go to the last year's finance council folder and then look for the block summary sheet, I think they requested a similar amount. Let me see what they wrote. They wrote something along the lines of, okay. Our purchasing priorities include works by underrepresented composers. KU bands are responsible for securing performance rights and paying the associated royalties. Ongoing funding support helps ensure that we can meet these obligations while maintaining high quality and relevant programming. And then if they receive less of the funding, then their efforts to remain relevant to students will occur at a slower pace.
So I think that would make sense. Like, I think personnel services should be most funded just because it has student hourly in it. And I think that we were focused on student wages as one of them, but I think the other two, we need to cut anything would be those two.
I think we need to make sure that we fund their gator, because I don't think they can, I don't think student wages matter if they don't have the gator, that should be able to perform, because it provides water for their health and safety.
Yes, and we could probably figure out how much of the 7,000 that is, right?
It's 100% the 7,000.
It's okay, that is the 7,000?
I guess I wanted to ask, was that gator included last year in the in the request?
They've outlined it as being inoperable. The one they had before is non-functional anymore, so they need to do one, is what they're saying.
Okay.
That's also their application.
What exactly is that 7,000?
Part of it was around, I think the gator was 4,000 that they had outlined in there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, let me find that specific part again. Okay, I don't know where I got that number from. I'm likely to be wrong. Sorry.
Oh, wait, I think it isn't.
Okay, so it's a replacement for their.
Yeah.
I do see from what Matea sent for the sheet music, 5,000 is the sheet music and then 5,000 is the permissions and royalties. What further discussion do we have here? I'm gonna stop tapping out, I keep losing.
Wait, can I ask like a point of clarification? Like where in the application did it say their current one is inoperable? Sorry, it's like a lot of words that I'm having
It's
to read.
looking for funding request number 3. That's what it's under. Do you guys everybody understands the format of those PDFs? And okay.
Oh, okay.
Because I never really went over that, I'm now realizing, but it goes general info, funding request 1, 2, and 3, if they have 3 of them, and those are all structured the same. And then it'll be what do you need? And then why do you need it? Itemized budget for it, and then what will happen if you don't get it. And that's for each funding request 1, 2, and 3. That's what all those applications should look like, something similar to that. Did you have something?
I guess in terms of numbers, 45,000, which would entirely go to student wages, entirely support the new Gator, and then I think cut off 7,000 from sheet music, because that's largely been IP rights, if you really think about it that way. Is that what silly?
It's that most music that you play is copyrighted.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're mostly about the IP rights, yeah.
Yeah, so
But it seemed like it was half between, on their budget, it was half between the royalties and then half between the actual music.
Absolutely.
Sam, did you have something?
It was something along that lines of cutting from sheet music mostly.
Victoria?
I was just thinking instead of that much, I'd want to cut 5,000 of sheet music, so the total would be 47,000 instead.
Okay. Any other numbers or any other discussion here? Okay. I'm just gonna throw in, the full 52K as another number, and then flat at 37.5 also as another number. Okay. So we have 52K, 47, 45, and then 37.5. Is there anything else? No further discussion or questions? Okay, we'll do show of hands. The full amount of 52K. I'm seeing 2 hands for that.
So
3 hands. 47K, which would be 5K for the sheet music. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for that. 45K, which would be 3K for the music. I'm seeing 1, 2 for that. And then 37.5. Okay. So that looks like 47K with half of the music, half the request for music is what I'm gonna look for a motion for. Motion from Sam
Yeah, motion that.
for 47K, second by Esperanza. Let me get that posted. That math adds up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it does.
I feel so old right now.
Yeah. Charlie, what's up with that student? Is it in the neighborhood of 46?
Yeah, 46,351 off the top of my head.
Okay.
I don't know the exact, I just wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan, for coming here even though you were sick. That sounds so passive aggressive. I'm actually very, I'm very, I'm sorry. I'm like actually very like grateful that you're here. And it's very good. Are we making good progress? Question mark?
I think we're making,
I think so.
we're making fairly decent progress.
We're doing great.
Have to go a little quicker.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or more organizations.
Once we hit some serious
Although
macro
that's gonna make
nutrients, it'll
Yes, that
discussion.
Polls closing in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. With 7 votes in affirmation, this clearly passes. Jeff?
Motion recess for 30 minutes.
Motion to recess for 30 minutes, second by Victoria, and I'm seeing no objections. I'll see you guys back here. I'll see you back here at 5:30.
Thank you for the grace extra.
Okay, I'm gonna call us back to order at 5:30 PM. We had just finished, remind me what was the last one we did? Was it-
Last one it was banned.
Okay, so now we're gonna look for a motion after discussion on some of the stuff.
Let's go back to Jayhawk Motorsports.
Okay, so there's a motion to have discussion on Jayhawk Motorsports. There's a second, there's a second from Victoria, and I'm not seeing any objections. So we will enter discussion on JMS, so I believe has a video. Yeah, it is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Cox, and I'm the 2026 team lead and organization president.
See if I can make that any longer. Why is the audio here? Okay. Let's try this. Here's my last sentence.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Cox, and I'm the 2026 team lead and organization president of Jayhawk Motorsports. Today, I'm going to be talking to you guys about our request for funding and why funding is so important for Jayhawk Motorsports. And I will also be displaying some pictures in the background of our car, our team, and some of the things that we're doing, so you can get a feel for the type of work that we're doing. Our project, our program as a whole, the goal each year is to design, build, manufacture, and then finally race a Formula SAE style race car. You can see the red car here is our car produced in the 2025 year, so last year. These cars are 100% student designed, student built. It's an extremely hands-on, engineering intensive program and project. Our members are very much applying their in-class concepts in a hands-on environment, which first of all just allows them to reinforce those concepts, but it also forces them to learn far more than they would have to in the classroom. So our program is very, very helpful for the educational benefit of our students. Additionally, though, our program is a large benefit to the university, especially the School of Engineering. We are the largest student organization in the School of Engineering, and I believe one of the most important recruiting tools that the School of Engineering has. We attend just about every recruiting event we are able to. We love showing off the car with the university, and it's great to see all the new university admitted applicants being extremely interested in the car and our program. And we believe that our program and our cars are very much able to draw new students to the university. And that ties back to funding very much. If students, when they're taking a tour of the university and a tour of our shop, if they can see a fully funded program and a fully funded shop, they will want to be able to join the university and join us in our program. Just to give a reference, for every single tour of the School of Engineering, a tour of the Jayhawk Motorsports shop is always included. During these tours, I probably talked to 300-400 students this year just about Jayhawk Motorsports, about engineering in general. And so a fully funded shop and a funded team that's able to turn their design into reality is very much able to benefit the university in its performance. Our team in the past has received, the 2024 year, we received $12,000 from Senate block funding. 2025 was $12,000 and 2026 was $9,000. This year, we are once again requesting $12,000 in student Senate block funding. All of this funding will go directly towards the purchasing of parts and manufacturing parts for our 2026, for our 2027 vehicle. We use all of our funding for our cars from the Student Senate. So every dollar that is going into the program from Student Senate, we are applying directly towards turning our students' designs into reality. In addition addition to being an engineering program, our group has a very multidisciplinary team. We first of all have every single type of engineer on our team, but we additionally have a business team that consists of a lot of business students, marketing students, accounting students, but also more creative focused students like computer design, computer graphics. And they are very much a big part of our team, and we allow students from all across the university to join our program and help us bring the car to life. I'll now go through a couple of pictures of our team. This was our team last year at competition in Michigan. We competed against 100 other universities. This is a picture of our team, or about half of our team, at a KU football game tailgate, where we tailgated with one of our cars. And then this picture and the next one are just showing some of the machining capabilities that we have. We are very much able to train our students in CNC machining, which is very, very helpful and applicable for when they're going out and obtaining a job or an internship. And then these are just some of our older cars. This one was made in 2023. This one was made in 2017. And then this is that red 2025 car that I showed previously. And then finally, this one is the progress that we've made this year. This is our brand new carbon fiber monocoque chassis for our 2026 car. So yeah, I would urge students in it to please help fund us to bring our designs to life and allow our students to make the most of their engineering career and allow them to really gain a deeper understanding by going through the full design process for a very difficult design challenge that requires a lot of learning along the way.
Okay, so that was JMS's video. Let me go to the little tab over here. There we are, okay. So, just 12K for supplies and expenses, which matches up with what they said in their video. Jeff, you want to start that discussion?
Yeah, I'm pretty much just for granting the flat ask on this one. They've got a pretty extensive history of coming to us, and they're pretty consistent with all of their asks in the past. I'm also semi-familiar with the club itself. I started off as an undergrad in engineering, so I saw this. I was near the organization for a little bit of time. Their money is almost always spent responsibly, so I feel like it makes sense. If they're asking for an increase, it's justified.
Okay. Victoria?
I'm thinking we should keep the 9,000 just because we have a lot more that I think we still need to cut to get to the 700,000 in total. And it's not related to student wages, which I think is the most important. So I think we can keep the same amount as last walk here.
I think we should keep the $12,000. Like $3,000 is a good, likely will make a difference between if we make it or not, but it will make a significant impact on the program with budget this small. I think other fees, well, I can't name them on this one, but could have significant cuts, which can give us a sufficient amount of funds.
Sam?
I am advocating for funding them fully, but if we are gonna cut, I think something more like to 10,000 would be a little bit more reasonable, so that they're not at exactly the same they had last year.
Okay, so the numbers I have so far, 12K, 10K, 9K. Anything else, any more discussion here?
Can we go to hands?
Sure, we're getting ready for it. So we'll do it in that order. 12K first. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands for 12K. 10K. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 9K. Okay. So there are more hands for their full ask of 12K. So I'm gonna look for that motion.
Motion to vote.
Motion to vote on 12K. Second from Esperanza. And seeing, are there any objections? Maybe we want to go to speeches here. Seeing no objections, let me get that posted. Okay, that is posted. We'll give it 10 more seconds. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a side note, but I feel like every single time we finish one of these block applications, we get a new line application. Do we get a notification?
All day.
It's
All day,
crazy.
Oh, guys, we are so cooked.
But with 8 affirmations, this clearly passes. Let's Aiden.
Can we start discussion on student support case management?
Okay, so there's been a motion to support case management. There's been a second from Jeff Brooker. So seeing no objections.
You beat me to it.
Seeing no objections, that'll be what we discuss next. For some clarification here that I feel is very important. Give me 1 second, guys. This will take me a second to pull up. So student support case management got 78,000 in fiscal year 25, 80,646 in fiscal year 26. And so far for fiscal year 27, they have $1 fee allocated to them, which is 46,351. That puts a bit of a dent, like was previously mentioned in their fiscal year 27 request. But their request is still much larger, so you can look into their application and some of the information they provided for some reasoning there. I do have a resolution I need to read to you all really quickly, if I can pull it up quickly. Because this resolution is technically to me.
Oh, is it the one where like, you know, like it's not?
Okay. So a resolution that passed along the fee package was that the Student Senate Block Funding Committee recognized the fee allocation for student support and case management is intended as a supplement for block funding and to not disregard the block request from this entity due to their fee allocation. So that being said, we've had our discussions here, I'm pretty sure. So Jeff, you can start us out.
Yeah, with that resolution just being stated, just as a point of inquiry to you or whoever else may be able to answer, was this asked from student support case management filed before the results of fee? Okay.
Yeah, my minutes reflect that, and I believe my point of information, as Mateo stated previously, that we can like pretty much assume that there's about 46,000 less from this ask in and of itself because of fee.
And it looks like it's all for personnel services, which we need to be careful of here though, because this may be a case where we're funding more individual positions rather than a certain amount. So we might need to be careful about what the total amount is here, so we don't fund part of a position. And then we'll, okay?
In the chat is the breakdown.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let me pull that up. I see. Okay, this is more helpful. I'm gonna have this on the screen. Aiden, you can go ahead.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to read over it. Or do that. I don't have an exact number, but I think somewhere in the range of keeping them what they received last year is fair, because it essentially gives them a 50% increase compared to last year because of the additional $46,000 fee, which means the total amount would be around 120,000. We probably need to do exact math on what that would be to ensure that's part of the position.
Does that take into account, did they receive fee
$1 fee dollar.
last year?
Oh, no.
So they were zeroed out last fiscal year?
Last year they didn't apply for fee. It was just, this is the first year that student support case management has been seeking last. Yeah.
Fee
funding.
Okay.
I think we should keep them flat in that we remove the subtraction of the 46,000, what is it, 534? That's about how much $50 is? Like that amount from the, like we can even round it up to like 82,000, remove 46,000 from that. Because we also have to consider we have a new fee entity, a new block entity that is requesting like 150,000. And this increase they're requesting is like more than, like their fiscal year 27 request is more than twice of what their request last year was.
Okay.
So
Yeah, what's the number? Yeah, and that we want to grant the one block.
I think the number would be, let's see, let's do 82,000 minus 46,000. Be around 36,000.
Okay, so just to get them to where they were at
Mhm.
before.
Yeah.
Okay. What other discussion do we have? I have, to get there, I have 34,295. So I calculated.
32,000.
295.
Okay, I'm fine.
Aiden?
Since it's personnel, should we do a 1% increase since they're required to get a 1% pay increase?
Let's just bump it to 35K.
Okay.
Because that also that doesn't really count fringe. There's, we need to think about that number some more. Oh, Sam, sorry, I didn't see her.
Yeah, can I just get, this might be ridiculous, an opinion on adding the student stipend on top of that for this?
Which was 12,000, correct?
Yeah.
Adding that to what?
The
To the
current
current
number,
35.
the 35,000.
Okay, yeah. Because I do want to be mindful, I think it's better for our numbers to be based off of what's on the screen rather than past applications here, because this is a bit of a unique situation. But yeah, the numbers I have right now are 80,646, so the suggestion to grant them what we granted last year, and then on top of whatever they're getting from fee. And then there's 47,000 that we just got from Sam, and then 35,000 from what Tony suggested, David.
And something I'd like to keep in mind is kind of one of the goals I mentioned at the beginning is like student senate obligations versus university obligations. I would prefer like a lower number here because I don't believe this is a student senate obligation in terms of this being a like federally mandated program. I think federally mandated programs tend to be the university's responsibility, not the responsibilities of student fee dollars.
We do need to keep in mind that this has been funded by Student Senate for many years now, though. So that's one thing that's important.
Can I have a point of inquiry as to like what like federal mandate there is? Because I think they asked during fee and didn't get an answer because it didn't seem like a Title IX obligation, if the advisors are aware.
So this was
I
brought up.
have that question as well, I was gonna ask you if you knew what the federally mandated program, I don't know what that is.
Because yeah, this was brought up during the fee a little bit, but I do feel a little bit uncomfortable on this topic because it wasn't brought up during fee hearings at all, and nobody's given a clear response here yet. So if you've got something cool, if not, it's fine. This probably shouldn't be weighing too heavily on our deliberations anyway.
I guess this is like.
So we can go back to you if you've got something like that in a minute. Sure.
Okay.
Tanya, nobody else that hasn't spoken yet has anything? Okay, Tanya.
One thing, I'm also comfortable with a lower allocation for this entity because they perform a lot of the same services that the care providers and Watkins Health Services do. And on top of this, looking to like SAPEC's website, which lists like some of like, which describes student support case management. This resource doesn't appear to be confidential, which might also like, I don't want to say hamper student participation, but it is a duplicative service and not confidential. So I'm also in that regard, more comfortable with a lower allocation.
Victoria.
I'd just like to offer maybe we should have an option between was it 80,000 was the next highest one, 40,000.
Yeah, 47.
Like, I don't know how the numbers would work out exactly, but maybe like a $60,000 option.
Something to get them to closer to like 100K total.
Yeah.
When combining fee, okay. Rosa?
From what I've been noticing, if we do a large cut, which I understand, I agree with the previous speakers, it may affect the salaries of some of the individuals, like the case manager salary and the administrative assistant. Is there any way that we are able to communicate with them to see if they're gonna lose their jobs if we like do a large decrease?
So we can send a question to them regarding like, what would your positions look like at this certain amount of a fee?
Yes.
We can send a question like that. I want to be careful though, because this is something that always comes up, especially on block. While something like that might be the inevitable consequence of our fee allocations, it's also something that I don't want you to all kind of have it be held over our heads in terms of like a particular position or a particular person or anything like that. That's an unfair position to put you all in. And that is not your job. We're just the ones who are deciding the funding allocations. And even if unfortunately that's the difficult decisions that are gonna have to be made, I don't think it's fair to have that decision and like weight be put on your shoulders. It's not purely your responsibility. So think about it, but that's not gonna be the only reason we make a decision. Okay. Okay.
I'll echo in what Nathan said, but also that answer's on the application.
Okay, I'm gonna give us a little bit more time because I feel like we haven't gone through the application too much yet. So let's take a little bit more time to do that, and then we'll do hands between the numbers we have so far, which is like 80K, 60K, 47K, 55K. And I'll ask in the meantime, Matea, like, does anything wrong stand out to you about those numbers? Like, because it's strange. Typically, we'd want to do something more tied to the positions, but since there's already the fee allocation, it's a little bit strange.
I was looking through the application to see if it broke out, like, the fringe specifically. Because whatever we allocated last year was
It probably
for
does
the
on their
full-
simulation file now.
It might on that, we could pull that up. I know that their last year allocation was for the case manager's, like, salary and fringe.
Yeah.
And so we can keep that in mind.
Yeah,
So the entire 86,000 was for just a case manager and their friend?
that sounds right.
Yes.
So what that would mean is if we grant them 80K here, that's getting closer to the administrative assistant, but maybe not fully covering it because of the fringe.
Oh, because, yeah, fringe is a good deal.
And then if we grant them somewhere else, it's probably the student stipend or some OOE and stuff.
I would like to say, given the priorities that this body espoused, I would be comfortable, granting, let's say, like the flat ask last year. So like case manager salary and fringe, plus the student stipend, we should be focusing on maintaining the existing services that are being provided, and it seems as though the body was, like the office is able to function on that much, plus adding a student stipend as opposed to expanding where we, as a body, need to make cuts given the large asks we have ahead of us.
Do we have anything?
And for clarification, that would be the $60,000 ask, or how much would that, like, stipend plus current ask minus, or not current ask, plus what they received last year minus?
It would be closer to Sam's ask of 47,000.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else before we do a show of hands? So we'll do it between 80,646, which is where they were at last year. We'll do it between 80,646, 60,000, 47,000, 35,000, and that's irrespective of the $1 worth of fee that they got. So hands for 80,646. I'm seeing 1, 2, 2 hands. 60,000. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. 47,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 35,000. I'm seeing 1, 2. Okay. So we'll do a show of hands between 60,000 and 47,000 again. Let's see 60,000. 1, 2. Okay, and then 47,000. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nick, 60, sorry.
You're on 60, so it's 3 for 60?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still 4 for 47,000. So that's what I'm gonna look for a motion for.
Motion to vote.
Motion to vote on 47,000, second from Tanya. And are there any objections? Maybe we want speeches here. Okay, seeing no objections, I'm gonna get that posted. And I don't even know if we need to specify much more, because that's all gonna be personnel services no matter what, so
Yeah.
I think it's up to them how to decide to split that revenue.
Bless you.
It's getting worse. I'm feeling I'm gonna need to check some Dayquil or something.
Does that mean I'll get a chair if you just
Please don't go down.
Requested Charlotte take over.
This is because of personal vendetta against me. I don't record trip like that.
What's closing in 5 seconds?
Can you take a look at personal privilege? Oh, I can see again.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is like Charlie's profile.
You're in Kansas. You have disruptibles.
There's 6 votes in affirmation and 2 votes in negation. This clearly passes. Jeff, what is this?
Motion to consider the UDK next.
Motion to consider the UDK by Jeff Brooker, seconded by Zach Lemke. Are there any objections here? Seeing no objections, let's go ahead and talk about the UDK. I don't think they have a video or anything, but I'll pull up a little summary thing. So the UDK is right here. Historically, and I mean like very historically, made a fee entity. This year it received 0 on the fee package, which is passed. And they received guidance to apply for block funding instead, and a resolution to that effect. They have applied for block funding for $150,000. Let's see how that is broken down. Bailey Kansan, here is how it's broken down with 93,000 student wages and 57,000 to admin software and overhead. Yeah, I'll send you the vote in a second. Jeff, you can start us off.
I had a point of inquiry for you.
Yeah.
What was the UDK's prior fiscal year asked, or what were they granted in the fee?
So fiscal year 25, they received $3 worth of student fee. Fiscal year 27, they received $1.50, and they decided to keep their expenses, like the amount of student staff they're paying, stuff like that, the same. They ate into all of their reserve in order to do that for this year, fiscal year 26. So now going to fiscal year 27, they're out of any of their carry forward, and they are receiving $0 from the required student fee instead of $1.50. Bronson.
Considering all the chaos that happened regarding the decisions within the fee review committee regarding the UDK, I believe that the University of Wisconsin deserves to receive their full amount, even though we may need to do some further adjustments into other organizations that we may talk about it throughout this night. They still deserve it. They receive nothing. And the fee review committee compared to at least $1 that the student support and case management received.
For a further point of information, another resolution they received was, sorry that I don't have it memorized like word for word in my head. Actually, I can pull it up. I had it pulled up earlier. We can try to find it. It was for them to remain open to good faith discussions with the Kansas Union concerning the potential integration of services, resources, or administrative functions. The most realistic way this would play out is they would be folded under the union building fee, just like KJHK and SUA, but I have absolutely 0 updates since student fees, required student fee deliberations. I've heard of no progress here in terms of it joining back the fee this way. But the main difference that would be is that the Memorial Corporation would then be the trustee of those fee dollars rather than the University of Daily Kansas being their own fee entity. We'll go to Aiden and then Jeff.
I propose $100,000. It's still like a significant increase compared to the year prior. And in their application, they specifically mentioned that they have these into their reserves, that they might be able to survive like another year without it. And so, like, I think they still have some money, and also, it seems that like $100,000 is a significant increase from what they were receiving before 2 years ago.
In fiscal year 25?
And a significant increase over fiscal year 24, from my understanding.
What did they receive in fiscal year 24?
Let me double check, but I was basing that off of how they were writing their application.
Oh, okay.
I can double check that.
Fiscal year 24, I have $1.80, which if you take this year's fee multiplier, which is not entirely accurate, that's fine. That's like 83,000. Tanya?
I do think that we should be leaning more towards granting. They're like closer to the 150,000 amount, simply because they do have no carry forward. We aim to all their amount. Looking to this year's fee multiplier, 100,000 is closer to $2. We gave them 150 last year, which would be closer to like, I guess, 75,000. They'd eat into all that. They have no reserve. They have no money. They would probably not function as well. So I think closer to $150,000 is necessitated.
Charlie?
Yeah, I have something not directly about the UDK, but just so everyone has context, since we're kind of like nearing a halfway point in entities we've looked over, we have 8 more entities to look at, totaling $710,000 worth of asks, and we have 445,000. So that means we've got to find $275,000 worth of places to look to go.
Jeff?
Considering the 2 speakers prior to Treasurer Stevenson's point, there's a healthy blend in between here that I think we need to consider. Not receiving any funding through the fee is something that we do need to make up for here, but granting the entirety of the ask of $150,000, that's closer to the amount of fee dollars that they received in fiscal year 25 per our Chair Nathan's point earlier. Maybe a little more than the 100,000 mentioned earlier, somewhere between like 105 and 110, I would be a little more comfortable with. But I think we should be very careful considering giving them the full amount just because they didn't receive any fee funding this year.
For clarification, in fiscal year 25, I think I'm at the number. It's $3.64, not just $3.
Right, it's a little more than that.
Okay. Sam?
I want to suggest that we fund their first request to be about 57 fully, and then partially fund the student staff. I know that we've been, one of our goals is to pay for student wages. However, if you read through their thing, they're expanding the amount of student staff, or they're wanting to expand the amount that they have, and I believe we should keep them as is, the number they're at, and focus on keeping them functioning rather than expanding.
I have another proposal that we are able to maintain student wages, but focus on doing cuts on the admin software and overhead. From what I'm seeing here on the spreadsheet, they are asking for $10,000 of content management and bandwidth, Salesforce of $10,000, the partial administrator salary of $35,000, and some office supplies for $2,000. In my opinion, we could cut the office supplies cost of $2,000, cut half of the partial administrator salary of $35,000 to $17,500, and give them the funds for the software and bandwidth. Or an option B, which is cutting completely the partial administrator salary, but remaining with the other funds. And we could preserve the student wages and maintain with our purpose.
Okay. Do we have any other discussion here? Do you know how much that would come to in total?
From scenario A, it would be 130 and 500, 130,500, and for scenario B, let me calculate here, it will be 113,000, which my opinion is a very reasonable amount.
Is it 113,000?
Yes,
Okay.
without the partial administrator salary.
Okay, Sam?
I would lean more towards that last one. I believe we should be cutting their system and software funds.
Yes.
Because they need that to function.
Is there any further discussion here? Do we? Yeah, actually,
I just want to say, as a journalism student, the journalism school is okay with students not having resources. So they are okay and they are openly aware that not every journalism student has the resources, and I still feel like they need to work harder for their money. I think that as a journalist, you need to practice how to figure out how to get funding for things. I think you need to figure out how to do these things. So I'm just not, I don't know how to assert that necessarily when it comes down to each line. But I hear that you guys have passion about them having money for things, but I don't think they feel that way about their own students inside of their own school, based off of the way that they treat them.
for a point of information, last year, a lot of the discussion around the UDK when it was on the required student fee was for the journalism school to fund more of it as opposed to student fees. And I believe that fell through and was no longer a route that this year's peer review committee felt was possible. So that's just some more context there. Jeff?
Just as a point of inquiry, back to your earlier point about them being folded into the student union, do we have any sort of temperature on that at all?
Let's be careful here because I've not received anything officially as the chair of the finance council. So unless there's something from our advisors here, then I'd assume there's not much of an update.
I would say that passed less than 48 hours ago, so you probably know.
Okay.
I mean, like that
Yeah,
literally.
wait, I sent it out this morning.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
we got the official email from Nathan this morning with the past package, so who knows if they've even read it in their inbox.
Okay.
Ms. Bronson?
Can I mention the informal discussion that I had with one of the directors of the union, or I'm not allowed to?
No, let's not do that. I will tell you that from my understanding, both parties are aware of this. But I don't know if any discussion has been facilitated or much further I can really say there. Let's keep outside discussions out of this for now. Okay. Jeff?
Just as a point of inquiry again, what numbers do we have right now for hand voting, if any?
150K, which is the full, 130,500, 113, and then 100,000.
I'm confident in the hands.
Okay, there's nothing else? All right, let's do them in that order. 150,000. Seeing 0 hands. 130,500. Seeing 1 hand. 113,000. I'm seeing 7 hands.
You want to confirm that's the lowest?
100,000.
100,000 is the lowest.
Thank you.
And then 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 100,000. So that's 113,000 is what we're going with. And Esperanza, can you remind me how that was broken down?
That eliminates the partial administrator salary and the office supplies. But it covers the other costs, the student wages and the software,
And you saw that breakdown on their application?
Yes, on the spreadsheet of the software admin, that is the breakdown of the $57,000. That Matea sheet.
Matea shared the chat.
Yes.
And so
Yeah.
maintenance or bandwidth and everything.
Let me get this, because I didn't reject this yet. No, that's the wrong one. Yes, okay. Yeah. Let me get this up on the screen and then. Okay, yeah, so from my understanding, the 115 that we had the most hands for eliminates this partial administrative salary, which is offset by advertising and supplemented by the school journalism, so remove that and office supplies here, the 2,000. Aiden?
Are we able to attach a resolution to this one as well?
Yeah, what are you thinking in terms of?
Requesting them to look into advertising. They mentioned that they doubled viewership, but yet they're requesting the same amount after that double viewership, which seemingly reflects that they're not getting like a substantial amount of increased advertising, like money from advertising.
I'll give a quick,
Okay.
I'll give a quick point of information from fees, and if anyone else wants to add on to it too. They spoke about how the amount of money they get from advertising, it used to actually almost fully fund their newspaper, especially when it was all physical. But they have been getting less and less funds from advertisement, and it's no longer a reasonable way to fund their program. And I think they said something along the lines of during a hearing, like there was no way for them to really increase ads, like on their website, for example, without severely like decreasing readership or the quality of their website. That was my understanding from their hearings, but is there?
Yeah, I'm gonna give a point of information too. So I believe the UDK also has a like dedicated person who does like advertising, like promotional work and partnerships, and like this person's like compensated, like their work is marketing. It's just that with the operation of the website, as opposed to like print paper, it has become like expensive to like run the UDK. So they still do advertising and still like aggressively recruit partnerships, just that it is not feasible to fully cover the costs of like operating the UDK.
So,
What was the reason from the committee that, the journalism school can't, help fund?
Was that from last year?
that was a fiscal year 26.
Okay.
But Ted, do you have any insight there? I don't remember exactly.
Are you like asking like why the journalism school? Yeah. Said no. I don't really know either. I just know that that was a big topic last year, and we had talked about the UDK had said they tried or basically turned away.
I'm sorry that I don't know more details there. Okay, are we ready for that motion to vote on 113,000? Jeff Brooker, motion vote. Second from Esperanza. Are there any objections? Meeting move on with your speeches. Seeing no objections, let me get that posted. Okay, it's posted.
Just remember to take notes. No.
Okay, polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 7 votes in affirmation and 1 vote in negation, this clearly passes. Okay, let me close this and then look here and bang. Jeff?
Motion to consider student senate administration next.
Student Senate Administration from Jeff Brooker. Is there a second? There's a second from Victoria. Are there any objections to entering discussion on Student Senate Administration? Okay, seeing no objections here, let's go ahead and enter discussion here. It might be beneficial to recognize Charlie for a point of information to kind of describe this since you made the application, right?
Yeah, I can walk in.
Just nothing too crazy since we didn't give anyone else really the same privilege, but
Yeah.
like what kind of what a video would be like if y'all had a video?
Yeah, so I think most of you know kind of what the line items for this is. As it's set up now, we have 113K in salaries, 2,000 in office supplies, 16K in the travel fund, 7,500 in stipends, which I'll touch on here in a second, 2,000 in election resources, 5,000 in events. Now, if we want to compare that to what it's been in years past, let me pull up this Excel when I was working on the internal budget. So in salaries are staying consistent with what they have been last year and lower by 11,000 of what they were 2 years ago. Office supplies were reducing by $500. Stipends we're introducing because, Matea, you might have more information on this. Have stipends in the past come directly from that salaries number?
Yes, so the salaries are budgeted as if we have a full, like, staff that's working its full hours for 52 weeks of the year. Ideally, that would happen. It doesn't typically happen, so we just take that spring break, semester break, summer is where we find that extra
Okay.
7,500 for the stipends.
Okay, yeah, I meant to ask you about that a while ago, but.
That's okay.
time
Because
got
yes,
away.
it should be like itemized like that, it just never has been, so it's good that you added it in there, but I would say it isn't needed, we can pull
Okay.
that into the salaries piece.
Okay, would it be smarter to reduce salaries by 7.5K and add in the stipend line item or just fold it in? Okay,
However, yeah, that doesn't really matter.
so I think that I think the one place that we can immediately look to remove is the stipend line item. Looking at our internal budget, we have that as like a line item, but when I've looked in past budget books, it hasn't been in there. So I just included it, not exactly knowing, but as we now know, all of us, that it's just included in the salaries, and we can assume not everyone works every day of every year, or every day of the week, the whole year. We can just fold that in and reduce the ask by 7,500.
Do you have anything else to share?
No, I mean, I don't think we need quite as many office supplies. Travel funding is going to stay the same because that's kind of fixed. Election resources stays flat, and events, I think we used almost exactly 5K this year, and we weren't close to using the travel fund this year.
Are you cool with doing some questions before we do discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll start us off with a question and then we'll go around. We had 2 executive positions not filled this year. What does that look like in terms of budgeting, if it has any effect?
Budgeting would just be reducing those positions, so you can do the math of 1050 times 20 times 52 to remove those, and I'm not sure if we can. I would be open to it, but Matea, I guess you might have more information as well.
From my understanding, like, the positions we have, we budget for them to be filled for 52 weeks a year at maximum hours. That's just what we budget for.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the positions, yeah. Okay. But we've been operating with 2 less executive positions this year.
Yeah.
Victoria?
You said travel funding was fixed. Is there a specific reason why it's like fixed and out already?
Because typically there's like a certain amount of people who go on each trip. This year we were well under that number because only 3 of us went to Morgantown. Morgantown's a cheaper place to go, and then second of all, we didn't do the DC trip at all. So that,
This year?
yes.
There was weather
Yeah.
concerns, yeah.
I thought you guys just went.
Nope. I know.
Stay down.
Damn.
Our plans got canceled.
It was a sore subject to me at least.
We're trying.
Sorry.
Tanya, go ahead.
Oh, wait, are we still doing questions?
Yeah, let's do questions for sure.
Okay, I will abstain from asking.
Joe?
I guess this may have been asked already, but do you think there's any spot within the breakdown currently that you feel would best be reduced from first if we had to?
I think that in an ideal world, the best spot to look would be in salaries by removing the positions that haven't been filled the last couple of years. But the problem with that comes, do we need to make an adjustment in the Constitution for removing these positions, which I do think we have to do. And do I think it would be a good decision? I don't know, but I don't think that's something that we can do in here necessarily.
Yeah, I was gonna say be mindful of whatever changes we make, still make in line with our constitution. Because if we still have these positions in our constitution, we still have like election resources, for example, like there's a certain amount of money we need to make sure fits given what the Constitution guarantees to everybody running, stuff like that. We'll go with Aiden and then Sam and then Zach.
I don't think we should eliminate the community outreach position. Like, I don't think that's something that Senate is like great at, and I think having that position makes us better. Honestly, I think we're kind of bad at community outreach.
I think we're still doing questions.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. We're still doing questions. Also, so I was about to interrupt you anyway because you should combine both positions. It's community affairs and outreach.
Oh, wait.
By the way.
I meant
Which is an idea.
Wrong committee. Sorry, let's make sure we're still asking questions, then I'll open it up to everybody. So,
I was gonna ask you to specify the positions that are not been filled.
Community outreach and affairs.
community
It got said.
Yeah.
community affairs and the outreach director.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nancy.
I don't know if I could say this, but I would appreciate that funding because I will be applying for that role. And I'm really good at outreach, okay? I have recommendations.
Okay. I will say, let's also be careful. Let's not try. This one's very strange because we're allocating money to ourselves.
Right.
But also, we shouldn't use that as an opportunity to benefit
Right.
any particular person or keep that in mind. Tanya?
My question goes back to like some of the constitutionality of the allocations. Could you explain, like either one of you, like what, like apart from salaries, what allocations are like constitutionally required? I know you mentioned election resources.
Maybe not that amount, but like some amount.
Yeah, some election, I think maybe in the Constitution it says you get $500 per coalition.
And then we usually don't have more than 4.
Yeah. I think that's probably a fair number. And then, yeah, there's nothing in there, I don't believe, about events or what else was.
I think the only other thing that's in our constitution is the ID card program, that's like $300.
Which I think that can just be folded into office supplies.
Yeah.
Because I removed that line out, and it seems redundant.
I feel that we should table this one and come back to it when we have a better sense of where we stand budget-wise.
Okay. Let's just go similar. Do you think this will be unanimous? If we can, or do we want to do this now?
I think it'll be unanimous, but also.
Okay. So it looks like we're not unanimous at least. So do you still want to make that motion for tabling?
Yeah.
Okay, so motion to table, second from Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? Meaning we'll take to a vote. There's an objection from Aiden. So let me get that posted to see if we want to table.
I should have put this one
This is just a simple majority, correct?
I think so. I'll check. Oh wait, I'm pulling out Robert's rules.
I'm sorry.
A motion to should.
That's probably majority.
It should be majority. We're not
Yeah.
voting on something.
I wonder if it depends on what the main motion is, but I doubt it.
We got the pro with all of his books.
Am I able to give this reason out of my objection?
Do you want to rescind your objection?
No, am I able to give a reason for it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like we're just procrastinating, we're not looking at any information. We just don't want to make a tough decision now, and it saves time just to make the tough decision now by pull it. And that's kind of my proposition.
All right.
This is not.
I am. Zach, do you want to give any info about like why the table? Because I gave him like a sentence. Do you have an extra sentence? Or?
No, I think we just.
I think it's pretty clear. So I just posted the tabling poll. It is majority.
Okay. I'm sorry, I made you pull it out for the first time.
To be clear, yes means you want to table it, no means you don't want to table it. Okay, I'm seeing 8 votes, so.
Okay, wait.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 4 in affirmation and 4 in negation.
You can vote, actually.
Yeah, so I could vote to break the tie. I'm not going to exercise my ability to vote to break the tie, which means the motion to table fails. So we're still in discussion on this being said happen. Jeff, we're no longer asking questions to Charlie. We can just have any other discussion we want here.
Okay, can I, as a point of inquiry, can the motion to the table be brought back up by someone else?
Someone can reconsider, yeah.
Okay, so just don't want to get on a soapbox about it. It's just that this is one that has the like added detail to it of some of these things are like mandated by the Constitution of Student Senate. So I think we need to be more concerned with where else we can make cuts first so that we have more leeway to consider those things when we get back to. We don't have to table it forever, but I would like to see a little more wiggle room before we start making cuts here.
I would, I guess, slightly contend with what the previous speaker said, and that we have like our salary is 113,000, that's constitution required. Election resources, that 115,000, plus 300 for our IB program. The minimum per the Constitution that we can fund for student senate administration would be 115,300, and I would even be fine with that amount.
Just to clarify, there's nothing stopping us from cutting a position and then proposing an amendment to remove that position from the Constitution. But then we're gonna have problems next year if that amendment to remove it fails. Which is, I don't know, Mateo, do you have any insight there? Okay.
As far as I know, every budget book has had 113 for quite some time for our salary budget.
Yeah, because there's 13 positions, right?
10.
10? I don't know where I got the number.
We have, no, because there's 2 legislative.
It's fluctuating a bit.
I guess 12.
I'll be like, well, no, they have it right here.
I think like
12.
we can always come back to this later if we do need to cut stuff, like salaries, but we can just fund the salaries now since that seems like an inflexible position per the Constitution. And then maybe this is a next year problem where we need to propose an amendment that goes into effect like 2 fiscal years from now. Like,
because I will say, I think this is pretty unique that the positions haven't been filled. I feel like they're typically filled.
I guess the one point of information that I guess I can make is the office supplies, there's nothing really besides the 300 ID cards that is like set in stone. There's blue books that we provide, I'm not sure, well, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
The only other thing is the MFD, the functional device, the printer, and the scanner.
Okay, that needs upkeep.
Unless we wanted to get rid of that and break the contract, we could, but.
What's our like total overhead fixed then? Do we?
That specific device is like $1,200 for the whole year, around $100 a month.
Okay. So office supplies looks much trickier.
As a point of inquiry to our treasurer, I believe there was a number quoted earlier by the Secretary of Finance Council. So based on that like minimum, like constitutionally protected stuff, what more above that do you think you would require? I think it was in the realm of 15K or 115K, excuse me.
I think that the one place that would, outside of salaries, that would be best to cut would be events before travel funding, because the travel fund is to events that every other big fall student government goes to. And I think that it just wouldn't be like a great look for KU.
I would echo exactly what Charlie said. There's been times where Dr. Durham, VP, has been like, you guys are going. And so like, we figure out how to go too. And like there's times where like KU needs to be at the Big 12, or last year, like we went to the Fort Hays, hosted the Kansas State Government Conference. We were the only Region 6 school there, but we were there, so.
Jeff?
For the follow-up then, just as a number to throw out for consideration currently, half office supplies, no events, and then maybe, I'm trying to get it down to 130K. I can find some other places to justify it. 130K is the number that I'm trying to throw out there for consideration.
I just wanted to clarify, we can send like 1 or 2 people. You don't have to have like the 6 that we typically send. So like travel can get lowered too.
Okay.
So yeah, we've got 138K, 130K. Aiden, you got it.
I think it's good that we have a printer I'm like, it's not gonna be with office funds, and I think it actually be like 1,500. That pays for printers plus ID cards.
Well, I also think it needs to be clarified what is considered office supplies, because based on our last meeting, Andrew said that some things were not actually offered to us as senators. I talked to Robert about there's 2 different closets apparently for those supplies, so I don't know what the details are.
I'll give a quick point of information. There's the, God, what is it called? The supply closet for
Shared resource.
shared resource closet. That's like all the stuff that we spend Wednesday night funds on that clubs have returned to us. So the idea is like clubs will use that stuff first before asking a new request, so we don't end up having a backlog of the same items.
Right.
So that's available to everybody. You just gotta check it out. The printer, I don't think that's. I think that's more for office use and.
Yeah, I give access to our paid staff to use that as an office vendor.
Not for student initiatives or Senate initiatives.
Correct. Like, it's not just like every senator, it is just the paid staff that have access.
If people needed to use it for like elections or something, then that's probably, because I feel like it says something in the Constitution about printing services.
A coalition using it or the elections commission using it? Elections commission, yes. A coalition, I would caution no, because I'd be spending money and there's the limit for like coalitions.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
For the printers?
Never.
Okay.
Okay.
Tanya?
I wanted to ask a little more about something that was previously said. I believe when we had discussed cutting office supplies, Mateo, you brought up something about our contractual obligations. And so I was wondering what those were. And I suppose if you know offhand the penalty for breaking those.
The printer's a contract. I don't know if there's a penalty, but we would have to just cancel that.
Okay.
I think that's on there.
Charlie?
I've got another proposal that removes 5,000 from the budget as it is. It would be keeping salaries at 113, reducing office supplies to 1,500. That way we can cover our contractual obligations plus the 300 in cards. It reduces the travel fund by 2,000, keeps election resources stable, and removes one of our 2 events by cutting events in half.
So that's 133,000.
Yeah.
How many events does Senate typically hold annually? The holiday one?
Holiday and higher ed, and then what's the name of the, it's coming up at the end of the year.
Joint Senate.
No, is it the Topeka one?
Higher ed day?
Is it
State higher ed day. That was the one where we were.
We can pay for lunch for higher ed day, we did this year. I think, as far as I know, the only one that's annual is the holidays in higher ed. Last year, we also did an end of the year celebration around joint Senate time. That all just depends what's in the budget.
So the numbers we have right now are 138K, 133K, which is also up there, and then 130K. Victoria, what did you know?
How bad would it be for travel fund if we went 10,000 for travel fund and 3,000 for events to get it down to 130K?
I mean, it'd just be less people going. I mean, what's the venue next? Is it Iowa?
We go to Texas Tech
Texas Tech?
and then West Virginia for coast.
Okay, I thought it was the other way.
Yeah.
And
So I agree with Charlie's proposal for an increase in events. I think there's ways that we can save how much we're spending on events. If we have 50% student participation there or more, we can host that at Birch for free compared to hosting it at Allen Fieldhouse like we did this year. I'm sure that there's other locations that can host it for free. So I think we could have a decent amount of cost savings in that way.
I do also think there's opportunities if other roles were opened up, it could be someone's focus to make sure that we do have better deals for events and opportunities to get different things, cater to us because we help the community. So creative funding, I guess we can say.
any further, Ms. Brown?
I agree with the previous speaker, and this year we went to the Allen Fieldhouse, correct?
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's a very large expense. It's not reasonable at all. We could do events at the ECM. We could do events at the Union that would be much cheaper. We could do events at Birch Union. I don't see the need to go to allocated housing first.
I do remember our government relations director saying that we came in well under budget this year for holidays and higher ed. But still, the points you guys are saying are well taken about ways to cut costs there. So let's go ahead and do a show of hands. I feel like we're bouncing around between the same kind of numbers right now. We'll do 138K, 133, and then 130K. All right. 138K. Raise your hand if you vote for that. I'm seeing 1, 2 hands for 138K. 133K. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 130K. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'm looking for a motion for 133. I'm assuming just like that, right? Okay. 133K by Jeff Brooker, second by Esperanza. Are there any objections? Meaning you'd like to give speeches? Seeing no objections, let me get that posted. No, I want to vote on the wall.
Yeah.
I think they wanted it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry about that.
I just thought 8 people said yeah.
Yeah. Basically everything else I'm allowing us to do with like hearings, so like resolutions, like amendments, stuff like that.
Pretty tiny hair. It's like we didn't cut anything.
1.6%.
Also, do they have it at the, Allen Fieldhouse because it's just like an elevated setting, like a nicer setting for students?
I don't know.
Last year, we had it at the Hawk's Nest for free, so like what you were saying.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I was wondering if it was just because
It was really nice this year, I'll say, but we have had it in the Union. It just.
it was nice, also nice, it's nice, I like that.
Is that the one where there's like the square that you can drink
It was
in?
really nice that night.
Yeah, and I was also just thinking like for the money you spend for like an event by itself, I don't know how it works out. You have to pay for the venue and then the food is.
Like depends on the venue, but like,
That's what I'm saying.
it was $750, and most times like a setup is more than anything.
He's just out on campus.
But the catering's always gonna be expensive.
That's what I see Robert doing.
Robert did that during a meeting once. He was handed a paper. He was like,
I did hand in papers.
No, it depends on what venue. So at the Hawks Nest, we did it all ourselves, but like different local, Allen Fieldhouse. It just depends.
Hold on, wait, hold on, sorry.
sorry, we already cut it.
With 8 votes and affirmations, really passes.
Yay.
You're getting your votes.
All right, Jeff.
Big event.
I know, right?
Okay, second from Zach Lemke on the big event. Let's enter discussion there. They have a video for sure.
I think that's true.
We'll start with that video.
Excuse me.
The computer is also getting tired. It just like not loading anything. Come on, buddy. You mean there's nothing here?
I have nothing.
Nothing.
Or just like looking breath.
Who knows Whitney?
Whitney Houston, come on, it's from the bodyguard.
Okay, yeah, I was like, who's singing that?
Me.
Oh, okay, cool.
Come on, it's Whitney Houston.
I'm like, wait.
Everybody knows Whitney Houston.
You did do it.
It's a classic.
How much do you think I weigh?
The big event is KU's largest single day of service. We pair thousands of KU students with hundreds of job sites to go and perform community service in their neighborhoods. People do service projects in neighborhoods. That means that they're doing a variety of things. Usually it's helping elderly people with like yard work, things that they can't quite keep up with.
Our volunteers are very excited to have free breakfast and all of our promo items in the morning, but once they actually get to their job site, they realize that it's a lot more than just yard work, and they get to interact with those residents and kind of bridge the gap and form a bond between the community and the students that go to KU, and they make a bigger impact than they expect, because people love to have a nice yard or need help with any sort of maintenance tasks that they maybe aren't able to perform themselves, and having students that are able to get it done so quickly, and they're always so respectful and a really fun time to be around, and it's really beneficial for everybody. The big event has been at KU for about 15 years, and over that time we've made an economic impact of $2 million.
Seeing the whole event come together and then knowing how many people we helped and just like talking to community members and seeing how excited they are, like it's a really awesome opportunity to connect two parts of Lawrence that don't often connect. This year we had 1,800 volunteers show up today, 1,808 to be exact. In the spring, I would love to break that 2,000 mark. I think that'd be super exciting.
My favorite part about the big event has absolutely been the people. I've made some of my best friends here. I'm going on about 2 years now, and I really would have such a different college experience without not only this event, but the people and the experiences that I've gotten out of this, and I would not be who I am today without the big event.
Okay, here we go. So let me pull up that little breakdown. The big event overhead 18,800. I'm sure it's broken up more detailed in their application. So what discussion do we have here? So
I have a question about the sidewalks rental. Did we not pay for that in Wednesday night?
it's probably for this, like anything for Wednesday night fund would be for like the spring.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, because we didn't, let's check on the summary sheet. I'm pretty sure we granted them, they didn't get anything.
Yeah.
So they received the big event. The reason we just accepted them straight away was because they had received block funding in the past, just like it was, I forgot what fiscal year.
I think that's what they outlined in their application.
Yeah, like they received block funding like fiscal year 24, so they've gotten block funding before. But this year they've been relying primarily on Wednesday night funds, so that's why you guys have seen them come in on Wednesday night for student senate. What other discussion do we have? Aiden?
I'm not sure, like, it seems strange, at the very least, they have advertising and print media. Those seem to serve the same function to an extent, because it talks about like communicating with their volunteers through like flyers. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the purposes of it.
The flyers are unfortunately when they actually have nothing to give to the volunteers. That happened to me. The first time I participated in the big event, there was such a large amount of students who started to volunteer that they only had flyers to give to the remaining students that didn't have groups. So it's just like when they have actually no opportunity at all to give up service to the students. Especially that was my situation.
Victoria?
This is, I guess, a general question, if anyone knows. Do we know if like the parking lot rental cost is like an all or nothing thing? Because I do not know how like renting parking from KU exactly works. So I was just wondering if anyone knew any more information on that.
Do you have a point of information about that?
I do have a point of information because we do rent parking lots at the law school. So the way that parking lot rentals work is sometimes like schools or institutions like KU will rent individual parking spaces, but it is possible to like, I guess like get like a more prorated like cost if you were to rent out an entire parking lot. So that is something that we do offer, and that's a rate that's always set by KU Parking.
What other discussion we have? So far, we have the full ask of 18,800. Is there another number, Joe?
Not so much a number, but something to consider as well, back to the discussion point. Under their catering side of things, they're talking about like providing breakfast and water. Water for like an outdoor activity for something like this, I consider that absolutely an operational cost. The breakfast side of things, I know that they talked about that like in the video as well. I'm just not super sold on that being like an operational sort of cost. I feel like that's something that students could contribute to doing on their own beforehand. And if they want to funnel all this extra money into like advertising and everything else, I feel like that could make up for the fact of them not having something like that in advance.
Regarding the catering, they mostly use Wendy's during their breakfast that they provide to the students. I would say it's not only a way of trying to give food for the students because it's very early in the morning and sometimes the weather is not very favorable, especially during the big event in the spring, but it's also they're trying to at least make the students remain and continue contributing to the project. That's my experience when I went there.
Victoria?
I feel like we should either fully fund or at least close to fully fund this event, just because I feel like there's multiple aspects that are important. It's like the publicity is one, but also how much like it actually helps the community as well. Just because they mentioned like how much money it was contributing basically to like the community. So I think it's important that we like at least have it mostly funded to what they're requesting.
And
I agree with the previous speaker that we should fully fund this. We have 3 volunteer organizations on this. And so like, I think we should prioritize one, and that should be the big event since it seems to have the largest impact, total and directly on the warrants and with the county community.
Sorry to beat a dead horse, but this was a point that I wanted to add in earlier before I finished my statement. I felt like that catering might be one of the places that we could remove some funding from, and they would still have room. Like if we fully funded everything else, and we just removed a little bit from catering, that's something that could be made up fairly easily without us necessarily needing to make that distinction here. That they would know that that was something, that would be something that they would need to reach out to their sponsors for, or possibly come in for like a Wednesday night fund in the fall. This is pertaining to like their fall event next, correct?
It'd be both of them.
Yeah.
As I
For
understand,
the whole year.
for the whole,
Yeah,
so fall 26 and then spring 27, right? So,
Tanya?
I am not sold on the idea of paying for the parking lot rental. I understand that this organization is outgrowing its Purge Union space, but I am also of the opinion from my experiences with KU parking that they tend to charge an inordinate amount for the rentals. And we do need to start considering like where to make cuts, because I think we have like 400,000 in requests remaining and like 200,000 remaining to allocate, including the Office of Postgraduate and Doctoral Affairs that I'd really like to fund.
So you're advocating for, is it 15,000 without the rental?
I'm advocating for at least cutting the rental and cuts where anyone else is willing. But I'm not willing to fund like KU parking rental.
So it's like 15,300?
Right,
Okay.
or less.
Jeff?
I would like to have the catering on top of that number.
Okay. So that'd be
12.3.
12.3, 80?
Do we know if it's possible for them to meet at like either A, do staggered meetup? So have like group A, group B, so the Virgin can have a higher capacity?
They already do that.
Or,
Already do that.
do we know if they can use like a second location on top of the staggered meeting?
Like a second Virgin Union room?
I don't know, but we could ask them that question potentially, but this is all making a lot of assumptions, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out if like the parking rental is optional.
Yeah.
And limited people.
Yes. I'm
And also from what I understand, there may be some more details on their application, but a lot of it kind of depends on how many sponsors they get in the next year. Because that helps offset a lot of their costs. But student senate funding can be something that's more reliable, especially for their like core costs and things that they've asked for here. So hopefully they're relying on us for some of the things more core to lock in for their funding.
A little observation continuing regarding the situation of sponsors. I remember from last year when they came to Wednesday night funding, they mentioned that they lost a significant portion of their sponsorship, especially because some of their sponsors, like Central Bank, decided to move towards athletics instead of donating towards a big event.
So I understand that they're now tight on the budget. I was reading their paperwork that they sent for block funding, and that's basically the topic of their request. I agree with previous speakers that we could cut half on catering. I believe that $3,000 is a reasonable amount of money that we are able to collect for sponsorship. Regarding parking lot rental, I believe we could also cut in half, and they would still receive a reasonable amount that they continue operations for the next academic year.
Okay. So what was the amount, sorry?
It would be a total of approximately 14,500.
Zach?
We're still looking for ways to try and bring the overall price of this down. We could look at the advertising and maybe cutting that about half, just $1,000 in advertising versus $2,000.
Okay. And would that be on top of any other requests, or just a good place to look at?
Probably on top of like the kind of catering.
Okay, so that'd be 1,000, so that'd be 11,300.
And so that would also assume that KU parking rental is cut, which is.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we do have a good amount of number. Victoria, you'd be a last one, two hands.
I was gonna say, for supporting the parking lot rental, we discontinued by only doing $1,000 off catering, so it'd be around 14,300-ish.
Okay, so we've got 18,800, 15,300, 14,500, 12,300, and then 11,300. So kind of, yeah, those last couple are almost going by increments of 1,000.
Could we remove the 12.3 for me, actually?
Sure, that one was no parking and half catering. We'll remove that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, 18,800, 15,300, 14,500, and then 11,300. Okay. We'll do hands for 18,800 first, that's our full ask. I'm seeing no hands for the full ask. 15,300. I'm seeing one hand for that. 14,500. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands for that. 11,300. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for that again.
Oh, wait, I got 6.
Yep, that is 6.
For what number?
1, 2.
The 11th Street.
Yeah.
11,300?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, and the 11,300, to be clear, was
So they would
half no parking,
half catering.
half catering,
And half
half
advertising.
advertising. And that's everything.
You said half parking or no parking?
No parking.
No parking.
Motion
to vote.
Motion to vote on 11,300. Second from Zach. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let's do a vote.
These notes might be goaded. I can't even.
Your hair looks so cool. With the light.
What time for what?
Okay. We'll post this.
I would like to take a point of personal privilege to ask if KU mock trial has ever gotten back to us.
If not.
Okay.
Let's see if I have Tim's number. I was in mock trial freshman year, y'all.
That's so crazy.
Man, I do have his number. Who did you?
He never looked back.
I know, Wood and the advisor.
So that's
Who's the advisor?
Professor
Adams.
So what?
Adam Sokolow.
Adam.
Yeah, that's not better.
Oh,
And
he's
did
my
you
professor.
email him?
Yes,
Okay, I'll text him.
yeah, Adam.
Dang, I could have gone and bought him a green wall during recess.
So you said
I'm like, this is gonna be interesting.
Super.
I don't, you just don't.
Just don't
student
trust
senate.
it.
Yeah, cut student senate entirely.
Let's roll the whole student senate.
All right.
What do we even do?
You can bring your own
We do nothing.
With 7 votes in affirmation, 1 vote in negation, this really passes. Okay. What are we feeling next year?
Center for Community Outreach.
Okay, there's been a motion and discussion on CCO. Is there a second? There's a second motion. Seeing no objections, so let's talk about CCO. Why am I so lost about where we are? Yeah, they probably have a video. Let me.
They do. I'm making you jump around. I'm sorry.
Because she's used to
She's
it.
sick at home.
While Nathan's pulling up the video, just so everyone knows, we've got $396,000 left with asks and $188,000 left to give out.
Something.
And 5 organizations left.
Something to consider too, maybe better, like, because the asks already make it look pressing. Something that makes it a little bit more pressing for me is looking at like, out of these asks, how many of them, if we just kept it like flat, it's still more than we have remaining on the kit. So keep that in mind. I don't know how easy that is to add.
It's okay, we can always go back and make cuts, guys. Which is why I seemed really stingy earlier, just in case.
But also, just remember, as things get tight here towards the end, I think we should also re-examine some of the first ones we looked at, because we're in completely different financial situations now. But in theory, they should be chosen in a similar circumstance.
Okay. I get to ask after you start that video. Where'd it go?
Hello, hello.
Stop the count.
Okay.
Oh, my name is.
Okay, this one's gonna get played a little bit faster.
Okay. Executive decision.
I'm Drinker, and I am the Center for Community Outreach's Managing Director. And this is part of my block funding request for the 2026 fiscal year. It's a little bit about the CCO. The CCO is made up of 13 programs dedicated to specific needs within the Lawrence community. We provide meaningful service opportunities for KU students by addressing various needs through collaborative partnerships with community organizations, education, and advocacy. We also host 3 annual service events that are more large scale, and those include the Super Service Saturday, which occurs on the first Saturday of every fall semester. And then Trunk or Treat, which occurs right around Halloween. And then finally Into the Streets Week, which is a full week over the span of the National Volunteer Week, where each program that we have hosts a larger scale event for KU students to volunteer at. So the CCO's goal is to encourage the KU student body to engage with their Lawrence community through service. Our goal is to promote ethical volunteerism and leadership development, as well as making a tangible impact in the community through our programs. This goes a little bit more into what our impact is. So this year at Super Service Saturday, we had around 240 volunteers. We had 19 community partner sites that we sent volunteers to, and we had a total estimated economic impact of over $26,000, which is a big deal. And then for Into the Streets Week last year, we had 188 volunteers, 13 events, 1 for each of our programs, 12 community partners, and an estimated economic impact of almost $9,000. We're looking forward to Into the Streets Week at the end of April this year, and plan on continuing to exceed those numbers. And then finally for Trunk or Treat this year, we had almost 230 volunteers, 76 trunks, 21 student groups that participated, 300 Lawrence community members that were present to safely trick or treat, and then an estimated economic impact of $14,000. So this is kind of our budget breakdown for the funding that we're requesting for the next fiscal year. So we have 3 kind of expenditures
And the first one is general funding, which we're requesting $20,000 for. Within general funding, we have major events that require around $12,850. Event supplies, which is $5,200, which is primarily just to provide $400 to each of the programs for the year, so that they can purchase what they need to be most successful in the events that they're hosting. And then advertising and printing, we've got 2,300. This is kind of our breakdown for this coming fiscal year versus what we spent in 2025 for our large scale events. So for Super Service Saturday, our buses cost around $2K. Our shirts costed just above $2K, and our food costed around $3,000. Everything else is like all of our other major event funds that we still have yet to spend kind of total to around $12,000. But with inflation, things are increasing in price. And so next year we are looking to have just a little bit more in every category just to keep up with the times. And so our requested budget for next year would be $12,850 for major events. This is our kind of breakdown of what we used this year. We used around $3,300, but our 2025 expenses were based off of each program only having $200 to function for the year, which has turned out to not be quite enough that they need to put on the most successful events that they can. And so we're requesting that they would each get $400 annually rather than $200, and that would increase prices to around $7,500 to make a general funding total of $20,350. Next is our personnel services. This is kind of like a flat rate of what we would need to continue to have our entire board of directors. So we're requesting $45,450. That covers 20 hours a week for the executive and managing directors at $11.25 per hour. And then during our turnover weeks at the end of every semester, that also covers like $450 each for the new managing and executive directors as they step into their roles. And then for the communications development, creative, and events directors, we're requesting $5,287.50 for each. And that would cover 10 hours per week, $11.25 per hour for the year. This is kind of the salary breakdown. It shows all of the calculations. But yeah, that total would be $45,450 for next year. And then finally, our only other expense is going to be our website expense. The website used to cost around $4,200, but again, costs are rising, and so it now costs $4,410 to buy our website subscription. And so that's the only other funding that we're requesting. Is just to pay for the website subscription. Volunteer.ku.edu is incredibly important in helping the CCO track volunteer hours so that we're like accurately measuring what our KU students are actually doing in the community and our impact. And so the website is an incredibly important facet of what the CCO does and our function. So this is kind of like the overall request with $20,000 in general funding, $45,000 in personal pay, and just $4,410 for the website. So that comes out to $70K total. If you have any questions, please email me at cco@ku.edu. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
A quick point of information I want to give, I think it was mentioned, but this was a big point of discussion last year that I remember. The website, they use that not only for like outreach and things like that, but to track volunteer hours. So that's not something that Rock Chalk Central has the capability to do, from my understanding.
And then you get approval from IT, because we can do
Aiden?
Would that website accommodate Rock Chalk Central plus Excel be able to serve the function?
I have no idea. Yeah, like potentially there's other ways, but that's just how they currently have it split up. And I know that was, like I mentioned, a big point last year.
Can I ask for a follow-up?
Let's go to someone else, go to some other. Jeff?
Just to kind of get the ball rolling on where we might want to consider cutting first, I'm looking at the block funding breakdown sent in by Natalia. Thank you for that, by the way. One of the places I kind of feel like they might not need for like operational stuff would be like the shirts for those major events. I think that's something that we should really consider cutting first.
Okay.
And the non-trade merchandise.
Does anyone else have any before we go back to Aiden? Aiden?
I have a question and a comment.
Do one more the question.
Okay, the question is, does anyone know how the big event tracks volunteer hours?
No, well, okay. They track their RCPs through Rock Chalk Central. I know that's one place you RCP at least.
Yeah.
But they don't necessarily track volunteer hours because it's just the event itself. It's not like they're tracking it for the same reason CCO is tracking it. CCO has like more detailed requirements, things like that, from what I understand. What was your second one?
I think we should cut $500. It's not listed here, but in the video, they were paying $500 for Big J, or sorry, Little J.
I'll do Big J.
Yeah. Second.
Okay, I think we will be getting a response from mock trial soon, by the way, but what else do we have regarding CCO? So, okay, I wanna figure out, so we said removing the shirts and non-shirt merchandise, how much less would that be? That'd be a good chunk less, wouldn't it?
So that would be just off of those, it would be a total reduction of 6250.
Dang. So that's 7210 minus 6250. So let's just say 64,000. It'd be 63,960.
Yeah.
So wait, that would be how much?
63,960, or I'm just gonna put 64,000 around the top.
Sounds
Can we actually change that number down to like 60 and a half as well? That is removing the food from that too. But again, I think that's something that they could.
So it's removing all the shirts and non-shirt merchandise and food,
Yes.
and that would be what, 60,500?
65.
Would you be amenable to that being 60,000 if we cut Little J?
Is that number just like not in this at all?
It was
I've heard
in the
Amy
video.
mention it.
It was in the video, they said $500 for Baby J for one of their like main events.
And they still threw up the 7210 on that.
Can we try to find it?
I just want to make sure that the math still adds up.
I'll check really quick, yeah. Do you know which event?
That's a good question. I've never seen that. I also saw it.
There it is, it's right there.
Baby J, the Super
That's
Service
from last
Saturday.
year though. Or from 2020.
Yeah, that is supposed to be.
Yeah.
So let's look at.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Just-
sorry.
I think it's to pay the
Yeah, I don't think it's accounted for in this year's events. I don't think it's accounted for in this year's events.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it at 60,500 then from before, Esperanza.
Can I request a clarification?
Sure.
How much at this moment do we have remaining for distribution?
Sure.
187,900.
And then now we have the total of keeping remaining works flat too, which is also not a rosy picture. What did we, CCO last year we granted them 60,000, so right now we're at 60,500 for them. And 64,000 is our options. What other numbers, if there's anything else?
I'm gonna look at what we did, because I'm not wearing my glasses and that's so cool. Oh, shoot.
I'll give us a little bit more time here.
Yeah, I want to see if there's anything in there.
Tanya, you have something?
I was wondering,
what do we think about cutting everything but the buses and gloves for the Super Service Saturday event? So I guess cutting the keynote event and then cutting that, which would cut a further 2,000.
Is that on top of the 60,500 that we're already at? Or
Yes.
so that's minus 35. Wait, was the food already cut?
Yeah, food was already cut, yeah.
Yeah, it's a minus 2,000, is that the only difference?
Yeah.
50 and 5.
Okay.
And then I was like wondering on top of that, what do we think about cutting printing for 800?
Do you know what they're printing?
For flyers.
It's a lot like.
That's what I'm saying.
So that'd be 57,700.
Yeah.
Or
Maybe half the flyers.
800. 57. Victoria?
I guess this is more of a general statement about this funding, but I just want us to be careful about cutting some of the future things of the last thing, because we've increased funding for some other programs, and it looks like at least for this program, we're probably going to like cut it more from what it was last block funding, but we still increase like some other ones by like 40% or like 76% or 30%. So I just want to be kind of careful about how much we're cutting from different programs.
So yeah, there's two ways we could do that. We could either be more cautious with our cuts here, or we could go back and consider smaller increases or cutting instead with some of our earlier actions. But I wholeheartedly agree with being consistent. Are there any other points of discussion here?
Because we can go to short hands.
Let's do hands between 64,000, 60,500, and then 57,700. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We're all ready?
Yes.
Okay. 64,000 first. Let's show hands for that. Not seeing any hands for 64,000. 60,500. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 57,700. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands for that. Okay. So just to clear, I want to make sure all the math here checks out.
Okay.
Someone else should double check too.
Okay.
So that's 40,450 in salaries.
So.
2,500 buses.
Wait, how much did I ask for?
100 gloves.
70,000. 200.
1,500 merchandise and 5,200 event supplies. Or no. We removed the non-shirt merchandise, right?
Yes.
We did. Okay, but we kept the event supplies. And then 4410 we'll say.
Wait.
And then if we didn't fuck it up.
I'm at 57,700.
On the live stream.
57,700 shirts.
Okay.
We actually nailed that. Good job. So I'm looking for that motion.
So moved.
Motion from Jeff Ricker, second from Zach Lemke. Seeing no objections. Okay, let me get that posted.
How much about the wages again?
And the entirety of the wages were paid.
Yeah, all of these are wages. Everything
Yeah,
else
all
is
the
over.
46,000, yeah.
45,450.
Oh, I really can't read that one.
Oh, my eyesight about thrown that word.
I can't even read that with my glasses.
I can't read.
Why did I even to
We get you have better eyesight than me. Okay.
That shouldn't be the case. I always use glasses. So that makes sense.
Okay, polls posted.
Can I take a minute for some privilege to ask if we received a response from mock trial?
Bring me on a bit.
What? From you.
Yeah, I did. I was told they want to check with their advisor first to make sure, and then they'll send a response to that. And one of those.
Are we allowed to revisit any before we give funding to everyone?
Yes.
Sure.
I mean-
Make sure you wait for me. What were you gonna say?
Oh, no, I was asking that like, yeah, I think we've been asked a few times if we're allowed to revisit, yeah.
Well, I wanted to make sure we didn't have to go to everyone and then start revisiting.
Yeah, as long as we send motions for it and people get an opportunity to object, I'm fine with that.
There's a high wind watch, everyone.
All right, polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We should see the damage first.
With 8 votes in affirmation, this clearly passes. Do we feel like we need a break first, or are we? Yeah.
Motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Motion to recess for 5 minutes, and a second from Zach. I'll see you guys back here at 7:20. I'm gonna call us back to order at 7:23 p.m. Do we have a motion to discuss the gas? Tanya?
I want to enter discussion on the Office of Graduate and Postdoctoral Affairs.
Okay, is there a second? There's a second from Victoria. Are there any objections to entering discussion on the Office of Graduate and Postdoctoral Affairs? Okay. Since there's no objections, so we'll go ahead and enter discussion here. I'll let you start us off, Tanya, and then we'll see who else has some comments here. If you'd like to start us off.
I would love to start us off. So, as you know, I am of the opinion that we are going to have to revisit some of our earlier asks, which are relatively more generous. I also want to point out that the Office of Graduate and Postdoctoral Affairs is basically asking for a flat ask. Like, I'm fine granting like the 148,000 because that amount, that office serves about 1/5 of the student body. 1/5 of the student body is graduate students. They do a lot for like GTAs, GRAs. They actually provide and run many of the fellowships that are offered to graduate students, help moderate a lot of like research opportunities, including those for like dissertations and theses. And it seems like a major disservice to graduate students to not at least grant a flat ask. And it would seem like we're disenfranchising them almost.
For a point of information, I think this request is just for the graduate student research travel fund. But let's go ahead and watch this video because it might give us some more context there. But that's what I see on their application. Anything? Yeah, let's
Hi, my name is Calissa Leslie Miller, and I'm a fourth-year doctoral student in clinical child psychology here at KU. I love research, talking about new ideas, learning from other people's work, and sharing my own. And I'm excited to talk about why graduate student travel awards matter, not just for graduate students, but the entire KU community. I've been fortunate to receive travel funding that has allowed me to present my research at national conferences over the last couple of years. One year, I presented a poster on adolescents' motivation for physical activity. And another year, I gave an oral presentation on how parents perceive health information generated by artificial intelligence. Without travel funding, these opportunities honestly wouldn't have been possible for me. What makes these experiences so important is that the impact doesn't stop with me or at the conference. When graduate students travel to present research, we're representing KU and bringing KU into national conversations. Just as importantly, we come back with new ideas, new skills, and new perspectives that directly shape what we do on campus. A lot of that impact shows up in undergraduate experiences. Many graduate students serve as mentors or instructors. What we learn at conferences directly influences how we guide students through research, how we think about teaching, and how we help undergraduates imagine themselves as researchers. Travel funding helps ensure that undergraduates are learning from work that is current, rigorous, and connected to the broader scientific community. One thing I really value about these awards is that the knowledge doesn't just stay with one person. All awardees upload their work to KU ScholarWorks, where it becomes a shared campus resource. These presentations and posters are shared with undergraduate programs, faculty mentors, and the honors program, and they've been downloaded thousands of times, so the impact continues long after the conference ends. For many graduate students, travel funding can be the deciding factor in whether presenting research is even possible. Supporting these awards means supporting KU's research culture, strengthening undergraduate education, and increasing KU's visibility beyond campus. Graduate student travel awards invest in people who are actively contributing to KU every day and who bring what they learn right back to the Jayhawk community.
Okay. Another point of information, I think from their application, I saw that conference participation costs an average of approximately $1,500 per student, with expenses reaching $3,000 or more for conferences held in major metropolitan areas or international locations. So that means that their full $150,000 ask could support around 100 students. That's my understanding there. Victoria, do you want to start us off with some more discussion?
Yeah, I was thinking we could approve about the 148 that they had last year. I think that from now on, we should kind of be cautious with what we cut and then just see how bad it is at the end. Yeah, decide what to cut after everything else.
It will be bad. After that, will be 18K.
Yeah.
Just as a point. Okay, so I've seen the numbers we have are 150K, 148K, Jeff.
Just as kind of a point of inquiry, do we know if that number of awards based on like the allocations, if those are always handed out to their maximum?
I'm pretty sure they are.
There's a spreadsheet that you could look at. If I remember right, also from my past knowledge, the awards are $750.
Are they?
Which maps out to their cost breakdown spreadsheet. And I'm pretty sure they go pretty quickly.
Sorry about
Now, I
that.
don't know about
Yes,
the
I should
school
be
breakdown.
referring to those.
That was my primary question.
Yeah,
Like, I see them broken down and like, I don't know that any student from pharmacy got any from this, so.
Sorry, I just lost it. Oh my gosh. You guys are gonna have to give me a second. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 750 is more accurate. Sorry about that. Perhaps that's like I think what I was reading was just like total expense and not based on the awards. So this is let's see. Oh, this is zero. Okay, whatever. Someone can check if this adds up to 150K, which yeah, it looks like it should. Okay. Any further discussion? Bronson.
Is the organization able to receive other funding sort of funding besides block funding, or this is exclusive?
From who? Just
From
in general?
other, yeah, just in general.
I'm sure endowment.
I mean, no.
The Office of Graduate and Postdoctoral Studies would have multiple streams of revenue.
Yeah.
This is just a specific one that goes right back to the students.
Oh my God, it's gonna feel there.
And we have been funding this, I don't know for how many years, but we've been funding this for several years.
Do we have details on their jump from fiscal year 24 to 25? They went up like 60K.
Not any more than would be in our records. Did you find that from the budget book or was that from?
That's from the old.
Yeah, this is from last year's old paperwork still.
Oh, you got the, okay, yeah.
They went from 88,000 to 148,000.
That can be completely contributed to Brendan, the private student body president that year, was in block and strongly advocated on behalf of them. I remember sitting in those deliberations.
Oh, Brendan Phelan, right?
Yes.
Is relation to Andrew?
No.
Is there any further discussion? What was that amount before it went up a lot?
On here, it's listed as 88,582.
88,582. What are the discussions they have?
Wait, what was that amount?
88,582 in fiscal year 24. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was what that was.
Jeff?
I was just hoping I might be able to gauge the room and see how I might feel about a motion to table, because this seems like a tough, like this being probably like the toughest one to approach aside from. Like our options are pretty much grant the flat ask or consider the fact that we might be taking away from students.
Before we entertain that, what's left that you view as easier?
I think the biggest issue that we are faced with now is kind of similar to what some of the other speakers have said before. We need to go focus on the things that we can absolutely cut right now and then come back to the ones that we can't.
Okay.
Which I feel like this one does kind of take precedent as one that shouldn't be touched so much. This is directly giving back to the students.
let's hear a little bit more discussion, and then we'll look at, potentially tabling or who hasn't spoken yet? Does anyone wish to speak that hasn't spoken yet?
I second that.
We have a motion to table then? Is this gonna be unanimous?
Yeah.
Motion to table by Jeff Brooker, second by Esperanza.
I
Are
would
there any-
object, because I feel like it's going to be hard either way, and I think we should just get all of them over with as quick as we can, and then try and fix it after the fact. Because I think we're just going to take more time, like, going between each one, and we should just like get them all done with now, and then fix them at the end, what we see are the issues.
Let's take a quick vote. I'm gonna post the,
The ones that are left up on, it is the lead center. Office.
That one, University Theater mock trial.
We still haven't heard from Montreal yet.
and the motion to table has, been posted. We don't need to wait on them before we untable it, but obviously we should. we can courtesy. So I was using the 716 or like the 706 number or something, right? Do you remember the remaining which number it was using?
Yeah, it's using the 706. Link to two new things, so it's linking to the inputs. 706, 853.
How much is that leaving for like line and Wednesday night? Do you remember?
That would be leaving
An abysmal amount. for that.
46,000 per line, 11,600 for one.
Yeah, just as a clarification for everybody, this amount remaining is based off of the assumption that we have 706,000 per block, 46,000 per line, and 11,000 for Wednesday night. That's what our treasurer believes is best in terms of the budgeting here. But we can think about that potentially. But let's be careful.
But, I mean, if we were to move it, it'd be like, say we were to give an extra 5 cents, throw in like, sure, like if we go to 1530, it gives us an extra $1,000.
Extra 3,000.
Boy, that's huge.
2,000 change. So there's not a whole lot of wood.
It's true, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room. Like, a nuclear option is like no Wednesday night funds, only.
No more finance council. No more finance council.
Like, if it really gets really tight, it could be something like no Wednesday night funds, and then every like piece of carry forward we get after the end of the fiscal year goes into like our Wednesday night fund for next year. But then, like Matea said, what if we don't have any carry forward?
That's true.
So there's risks if we don't follow this budget.
If we
but I
were to
just wanted to
zero
share
out,
it.
if we were to zero out the Wednesday night fund, that gives us an extra 11 grand, which we have a lot more than 11 grand, which is probably.
So just keep that, I want to make sure everybody understands that's how the sheet is functioning. Okay, we have 5 in affirmation, 3 in negation, which means that we will go ahead and table graduate and move on. What else would we like to discuss, Jack?
Motion to reconsider UDK.
Okay, there's been a motion to reconsider the UDK. Is there a second? And let's just, I don't want to call it reconsider because that is like baggage.
Motion to consider UDK.
Motion to re-enter discussion on the UDK. Second was from Zach Lemke. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing no objections, let's talk about the UDK again. Jeff, what do you got here? And if we.
I'm trying to pull up what we changed.
Okay. Since we've already, like the ones that we've already talked about, I'm more open about jumping just straight to a vote because we've already had some discussion.
Okay.
But I will let you kind of introduce what you're thinking here.
I'm hoping that we might be able to entertain cutting this down to at least 100K. Just because that was, the comparison that we were making earlier was that's almost equivalent to giving them $2 in a student fee. Like fairly close to what they had in the past through that outlet before, but I'm willing to hear anything else.
So it looks like we funded the only things we cut were the office supplies and the partial administrator salary, from what I remember, from their 150K ask. That's 37, yeah, that checks out.
I would say on a worst case scenario, we could probably give them 150 in student fee funds. How much would that be in a block funding? Because if 100,000 is $2 in student fees, how much would it be 150, which was the
100,000 is not $2 in student fees.
It's slightly more.
It's slightly more, I was just doing an approximation.
How much would it be 150 in student fees?
About 150 would be 69,530.
150, 50, which was the amount that we got.
Yeah, 1.5, yeah, that'd be 69,000.
69,000, that would be the worst case scenario, then we could follow that.
Okay. So yeah, that would leave them flat with funding receiving from Student Senate technically. Whatever $1.50 worth of student fees is. But please remember my point of information where to keep their expenses and like the salaries they were paying the same, they chose to dip into all their reserves. So I don't know if that would be very sustainable for them going into fiscal year 27. Tanya?
I not only agree with the chair of the block committee, but I don't think we should be touching the UDK first as opposed to some of our earlier on in the day, what do you call it, allocations, which were a lot more generous in terms of proportion than the UDK. For instance, Jayhawk Motorsports, as well as perhaps even the bands or alternative breaks.
So we had 0 hands for 150, we had 1 hand for 130,000, 7 hands for 113, and we had 6 hands for 100,000. That was our split. Aiden, did you have something?
That I remember what I was gonna say.
Okay. We'll go Jeff, and we'll probably start looking for a motion.
I do think that this is the one that we need to start pulling from first because it represents one of the higher amounts of funding that we can actually take away from first. If we start looking at the smaller things, these are not going to make a dent in the bigger problem. We've got to pull from the thing that takes the most money that we've already allocated to, aside from some of the other things that we've been looking at in the past. So I think it's better to make a decision here and then start moving forward with those small ones.
Okay, that's promises.
I believe we could go under like a middle ground, pay only the 93,000 of student wages, and then move forward for other cuts in the other organizations that we looked at at the beginning of the day.
Okay.
Focus only on student wages since we're tight on budget.
So the numbers I have right now are keeping it at 113, 100K, 93, and then 69,000.
No, remove the 69,000.
Okay.
Please, that's too much.
Sam?
I would like to reiterate a point I made the first time when we talked about this, which is they need the website to function. Let's not cut that. They need it to function.
Okay. So we'll do a show of hands between 113, 100K, 93. So raise a hand for 113. Okay, 100K. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 93. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, since we're at 5 and 5, before we do a runoff, let's do like a breakdown of what the 100,000 and the 93,000 look like. So, really quickly, the 100,000 divided by 46. That's equivalent to like $2.15 worth of fees, from my understanding. With $100,000, how would that be split up? So, would we still have these to this 20,000 here? So we'd have, if we wanted to do all wages, it'd be 7,000 what we're doing. So how would that $100,000 be split? Aiden?
I think I was the one who originally like last time proposed 100,000, my thought process was 93,000 for like the website, and then like the rest towards pages.
So you're saying full for the website and then the remainder to the salaries?
So it's like 20,000 for those first two, and then 80,000 salaries.
Yeah.
Good. Student. Okay, what else do we have? So that's how, okay. And then I'm assuming 92,000 would be a similar breakdown, 20,000 for the software / bandwidth. And then it'd be 73,000 for student salaries for out of the 93.
It was Esperanza's suggestion. So
Yeah.
let's see what's-
Is that okay?
Is that the way you wanted to do it? Not 93 for the student, just all student?
In my original idea, it was $93,000 only for student wages and $7,000, like for the option of $100,000, $7,000 for the software and 93,000 for student aid wages. And my second plan was only 93,000. But I listened, like the previous speakers, she was explaining that the website won't be able to function without those funds. So that's another point to consider.
Okay. All right. So let's do, we'll do hands for 100,000 and then hands for 93,000. First is 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, hands for 93,000. 1. Whatever. So we have 6 hands for 100,000. I'm looking for a motion to vote on 100,000. Motion to vote on 100,000 by Jeff Brooker, second from Antonique. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let me get that posted.
Or is it like voice vote on these ones that we're reconsidering, or do you still need the?
No, I think it'll be, oh, I also need the motion to table though.
Like, we're still doing the same thing, you know?
And they might have like issues with like transparency if we don't.
You're taking good minutes, right?
I'm taking, bro, I'm on my 17th, almost 18th page of minutes. I'm taking great minutes.
Paul is opposed. Go ahead and vote.
Oh my God.
I can't believe I'm here on a Friday night. Yeah, like, welcome to my life. I am committed. Oh my goodness.
I can't believe that.
Welcome to what I'm starting spring break.
Yeah.
I need to go back to that homework.
No, it's okay. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I bet.
Why are Sundays?
Waiting on one more, I think.
Is it big or is it just?
It's a revision of grades, right?
Oh, okay, it's not too big.
No, not at all.
Okay, polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 7 votes in affirmation, 1 vote in negation, this clearly passes. Okay.
Can we talk about wingspan?
Okay, there's been a motion for wingspan. Is there a second? There's a second from Antonique. Are there any objections?
Yes, I object.
What is the reason for the objection?
I would like to look over bands first.
Okay, so there's an objection because you like to look over bands first. Do you have a reasoning, or do you either withdraw, or do you want to explain why you want to look at wingspan?
I think there's an easy cut on wingspan. We gave $6,000 to a new program that we previously were not funding. We've highlighted at the beginning that one of our goals is making current services, not create new services. I think that's an easy $6,000 cut.
And that's probably because we had a lot of discussion on that already, so I would entertain just going straight to that motion. Does the objection still stand?
I'll withdraw.
Okay, so with unanimous consent, we'll have a discussion on wingspan. Do you want to just go straight ahead and make that motion?
Yeah.
Or do we feel like we need any more discussion there?
Just the $6,000 cut.
Okay.
Cut it down to 11,140 then.
So motion to decrease by 6,000 to 11,140, which would remove the SI funding completely, from what I understand. Okay. Is there a second? There's a second from Esperanza. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, we get that posted.
Okay, how much, 11,000?
11,142.
What's the line for the Center for Learning and Learning Support?
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. What was the one we just passed before this? I think
It was the University Daily Cans, and they'll be allocated 100,000. And now we're moving to allocate.
How did the 100,000 break down?
It was 20,000 for the website and 80,000 for salaries.
Thank you. I was just sent it to Charlie Garden for half our fees.
Okay, sorry. I have so much.
I tried my best.
Yeah, because they already, it's not.
And Nathan, you are my go.
Waiting on one more vote for Wingspan. Okay, polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2. With 7 in affirmation, 1 negation, this passes. Wingspan down to 11,114, so just 6,000 marks.
And where was that? Was that?
That was out of SI, which was, oh my god, was
SI is OOE. Wait, is it OOE?
we need to check what SI was. I feel like it was wages.
4-2 split.
It was a, oh yeah, it was a 4-2 split, so 4,000 less for wages, 2,000 less for hours.
It was a 4-2, yeah, 4K, yeah. 4K hiring, 2K materials.
Are those numbers involved there accurate?
Uh,
149 and
Yeah,
325.
that should be updated.
Esperanza, what do you got?
Motion to enter discussion on alternative breaks.
Okay, is there a second? Second from Seth. Okay, are there any objections after discussion on alternative breaks? Seeing no objections, Esperanza, do you want to start us off?
I would say that unfortunately we're tight on the budget, so I believe that we should at least cut approximately $3,000 from the original amount, or cut in half.
So, okay, so what would those amounts be? Like 21,500 or?
I would say 10,000 or 17,000.
Okay.
Just for 17,000.
Okay. We're at 20,000 right now. Okay. I was looking at the wrong column. And
Can you explain the cost breakdown of each?
Yes, please.
let me pull up
Let me
their
pull it up here.
And honestly, and with like very big changes, it's maybe okay if we don't have like this much to this position, like stuff like that. Like as long as we have a delineation between how much we're expecting to be salaries and how much we're expecting to be OOE. If it's a really big change, it's gonna take other programming, so.
Of course. I would say right now I see the two types of wages, the 1125 and the 1150. One of them is $20,700, the other 920. The total of salaries originally was 21,620. I don't know much what we can do from that amount, but I just believe that probably since we're already on 20,000 budget, if we decrease at least $3,000 from that, that would help on our tight budget.
So the
That's
cut
what I thought.
would be from student wages entirely?
I would say at the moment, yes, because we are currently on $20,000 from what we approved. Well, it looks like we never approved the storage unit or supplies and expenses. It looks like that was cut from our original decision. So we're now managing wages with wages. And we could add some resolutions to probably go on trying to go on like public relations director or executive director.
So I'll give a quick point of information, then you'll give yours. We currently do have a resolution for them to include rationale as to why some student workers are paid and others are not. We should block applications to enhance transparency and understanding. Tanya, what is your part of considerations?
So in the allocation of 20,000 that we did originally have, we actually did fund the storage unit and supplies and expenses as fully covered and cut student wages by 4,500. So you could cut the storage unit and supplies and expenses before you cut student wages if that is what this body wants.
No, if it's, I thought that it was actually only student wages, so we could cut supplies. I changed my, cut the supplies.
Okay, yeah.
I would just urge hesitancy on that because I would suspect that, like, t-shirts, sure, but supplies and storage unit, that is what I suspect that the majority of their like operational costs are. So I think we should look at the wages first, considering that it's only 3 paid positions. I know that that's kind of tough, but with the number of volunteers that they have and what they said earlier in their email back to us, I think that is something that we actually could quote unquote get away with.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? The numbers I have right now are 20,000, which is where they're at, 17,000, and 10,000.
If I could just make a point on that, I like the 17,000 idea. If we get it from removing the t-shirts, which is $440, and then taking the remainder out of that from wages, which would be what, $1,360,
something like that.
If so, okay, yeah, 440 removed from t-shirts.
or $2,350.
Wait,
I'm skipping.
okay.
So that means
2560. Yeah.
So, how much is from t-shirts, 440?
Okay, is there any further discussion here? Okay, we'll do show of hands, 20,000, 17,000, and then 10,000. First for 20,000, where we're at right now. Okay. 17,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then 10,000. Okay, pretty unanimous, so we post that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh, we need to have a motion about.
Motion.
Jeff Brooker is the motion, second Russ Burnham.
Sorry.
That's fair.
Okay.
Let's follow Robert's rules.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, it's posted.
Oh, I can, so basically can we be quiet? I'm trying to. So we cut 440 from OOE and we cut 2560 from wages.
What does that make it?
Yeah.
So 17,000. So we currently have the,
So I think it's 2,440 in OOE, and then it's the rest of 17,000 is wages. So 14,560 in wages. Does that accurately reflect what we're talking about?
Yeah.
What I took this plus 760, which gave me 2,440.
That's accurate.
Yep, and then I just did 17,000 minus 2,440 to get how much is left in wages.
I got the same.
Okay. Not everybody's voted yet?
that's okay. I need to break down I mean, not break down, I need to vote for me span.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Well, unless she's like retired.
Yeah, let's get, what is it?
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for you to finish the poll.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls closed. Not too many people voted. With 6 votes in affirmation, this bill passes. All right. Jeff, what we're looking at?
We opened discussion on cake bands.
Okay, is there a second on bands? Second from Esperanza, are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let's go ahead and enter discussion on bands. Jeff, what do you think?
I'm trying to pull up our adjustments again.
So we're almost 10,000 more than fiscal year 26, and let me also pull up a waiter.
So that's 47,000.
I have in my notes that, 47,000?
It's 47,000, that includes their gator, and includes student wages, and I believe that cuts down sheet music to 5,000 if I'm not mistaken?
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what I have too.
Because we gave what, half sheet music last time?
Yeah. Okay.
And we halved something else, correct?
No, we didn't.
No, it's 35,000 wages, 7K gator, 5K sheet music, that brings us to 47K. Aiden, what have you got?
Can we just do what we did last year plus the gator?
Well, we should look at how we broke down the 37,500 last year.
And it would,
It's 2,500 for sheet music. Yeah. And then I think it's like a 500 difference on,
Okay.
if I remember right.
So the
I'll double check.
30, that's, how much is that?
The personnel's in the same.
I think it would cut even cat.
So that'd be 44,500 is what we do.
I think so.
Okay.
For a reason.
Yeah, you say 2.5K because it should have been 5,000, 2,500. You went to last year. No, it looks like it's the same, from what I'm looking at. They're both 35K on this one.
Hey, could you restate what you wanted that?
Actually, I'm gonna correct what I said slightly. Just minus 2,500 from the current total, take that away from sheet music. And then that was what we did last year, plus the gator.
That checks out.
okay, so that's 44,900.
Yep. That sounds correct. Okay, is there anything different we want to discuss here? Look, we look at that motion.
I'm starting to consider cutting the 7K from the capital expenditures for the gator and just having them look for that somewhere else.
Okay, Tanya?
I would say I'm pretty amenable to like cutting the gator altogether and leaving 2,500 for sheet music. I understand it's like a major expense. I envision we'll be able to find it like from endowment or one of their other revenue sources.
Is that, did they ask for it last year? I feel like they did.
They did not.
The gator? No.
Because it was only unoperational as of this year as stated in the notes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion here? We can just do a show of hands between gator and no gator.
I'd be more amenable.
Well, let's do that show of hands then. So we'll do yes 7,000 gator, no 7,000 gator. I feel like that's the main thing we're trying to decide between right now. So yes for the gator. 1. I'm so sorry. I hate that.
I'm not very busy.
Okay, and then no gator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that would be 37,500, keeping it to the same as last year. That's where we're at, okay. Motion for 37,500 from Jeff Brooker, second by Antonique. Are there any objections? Seeing no objection, we get that posted.
Is that keeping the 35 wages?
Yeah.
It would make it the same as fiscal year 26. Okay, polls posted.
Gosh, I can't imagine how long it's gonna go.
Why was actually so chill last year?
Are we chill? Are we chill?
Well, no, I don't mean like the people. I mean like the stuff to give out. Because these people are great.
I know, I think I'm pretty chill and low key and cool.
I think I submitted a response that had like no answer attached just now.
What?
What?
Oh, it's not required.
Yeah, I was trying to select my response and it didn't pick it up.
I'll add,
Here, I can
you can write it.
Affirmative. I mean, it was my proposal, so.
No secret.
What do you think?
Polls closing, start at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 7 votes cast and 6 in affirmative. With 7 votes in affirmative, this bill passed.
Breaking the law.
You're breaking the law?
Okay, what's next, y'all? Tanya, what's next?
I wanna move to re-enter discussion on Greyhawk Motorsports.
Okay, JMS, there's a second from Victoria. Are there any objections?
Hold on, your advisors.
I just have to respond to mock trial whenever we're ready for it.
Let's hear that right now, and then we'll go back to this motion if you like it.
So reminder, the questions we sent were, do you have a university staff member to coordinate the dispersal of funds? And if you don't receive block, do you plan to apply for loan? They said back, yes, they should be able to coordinate with their advisor and the law school department to take care of funds, which is a good enough answer, in my opinion. With the law school department, I feel like that's stronger than just an advisor. And then they're gonna apply to line just in case they don't get blocked.
Okay. So with that being said, do we still want to talk about, oh gosh, what was it?
JMS, I do.
Okay, so the second still stands. Are there any objections to JMS?
I think we should tackle Montreal first.
Okay, there's an objection. The motion still stands. We'll take to a quick vote then. Okay. Or do we want to hear any justification for?
I would like to, I think it would be pretty easy just to keep them at a flat ask of 9,000 and then move on a mock trial, just to get it done.
Okay, I'm assuming everything's still standing, so I'm gonna send it really quick.
Sorry. Click that out the minutes, Tanya.
I got it.
We're all too tired.
I have ghost noises.
We can't do this to you.
We're doing great. I can't believe
We're getting
close.
closer.
Any
second.
We're getting closer and
Can
closer
you
to
check
getting
what
down.
the last what we did? And make sure you
We're
know.
120 hours if you want to keep
Okay,
this.
yeah, I can.
Double check.
I mean, I'm not saying anything that doesn't matter, like, oh, so you're saying like the changes that we just did?
Make sure it matches up with college news, yeah. The change, because they're going pretty fast.
Support.
Polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'm seeing that it matches.
With 4 votes in affirmation and 3 votes in negation, we will enter discussion on JMS. So, what do we have on JMS? There's something simple, right? That's process.
Let's get them flat. Let's only give them $9. $9.
We're getting a little bit too loopy here. Y'all are the ones who probably have a fever, so keep that in mind. Although I think I'm good now. It's been a while. So there's been discussion of keeping it flat at 9,000. Is there any other numbers that need to be thrown out here?
What about 10,000?
10,000? Okay, we can do a show of hands between those. Give me 1 second before this up. So we're gonna do, oh wait, these are the numbers we had before. We had 9,000, sorry, no, it's not. It is 12,000, 10,000, and 9,000. That's what we had. And we had 5 hands, 4 hands, and no hands for 9,000. Okay. So are we cool with just doing that show of hands again?
Yeah.
Okay. 12,000. 4. Okay. 10,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9,000. 1, 2, 3. 4 hands for 12,000, 6 hands for 10,000, 3 hands for 9,000. Okay, motion from Jeff Rooker for 10,000. Second from Victoria.
We're so close. 2,000 or 120,000.
Only God knows. That's right, I don't know how you do it. What? You got something to do every day. Oh, yeah, I'm working tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
call in sick at this point.
I'm sorry. I've been awake since 7 a.m. yesterday. Oh my God.
Yes,
There is a ridiculous amount
Oh, okay.
of Tylenol.
I stayed awake overnight writing.
I actually don't think I've ever
That's why I use the
I would hit one to guess.
And then I'm working tomorrow morning for 8 hours.
Just call in sick. Say, students, it's on campus, just like say.
No, I'm working the organizing. Yeah, I don't have that luxury. It's a hotel. Yeah. All the benefits are amazing. I'm close to luxury hotel, $50 a night. That's nice. It's a Hilton, so anything to
Okay, with 8 votes in affirmation, this clearly passes. Zach, what do we got?
I'd like to enter into debate about the Lead Center.
Okay, Lead Center, there's a second from Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, Zach, if you start us off, if you'd like.
Yeah, I pulled that.
Can I take this off?
Sure.
Okay, so, if we're still talking about our original goals, kind of focusing on student wages, they're asking for about 100,000 in that. Going through the rest of it, it looks like an event, right? Because it's 107.
Yeah, I think it's like an event series. Let me hear.
Yeah.
I'll pull this up over here for the Lead Center. They also have a video which will probably help clear things up a bit. So, yeah.
I think we're gonna have to, we're probably gonna want to start on the student employment, unfortunately, in contrast to our original goal, just because the event is, it's for everybody.
Okay, let's watch this video.
Let's go to director at your Lead Center of Kansas, and I'm very excited to be with you today to present our fiscal year 27 block application. We're going to cover 5 different areas, and the first is the most important, which is student employment and experiential learning, because Student Senate funds student wages here at the Lead Center. We employ about 100 students every year in the areas of audience services, which is front of house and box office, as well as our technical crew, which works side by side with international touring crews in the areas of lighting, sound, video. And here's a quick example of Broadway show loading, which there's a ton of hustle and bustle. We have to bring in about 60 student employees for these. And here is the finished, polished product that the audience sees. And this was from A Christmas Story, the musical, which was here at the Lead Center in December of 2025. Student Senate, we are so grateful to you for funding us in the current fiscal year at the level of $90,000, which goes directly into students' pockets as their wages. Last fiscal year, we spent over $135,000 in student wages. And in the current fiscal year, we've almost actually exceeded the $90,000 already that's been allocated to us. Consequently, in fiscal year 27, we are kindly requesting $100,000 in student wage support, which is the same as in fiscal year 25. Moving on to the Jayhawk Live series. This is the series that brings in international touring artists to rehearse and perform with school music major ensembles. This gentleman here, Remy LaBeouf in the glasses, playing the saxophone, he just won 2 weeks ago the Grammy Award for Best Instrumental Composition. In this past November, the virtuoso bass player Xavier Foley rehearsed and performed with the KU Symphony Orchestra. Just a week ago, incredible percussion player Jason Truding rehearsed and performed with the KU Wind Ensemble. And coming up in April, the wonderful trumpet player Ingrid Jensen will be rehearsing and performing with KU Jazz Ensemble 1. In the current fiscal year, Student Senate is not funding any part of Jayhawk Live. And the average expenses over the last 3 fiscal years is about $16,000 for this series. And we are kindly requesting in fiscal year 27 that Student Senate fund the Jayhawk Live series at the level of $7,500, which is the same as in fiscal year 25. And we appreciate your consideration of this request. Now, moving on to student discounts. As you can see here, we provide tens of thousands of dollars of student discounts annually to KU students, and we do not receive any support from Student Senate for these discounts, and we are not requesting any support because we feel it's our responsibility to make these shows accessible to KU students. Moving on to master classes and workshops, which we provide dozens of these on an annual basis. And these are just 2 quick examples with international stars Wynton Marsalis and Takash Quartet. Once again, we do not request any student Senate funding for these interactions because we feel it's our responsibility to provide these artistic experiences for KU students. And finally, the last area I'd like to cover is KU Powwow Indigenous Cultures Festival. And we provide the venue as well as production support for, this is our 11th year doing this. And it's a free event. We invite you all to attend on April 11th. And we now have a dedicated KU Powwow grounds outside of the Lead Center. And it brings out over 6,000 people from the entire region. And something we really try and do a good job of is to promote the fact that Student Senate is so generous and so kind to the Lead Center with their support. We have you on our website with your logo and a link to your website. We have your logo in 25,000 printed pieces that go out to the university and the region on an annual basis. And if you're at the Lead Center, you're on our rotating sponsor screen. And at the corner of Bob Billings in Iowa, you are up there on our rotating list of sponsors 24 hours, 7 days a week. So in summary, we are so grateful once again to the $90,000 in support in the current fiscal year that goes directly into students' pockets and student wages. And in fiscal year 27, we are kindly requesting the same level of funding as in fiscal year 25, which is $107,500. $100,000 of which would go to student wages and $7,500 will go to Jayhawk Live artist expenses. So thank you so much for your consideration. We truly appreciate your dedication to KU. And if you have any questions, please feel free to email me at quan@ku.edu or call me at 864-2792. Thank you so much again, and rock chalk.
Okay. That's lovely. We'll start with Victoria and then we'll go to Jeff.
Okay, I'm thinking we should cut the whole Jayhawk Live series, to be honest, and for student salaries, I think we should do 95,000, which is slightly more than last year since we said they were using it all up. And I think that it deserves to have a little bit more than last year, but I do think we need to cut their request quite a bit, so that's really my suggestion.
Okay. Jeff?
My suggestion was actually going to be cut the difference of the 17,500 and try to keep it flat from last year, but make it 82,500 to wages. Keep the live series just because that's a nice event for people to be able to go to, but it also is like an experiential learning thing for students too. It's a really neat opportunity for people in the School of Music to go and actually be able to work with these professionals when they might not have as many opportunities elsewhere.
Okay.
My proposal is kind of in between the two. I think $85,000 for wages, but then $5,000 for the series, which would put us at over $90,000.
I'm amenable to that.
Okay. Okay. What else do we have? Tori?
They did say they were able to have it last year, correct, without us funding the Jayhawk Live series, which is why I was like open to potentially cutting it as well, because it sounded like they had done it without student senate funding before. I was just wondering on that one.
Perhaps. I'll show this on the screen really quick. I don't have a definitive answer on that. This is what they said about, they're still booking the upcoming season for it, but they have some expected costs. Tanya?
I am very amenable to Aiden's number. I just want that to be known.
Oh, okay. I can't. Mateo, I'm not gonna project the wages screen, because that's got names on it.
Yeah, I did not look at it before I downloaded it, but they shared it it's also not super helpful, because they just pulled that from OAC, which is like our full stuff.
I've been.
Just because I'm not seeing it on their website, can we go back into the video and make sure that that is in fact what Derek said that they had it this past year? I'm not seeing it on their website as them having had it.
Okay, let's see. I closed it. Might have closed it.
Greetings. My name is Derek Kwan, Executive Director.
I love you, Derek.
Why, hello there.
He is such a polite man. He looks so happy. I love to see it.
Don't remember where it would have been.
I guess we did have
That was
that.
2020.
Yeah.
That's
So
fiscal
that's
year, this is fiscal year 26. Or no, this is fiscal year.
That'd be
2024.
fiscal year 25.
Oh.
But they do have,
But
yeah.
This is fiscal year 20.
So they did have it.
Okay. All right.
I guess just not as many.
Okay. Victoria?
I will say the other reason I was thinking of that was that in the video he did mention student wages were more important and the most important part. So I was more supportive of kind of the live series compared to the student wages.
Okay. Yeah, right now, to clarify, the only numbers we have are 107, 500, the full house, 95K and 90K.
I think it's just important that we keep them at 90K. I don't particularly care how we, I mean, I do care, but like, so let me rephrase that. I don't care if we give $5,000 to the live series versus if we give additional $5,000 to wages, making it 90K of wages. I think it's important that we don't go above that number though.
Okay. We'll do the hands first and then we'll work on the breakdowns. That's how we'll do it then. Anything further here, guys? Okay. The full amount, 107,500. Okay. And then we'll do 95K and then 90. So 95K. Seeing two hands? Three hands. Okay. And then 90K. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All right. So how do we want to? We'll just do on the live series. We'll do a show of hands for live series, yes or no. I think that makes the most sense. Well, then we can argue about how much to do the live series.
The original proposal was like 5. Do you want to do like 5?
We can do
half,
5
and
or
none?
6, yeah, 5, half and none.
Because right now, the proposal I have for the 90K is 85K in wages, 5K for live series. Right? Are we against that? Do some people want to do like the full 90K on wages?
So yeah, we can do 5,000, 2,500, and 0 for the Jayhawk Live series.
I think that's fair. Okay. Hands for 5,000 in the live series. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. One sec. 2,500. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 0. 1, 2.
The second one, the last one, 24.
The 2,500.
25, sorry.
So that'd be 6 hands?
5. We'll do the hands again really quickly. 5,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's right. 2,500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then 0 had 2 hands.
I apologize.
All good. Okay. So that would mean it is
87,500.
87,500. And then 25. Yeah, and then 2,500 for the live series. Okay. Motion as thus from Jeff Brooker, second from Zach Bunke. Let me get that posted. 90,000 complete second.
Did you hear me? I asked how the
Wait, was that
numbers
just
were.
like perfectly timed?
Yeah. I asked how the numbers were looking at me.
I imagine that's how he's feeling.
What is that line update though if we do that? 90 for student.
73.
We'll have 73 left in 30. I went to the individual test and just started kind of testing things. Stuff at the wall.
Did you touch student senate at all on that?
Yeah.
0.
We don't need it. Nobody cares.
No walk funding this year.
No, not soup for you.
Waiting on two people, there's a vote that is live right now.
Not pretty anyway.
Make somebody work. Aiden had a pretty good idea.
That is a great idea.
Well.
Okay, polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I've only got 6 votes here, but they are all in affirmation, so 6 votes in affirmation. We're allocating the lead center.
Yeah, you want.
Okay, would they have the split between OOE and wages on that?
87.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aiden?
Motion to open discussion on the student senate, on.
Okay, second from Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, Aiden, you can start us out.
Minus 3,500 from, salary. It would eliminate one executive position of the 2 that we currently do not have filled.
It's really notable.
You could do -5. I did the math. If you were to cut either, so the wages as it sits right now is like 113. If you were to cut either outreach or community affairs, it would be 107,892. So call that 108. If you were to cut outreach and community affairs, that would go down to 103,372.
So each one's like 5,000.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was told it was 7,000 combined.
I actually did the numbers. That was me just guessing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, cut 1, minus 5,000.
Okay. So that would mean we'd be at 128.
Yeah.
Okay, is that a motion for it?
Yeah.
Do we have more, okay, motion for 128, second by Jeff Brooker. Do we have an objection, or there's something else?
I guess
What is
I
it?
wanted to cut both positions and have attach a resolution to get to have an amendment to get rid of both positions because they haven't been filled historically.
Aiden?
I disagree with that premise because I think those positions are important to fill. We have an obligation towards reaching out and helping the community. I think we can combine the positions so we can use labor more efficiently. But I know, and I've been talking to certain organizations, we have not been doing enough, outreach with the community, which I understand it's 2 separate positions. But, so I think it's important to at least have one of them.
Let's do the one cut that Aiden's does, so now we can go back to it if we feel like we need room for another one or something. But yeah, I think one is the most we can do right now while it's still in our constitution. So Aiden makes the motion, second from Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let me get that posted. New total of 128K.
This is actually kind of fun.
Polls posted. We come in on possible.
3 million. Yeah, we wrote this thing down.
Let me see what we got.
Oh, shit.
All the blue.
I'm waiting for one, so I'm absurd. Okay.
It's all absurd.
We're all absurd.
No, this.
Hey, we're on a good wavelength.
Am I on the same wavelength as you boys?
I don't know. No, I don't think we're. I'm gonna
See.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. With 8 votes in affirmation, this clearly passes. I wanted, let me make sure that's correct. I want to quickly share with you guys, oh my gosh, give me 1 second. So something that might be beneficial as our time is winding down here. If you want to make a copy of this sheet, yeah, I would make a copy of it and then fill out on this individual test tab if you have a way you want to kind of get to where we need to be. But this is one potential way. The blue numbers are different from where we're at right now. This is one way that we can get it to $3 remaining before we hit our amount. So this isn't endorsed by our treasurer, but this is one way that we can get there.
I can please space it.
Okay. Jeff, what is this?
I've office graduate in postdoctoral affairs, and I have an idea already.
Okay. I'm on the wrong sheet.
I would need a second before we can discuss that. Though.
Sure, so discussion on office graduate and postdoctoral affairs, second from Tanya.
Okay, so
no objections. Okay.
It seems a little extreme, but I think their 24 block allocation is the, yes, that's correct. I would actually be thinking about moving this down from 150 to 75,000, because I believe the point made earlier by our advisors was at 750 per award, correct? And I think the number of students this past year you said was 100 that received, or it's
200.
It was
Based on
213.
their
spreadsheet was 200 students for 150,000.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure they use it all.
Oh, very quickly, as the video said.
I'm still kind of around like the halfway mark.
Okay, so 75,000, that's the number that's been thrown out. Tanya?
I'm going to find that number slightly objectionable. I understand that there is going to have to be a cut likely made to this. I endorse the treasurer's idea of perhaps cutting, like not allocating to mock trial and the big event, and perhaps giving like more, like closer to like a flat ask than 75,000 to this office, simply because they do support 1/5 of the student body. That is like pretty research intensive.
I second that. This is a research school, so I do like what she's saying.
And
I would prefer to cut 10,000 from Center for Community Outreach than the big event, since they look for volunteer organizations. The big event seems to be more impactful.
Okay, let's make sure we're talking about the graduate right now, but I understand. Sam?
I just want to throw out a number somewhere around maybe like 125 for post-grad.
Okay. What else do we have? Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Tanya?
I think that number is relatively fair, like trying to be realistic, but also trying to support the segment of the student body. I think it's realistic. Cuts are going to have to be made somewhere. This is relatively close to flat, if I'm being honest. I think that is like the best compromise we are going to get out of this.
Okay. So the numbers I have are 150K. There was an 88,582. That was how much they received, like fiscal year 24 or something, I think. 125K and then also 75K. Is there anything else we want to discuss?
I think we should do a show of hands.
Okay, let's do a show of hands between those. So the full ask of 150K. Let's see, 125. 1, 2, 3. Okay, what about the 88,582? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then what about 75K? 1. Okay. Was that, what fiscal year was that, 88,582?
I have it as
24.
Fiscal year 24, they received 88,582?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you pull up the big one that we currently have with all of our numbers, please?
Okay. So I'll need a motion for 88,582.
How many hands was that?
7.
Okay.
So,
Okay, there's a motion from Jeff Brooker, second from Zach Lemke. Are there any objections, meaning we'd like speeches? Okay. Seeing no objections, go ahead. Okay, full posted.
I'm just representing my constituency.
You know, I keep looking at like, whose team's messaging me and it's your polls.
Okay. With 7 in affirmation and 1 in negation, this passes. Okay, what is next? Hayden?
Can you look at the center for community outreach again?
Okay, and also that does put us over the amount now, right? With 88,582.
Yeah, it's like 10,000.
Okay. Looking at CCO?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion, look at CCO. Is there a second? Second from Victoria. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let's look at CCO.
So the Center for Community Outreach. I hope so, that's what I.
Yeah, Center for Community Outreach.
Oh,
All right, Ed, what do you have here?
Can we cut them by the equivalent of the big event? Which is 1,000 or 11,300, I believe.
I'd still like it to be tied to their budget, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
So-
like, yeah. And I think,
Let me pull up CCOs.
The big event, that'd be 11,300.
They just moved
Let me pull up their budget stuff.
Okay, so we'd have to like figure out how to get rid of 11,300 from their budget, is what you're saying.
We got $1.
Oh, and do you need the amount of the,
Oh,
office of breakfast? Yeah, it's 88, yeah, 582 I thought.
Let me check.
582.
582.
I was right.
Okay, here is CCO's budget. And I made it.
where did we take money away from?
Oh, I can definitely get to that, wait.
Did we cut like almost everything?
No, wait, can I like go to my
Yeah,
notes?
CCO, we did a lot.
So here's what all we cut. We ended up cutting shirts for events, non-shirt merchandise. We cut the keynote. We cut the printing allocation, and that was it. So we cut those 4 things.
So we kept website, event supplies. Sure.
We did not keep any shirts, and we also cut food.
Gloves.
Okay.
Okay, and then buses. And then personnel. Okay, Tanya?
If we are cutting, I guess 11,300, the best way, as the previous speaker said, I guess the best way to start is perhaps cutting 2,500 from the buses, cutting the website funding in half, which would get us somewhere close to 5,000, and then perhaps cutting some of the personnel total.
For a point of information, does anyone know if they get funding from any other sources? I'm pretty sure it's just through us. And CCO used to be like a part of Student Senate. Like our offices are already connected. They used to pretty much share offices and share exec positions between. So CCO, as long you can think of how this is allocated quite similarly to the activity fee, but it's used for very different things. Victoria?
I will say that for this org already, we're already cutting them below what they had last year. And I feel like there's some other orgs that might have a little bit more than last year that might be better to cut from first. But that's just my.
I agree with that.
I'm willing to withdraw my proposal and instead look at every organization.
Okay, so let's look for a motion to look at another group for now.
So,
Yeah, what are you feeling?
let's get to theater.
Yes, okay. Theater, is there a second?
Yeah.
There's a second from Zach Lemke.
Can go ahead and open up as well.
Are there any objections to looking at university theater? Seeing no objections, go ahead.
So looking, the parentheses is showing that we're in the hole, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is everything updated appropriately?
Theater, also the video.
I think that's.
Yeah, I was not sure.
Love the video.
We need 50,000 more. Yeah, let's everything remaining.
Let's get the video.
We're getting closer to 120. Only 50.
This is how a country makes a budget.
No. Come on.
Truly happens to the best of us.
Finance or
Hello, Student Senate. My name is Henry Weil. I'm the chairperson of the Department of Theater and Dance, and it's my honor to speak to you on behalf of the University Theater. The University Theater has been around for more than 60 years, and it's been supported by the Student Senate for 50 of those years. We provide a cultural resource for the KU campus and the Lawrence community, offering live performances 40 to 50 nights per year. We're also a lab for any student, not just theater majors, interested in performing on stage. In fact, students from nearly every major on campus appear in our shows or work on the crews. In a typical year, we directly involve about 400 students and serve more than 2,000 student audience members. Thanks to the support of Student Senate, we are able to provide free and discounted tickets for KU students and to employ close to 30 student hourly workers every year, helping us make costumes, build scenery, hang lights, and all the many technical tasks it takes to put on a first-rate show. We love making theater with and for KU students, and we love providing dozens of work-study jobs a year. But we can't do it without your support. Thanks for your consideration, and thanks to the Student Senate for supporting the University Theater for all these years. We look forward to hearing from you, and we look forward to seeing you at the theater.
Okay. So, let me go down. There you go, yeah. So just a request for their production season. That's detailed more in their application, Victoria.
I'll just say, I don't think we should go at least below 36,000, which is what they had last year, just considering the fact they already had a big cut from the year before from 57 to 36. So I feel like that should at least be like the baseline for the org, because I don't think they should get cut massively 2 years in a row.
I think we should go with flat ask and not fund mock trial and then work from there.
Their ask is 51, is what you mean?
No, they're flat ask, like the flat, 36,000.
Okay, so you're with Victoria's, okay.
Yeah.
Last year.
I meant this year too.
Yeah. So,
If we were to go up at all, I'd say 40,000 maybe is the max.
Yeah.
okay.
Just to give us an update with like where we currently stand, if we did provide that 36,000 Victoria just mentioned, will be 45,869 in the hole and still have to deal with undergraduate and mock trials. So I think we need to start considering the possibility that we're not going to be able to fund all of these entities.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and we'll keep it for a bit while we're discussing right now, so I won't give it more than that.
So do we feel like we're ready to, should we do a start between 40 and 36?
Yeah.
Okay. Reserved for 40. Seeing 2. And then 36. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I was just throwing it out there.
Who Would like a
I mean,
motion
I'd
for
want
that
to,
for
but-
36. Motion for
So
36
bad.
from Jeff Brooker, second from, let's do Antonique. Allocate 36K. University City. Theater. Yes.
You should have at least kept her.
Who's about to get into work?
It's 11, say that just really travel to. This was.
All posted?
$0.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about students. No soup for you. There's nothing that we can cut.
Yeah.
I think there is.
Starting on one more vote.
Zero salary for all.
And zero funds for student
Oh.
senate.
Or is it?
Should we lower the funds then?
Probably to what they were last year.
Okay, polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 7 votes in affirmation, this clearly passes. Jeff?
So just running over some calculations and just kind of cutting off some of the like low stuff first. With everything that we've done so far, removing big event, not accounting for mock trial, and removing, what's that last one? Dance company, we're 27.5 in the hole with those 3 still being open. That's just something that I did on my own just to look at, so. Let's discuss.
Wait, I'm so sorry. University Theater, how did that break down wages and OE?
I don't think
I don't even think we broke it down.
It's just the production.
Yeah, it's
However,
just
they're,
production costs is what it says.
Okay.
we just went with fiscal year 26, so however it broke down fiscal year.
Yeah.
Well, I was just looking at like what y'all had up there, and I might have been looking at last year's.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Avery?
Can we talk about mock trial?
Sure, so there's a motion to discuss mock trial. There's a second from Sam. Is there any objection? Is this an objection?
Yes, it is.
What's the ground for the objection?
I think we need to have like just a general discussion right now and think about, like, let's come up with a list of places that we should go in a certain order to discuss removing funding from. We can't keep looking at this one at a time.
Okay. Aiden?
I agree, but I want to talk about student support case management first.
Okay, let's,
So do you rescind your motion?
Yeah, I rescind my motion, but then in creating the list, I want student support case management top of the list.
okay, I did this for student fees, so I'll do it for y'all too. But if it starts getting bad, then I'm gonna call us back to order. I'll just call us at ease for a little bit, which means like, you don't even wait on me to call on you. We're just gonna talk about and try to gather a list of what all we're gonna try to re-examine. And I recommend looking at the individual test tab as maybe inspiration.
That's what I've been using this whole time, so I can, if you guys wanna just like funnel this through me right now as we go through these recommendations one at a time, I can kind of tell us where we're at with each of those.
How much would case management, if we got it to the same amount last year, if you included food, that cut some away from what we accrued?
We cut about 12,000.
We cut about 12,000 more?
Mhm. And that would be the student intern they had, but we would still provide the caseworker, which is all we provided for last
Yeah,
year.
it's like 13,000.
I think we should be cutting things that we've already increased from the last year first, before we start like cutting things completely.
So you said an additional $12,000 cut?
Yes.
If that matches.
So with that would put us at 15.5 in the hole, and that's still no mock, no big event, no dance company.
I'd like to have only cutting half of our current big event amount instead of cutting it entirely.
Where are we at, 11.3?
Yeah.
So 6,250, 21.8 in the hole, and no mock, no dance.
I think we should seriously consider cutting student senate administration more. I think part of the reason, no, seriously, I think part of the reason we are so attached to this funding is because it is our organization. But here's the thing, we are looking at every other organization mostly from the perspective of an outsider. And it looks terrible for us as an organization if we are, like, if we keep
are funded so much more than other organizations by a high margin. It just doesn't make sense.
What can you
I
cut
can-
out from the
That, I can understand that it quote unquote looks bad on paper, but most of these are protected within our own constitution. So until unless you can justify like why you want to keep taking salaries away from the people who are spending a lot of time on this, it's not just an extracurricular, I don't see how we can do it.
If there's a proposal, it probably has to come out of travel or something.
Yeah, then we take away like some of the actual like benefits of being in these positions. They don't get to go to Big 12 stuff. They don't get to go to their DC trip and, lobby on the Hill. And a lot of these people that are in like pre-law programs and things like that are important for their careers.
I also think what differentiates Senate from every other organization on campus is that we are the only organization that serves the entirety of campus. Like, we are supposed to help, like, every student pays in and we provide services that are available to every student, i.e. CAPS, everyone does the services that we offer.
What about the biodiversity? Dude, they're still over their fiscal year 26.
Yeah.
What about just needing 20?
We could look.
So
Yeah, that's
on the test sheet, I've got $10,000 over in leftover funding. What I've done is do biodiversity at 20 from when it's currently at 24, forensics from 22 to 21, Jayhawk Motorsport from 10 to 9, military affiliated from 20,500 to 20,000, Spencer Museum from 45 to 25, student support and case management from 47 to 35, which gets them at a flat ask from last year. No big event, no mock trial. University dance at 4 instead of 7, and wingspan at 8 instead of 11,140, and that gives us 10,000 more to play with.
So the Spencer one is
The biggest.
that's the biggest gap there. Let's honestly, maybe it's a better way to frame it. Let me I'll go up here.
Flat, then we're
I
even.
think
Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Is there anybody who's against anything that's blue here?
Are you able to sit that somewhere?
It should be on a new tab. If you go to the individual test tab on the Excel sheet for block funding summary information, it is there.
I think we need to fund the big event somewhat. I don't think we should put zeros to the big event.
I think, so this year they did get funding from Wednesday night, which would be tight. Theoretically, they could still apply for.
What if we gave them the half that we said and then allocated over by a certain amount, and then that just comes out of Wednesday night?
I think it would be a small enough amount that we would be over that we wouldn't be too concerned. If we could run that number first and I could actually like visualize it, I think I'd be more comfortable.
So we have, what if we have like 6,250 on the big event, and that means we're like around 600 and 100 something over?
I'm fine. Honestly, I like
And then
that the most of anything. We're gonna have to accept the fact that we either go over or we just chop stuff.
We're completely cutting mock trial and like 100%.
So, but they're planning on applying for line item
That's
funding.
true.
And here's the thing, if we gave them a meager block allocation, that would preclude them from seeking line funding altogether. Because that's how our constitution works.
And I know we said not to send a bunch of orgs to the line.
But they've been online for so long.
Yeah, but one,
I think,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm mostly worried if we didn't do the big event, just because 11,000 for Wednesday night funding is like really tiny. So I'm like really worried about next year's Wednesday night funding in general.
But it all depends on line, but if a significant amount of student organizations have applied to line, I think our average has been a lot better this year too. Then maybe it's not the end of the world too for spending less Wednesday nights arguing about pizza and dates and stuff like that. Tanya, what is this?
Oh, I was gonna say, what do we think about allocating 29,000 to the Spencer and then allocating whatever we have remaining to the big event, so we try not being too much in the hole? Because the 25,000 of the Spencer goes directly to student wages. We'd still be supporting some exhibitions, but the thing is, I really don't want to cut into Wednesday night funding if we can avoid it.
So that's one way we can think about it.
I'd be more comfortable cutting from student side for that.
Okay, so I'm sure that we can do a mixture there. How about, do we feel like we're in a better understanding of what we have left here? Can I call us back to order here?
Just as a real quick question, because Aiden wanted to point this out earlier, you said you wanted to talk about case management first. Is that 35 okay with you? Like considering everything else that we've made adjustments to, I think.
That makes sense.
Is that what they had last year?
Yes.
Isn't that, I thought that was above what we last year, is it the same as last?
But that's also, don't forget that we're accounting for the fee that they're
The
getting as well.
46.
So don't forget the fee dollars that go with it.
I was trying to see if that'd be more than last year.
It's like 1,000 more than last.
Okay, so.
Okay, so we can cut them by 1,000 more.
I think leave it at the 35. Let's talk about the other ones.
Okay, I'm gonna call us back to order here. I mean, we were in order, just adding this. So I'm gonna allow us to group multiple together if we wanna do a motion to vote. But let's do like the ones we want to examine closer first, like the individual ones. So like student support case management, for example. Does one have a motion for that?
Motion to vote on the 35.
Okay, motion to vote on 35,000 for student support case management. Is there a second? There's a second for Aiden. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let me get that posted.
Oh gosh, this is gonna be a nightmare to take notes on.
Yeah.
So be thinking about if there's a couple blue ones that we think are easy to group. Sorry that I can't really have like both the blue and what we currently have on the screen.
Can we just move to like adopt like the treasurer's allocations, or would that be?
Well, there's still there was some disagreement though.
Can we adopt the treasurers and then adjust?
Yeah, can we do that?
Yeah, I think that would be.
Can you
Okay, I just posted the poll already, so let's do this one.
Case management and then everything else.
What would I do without you, Charlie? I'm gonna mess up.
Well, Charlie has great numbers, we still need the wages and OE breakdown.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's, yeah.
Oh gosh, my dream time is not happening.
SSCM is all, does SSCM have any OOH with that?
Yeah, well,
It would all be waived.
I mean,
This is all in,
yeah, they requested OE.
but with this,
But
Oh gosh, I hope Professor Sokolov isn't angry at me for undergraduate mock trial. Please don't fail me in your class this semester.
Because of the.
You don't even have a vote, so.
Oh yeah, I don't even vote for your house.
You're fine.
What if he fails me by proxy?
Oh, we just cut it.
You still have to.
These steps are long, you get it.
No more 19th Amendment, here we go.
did I title what did I title? 35K?
Yeah.
35K, yeah.
It's because we just allocated 36K. Did you get lost?
No, my cell phone is speaking out. Okay. So it's in the poll with an affirmation and one abstention, this passes. Okay, what do we do on group, Jeff?
So, per the earlier speaker's recommendation, adopting the treasurer's amendments to all these as a whole, and then going back to consider, but yeah, motion to adopt these.
Okay, let's do that, and then Mateo, will you be able to call us out on whatever changes?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, and then Charlie, I'm also gonna leave a need to track. So we adopted the student support case management, but everything else blue is still different.
Wait, I'm gonna like include all of the entities in the notes, but not the amounts, if that's fine.
I'd see if you can do the amounts.
Okay, wait. Can we give me like 2 seconds just to like
We can
get all of that? Well, we'll get a second on that
Can we
after.
let the motion just float for a minute?
Yeah.
The motion is.
So we have a motion to, I'm just gonna read it out. We have a motion to allocate 20,000 to the Biodiversity and Natural History Museum, 21,000 to forensics, 9,000 to JMS, 20,000 to the Military Affiliated Student Center, 30,000 to the Spencer Museum of Art, 5,000 5,500 to the big event.
5,050.
5,050 to the big event. 0 to undergraduate. So 0 to undergraduate mock trials, 4,000 to the university dance company, and 8,000 to Wingspan. Does that fall in line with where we're thinking? Victoria?
I agree with most of it. I feel like, I don't know, Spencer used to give a art, I feel like we still need to, I feel like we should do at least a little bit more. All the other ones that are fine.
Can we adopt first and then go back? Okay.
Still.
Okay, and then we're gonna have to figure out what the OE versus people split is there for all these.
Only museum, Spencer Museum, dance company, and Wingspan.
Yeah.
Everybody else was either or already.
Yeah.
Those are the
I think that
three.
sounds right.
What was that? It was Spencer.
Spencer, dance, Wingspan.
For the ones
Okay,
that
that
are
makes it
blue that we would be adopting, I have on the individual test tab, like just in column J, I have the breakdown for all of them besides Wingspan, because that's weirder.
Okay,
For the
oh,
breakdown.
that's where the go.
Okay.
Okay, and we need a second on that motion.
Second by Tanya Singh.
Okay.
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 Any objections to adopting the treasury recommendations for everything in blue? Okay. We'll give that to
Oh, they beefing the fighting. Oh, no.
That's out of order.
Polls posted. When you have one more. Okay. Full closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 8 in affirmation, this clearly passes. Let's sort out the splits for the ones that we did not have it set for. What was the first one?
So,
Wingspan first.
Okay, so we'll look at Wingspan first. For Wingspan, let me pull up my notes. Wingspan, we originally, so it's, let me try to pull this up. Wingspan's now at 8,000. We had originally like
11,140.
Yeah.
And so I think that would just go to funding like weekends, right?
Yeah.
Mostly weekends, but there should be some carryover to the writing.
To the writing. The thesis and,
We're at 8,000.
wait, no, it would just,
Oh, yeah.
We're just all-
So are we doing 8,000 a weekend?
Let's just do that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing unanimous consent that it is 8,000 for weekend academic support. Okay. All right, we have unanimous consent for that. Let me write that down.
Bless you.
Let's do it.
Oh, you.
You took his You took his recommendations and then you took
Reel it back. And the, oh my god, the 8K for weekend academic support, that was all student wages, right?
Yes.
All right, what's next?
Victoria, your recommendation? Which one did you want to see?
I wanted to.
Wait, hold on, I wanna make sure we sort out, I don't want to forget all of the OE versus wage splits. What was it?
Column J of individual test.
It was just Dance and Spencer were the
Dance?
other ones.
Okay, dance, let me see what we have.
Did we even look at that?
We'll get to it, I guess.
We did look at that.
Oh, gosh, I'm forgetting.
What's
It was
Spencer?
really
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we need to find a way to get like 5.
Okay.
I still think.
Oh, it's right there, yeah.
So dance, so now we're at, for dance,
Four.
So
we're at 4.
originally, there
So
was, oh, can I?
Yeah, what did we cover originally? for
Okay,
dance?
so originally for dance, we did not cover guest choreographers and musicians. We allowed $500 for other expenses and everything else was paid. Can I also that was my point of information.
Okay.
But
So how are we gonna apply 4,000 to that?
I think we should do all the student employees and then the music permissions.
Yeah.
And that would be lovely.
Yeah.
Is there unanimous consent for that? Or
Yes.
is there something separate? Okay. Okay. That's what I've got down. So 2,500 wages, 1,500 OOE. Okay. And the last one was Spencer, no?
Correct.
Oh, so then we have, I think this table gets bluer every time I read it. Okay, then there's the Spencer 30 for 30.
2050 salary,
Spencer, 25 student, so yeah, 25 and 5. I think somebody had already mentioned that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to find.
Can we have unanimous consent for 25 and 5?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That should be all the major discrepancies covered, right?
Is there anything else, advisors, that you guys need us to?
Well, I think Victoria was wanting to try to.
Well,
I know,
just
yeah.
before we get into that.
Oh, yeah.
was all.
Did we get all the major?
Yeah.
Victoria, what did you have?
I'm not sure where we take it from yet, but I do think we should fund both Spencer and using the 35K instead of the 30K, but.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure where we get it from.
How do we feel about taking away like 2,000 from the EK? Because I know the vote was close last time between 100K and a lower amount, and so that's interesting.
Okay, let me see. We do want, we're getting to that point of the night where like a lot of our choices are like harder to justify because they're more like at this. Yeah, like our choices right now are more tied to this, what's in the yellow box right now, which is kind of the nature of it, but at the same time, try to steer away from just that.
Yeah.
Jeff?
So
So
I'll check how much we.
if we want to reallocate a little bit more to Spencer, we gave, if I'm not mistaken, 2,500 for the Jayhawk Live to the lead center, which we said we haven't done in the past, so we could take half of what you want right out of that and put it towards Spencer. Because we haven't done it in the past.
Yeah.
So. Does anybody have?
But that would mean that they're getting like an overall, because we are getting the decrease in student staff salaries though.
Okay.
But that is one way to think about it.
Right, I mean, that would put it down to 87.5.
Okay. Okay. Sam,
I would really ask us to consider lowering the student senate amount, whether that comes from events, wages, or travel. I think
How much do we
with
have?
how much we're cutting other organizations, we have to cut some from ourselves.
Absolutely.
okay, so this tab is updated now, right? The summary tab.
Okay. Can we see?
We already took half the events away from Senate, correct?
I
Take the
know.
other half.
Yes, we did.
No more events.
We did. I don't think it can be reasonable for us to have that much when we're thinking of cutting entire organizations.
So what, do you know what section that would come out of for Senate? Travel?
I'm not entirely sure. I'd just like us to have some more discussion on it.
It's all of the teams somewhere.
Okay, Victoria?
I do think we could take at least 4K out of the travel fund, because it is at 14,000, and I do think we can have these stay to about 10,000, that is reasonable, if not lower.
Can we motion to discuss Senate then?
Yeah, okay, motion to discuss Senate, from Jeff, second by Tanya. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, let's discuss Senate. I've heard 4,000 less for travel.
Can we pull that breakdown up, please?
Yeah. Yes. I think it's currently 14,000
Visual digest.
after.
Oh my God, I'm gonna hit 20.
So is this?
No, we didn't get there.
It was.
Wait, did Charlie reflect that?
Not in the,
Can I just put a point of like information in general out there? I think we focus a lot on like the breakdown of the OOE, where ultimately the department, the area is gonna have the decision on the OOE.
Okay.
But say with Senate, next year with the new group in exec, I will let them choose how they wanna break it down. And we can decide what we would recommend for them to do, but, you know, if they need more for travel and not host an event, or they'd rather host more events and not travel, we do that for, all the way down to Lime, when Lime wants to switch from their pool party to their Thanksgiving event, as long as they stay under their full allocated amount. So just as a thought, like, yeah, right here we can break it down, but know that it can change in the future as long as they just stay under the full allocated amounts.
Okay, so I've heard 4K less for 144K. Something else? Maybe?
I need to find a number, but can we find a differential on like event for hosting the like holidays, or not holidays, get back to me 1 second.
Sam, then.
I think we really should consider that other unfilled chair and whether or not we want to pay for it.
Like the unfilled position.
Yeah.
Chef and then Tanya, sorry.
As an alternative to the 4,000 from travel, I would really rather just see the other event go and then proceed with that, with the combination from the lead center one that I discussed, go to Spencer.
Do you,
Okay, Tanya and then.
Okay, I agree with the previous speaker in cutting like the other event.
How much less would that be, you know?
Just the
Just the 2,500.
I'm saying not the 4,000 from travel and the 25 from that.
So just 0 events, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And in addition to that, I would cut 1,500 from expenses and give all that to the Spencer. The what?
Just 15.
All the office supplies. Okay.
Okay.
So there's a return.
No, yeah.
Okay, how about let's for this honestly, just frame it in OOE. I'm seeing 4K less, 2,500 less, 1,500 less. OOE. And then the treasurer will decide.
I'm 4,000 less than OE.
Okay. Anthony,
a second with time you said the 4,000 less?
okay, let's do hands between that then. Okay. So we'll do 4,000 less OOE, 2,500 less, and then 1,500 less. Okay. Hands for 4,000. 1, 2, 3. Do you have a point? I want to.
Yeah, I just remembered something. Matea brought up that the graduate student body president, and this is not something we should like bank on because it uncorks a whole nother thing of issues. But the graduate student body president right now gets $21.05 an hour, compared to everyone else getting $10.50 an hour.
What? Well, they work for 2 organizations. It's GSAB and Student Senate, so they do work 2 jobs basically.
Does that come out of the activity?
Yes.
Graduate studies pays the other $2. Senate pays $21. Take that information out of your own.
Yes.
And
so,
do we have further
I
discussion?
believe they're at the 24. Yeah.
I wasn't eligible to.
Aiden?
How many hours per week does the graduate student body president work?
20.
I think it would be indecorous to like, I guess more like scrutinize like that salary right now. That seems a little out of order.
That's
That's pretty like out of order.
That's not something that we should be discussing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think especially, okay, we're at a point where we almost have a block proposal also, so, and we have to.
Should we go back to the show of hands on
Yeah.
OOE?
Yeah, let's go ahead, we'll do the show of hands, so 4K less. 1, 2, 3, okay. Three hands, 2,500. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You got 5.
5. I do have 5. Okay. 1,500. Okay. 2,500 it is then. So I'll look for a motion to reduce the student senate administration by 2,500 from 128K.
Can we couple that with like the Spencer, so like cut student senate by
And
one?
then increase.
One thing at a time, I think. Great.
You can couple them.
We can couple this.
Okay.
And just be moving those funds too.
Right, yeah, sure. If that's in order, then Yeah.
Everybody's amenable to that?
I'll move on that.
Okay, motion to reduce student senate admin by 2,500 and increase Spencer by 2,500 by Jeff Brooker, second by Tanya. Seeing no objections, let me get that posted.
So we'd be at like what, 125,500?
Sounds right.
25,500.
Okay. And that would put us at how much, 37,500 for the Spencer?
32.
32.5.
Oh, okay.
We haven't gone through the others yet.
We should give Senate 500 for PJ.
Yes.
We should get more than 100%. We do more than that. We do more than that. Everybody hates us on campus already. Everybody hates us.
Still waiting on some votes. We have one more. Closing poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. With 7 votes in affirmation, this clearly passes. So is it accurate that brings Spencer up to 32,500 and then students activity fee down to 125,500?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay. Jeff, what is this?
I've got my motion still for that lead center change of the 2.5 from Jayhawk Live. Leave the 87.5 still in place for wages and transfer that 2.5 from Live to Spencer.
So that'll get Spencer back to
3,500.
35,000.
35,000.
35,000.
Okay. Is there, so there's a second, are there any objections to that motion? Do we want to have? Yeah.
The Spencer's only a $2,500 decrease from their flat last year when there's a lot of others who've had a bigger decrease from their ask last year. Is there a specific reason why we're like singling out the Spencer compared to different organizations?
Let's hear from Jeff because I made the motion.
So just to kind of address it, I think in proportion to where their asks are broken down, Spencer's was that perfect split in between 25 for wages, 25 for their exhibits. I think that we still do need to be devoted to the things that they want to put out there for people to be able to experience, and we can't do that without giving them more money.
Okay, so you're saying that you feel they, with the 25K we're currently giving to wages and then the remainder to exhibits, you feel like we're without 2,500 extra, we're not giving enough towards exhibits? Is that what you mean? Because are we splitting, for Spencer, are we splitting at 50-50 still?
So we're, we funded the
25,
entirety.
yeah, 25 for the wages and then
Okay, so if we give any extra, it's for exhibits.
correct.
Okay. And then I remember you mentioning earlier the Jayhawk Live series being something we didn't fund at this year 26.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any further discussion here? Okay. So we've got that motion for 2,500 less from the lead center, seconded by Tanya. Is there any objections? Okay. Seeing no objections, on set.
Yes.
And then I just need the results of the previous. Thank you. And maybe we have a good block package after this. Because we want
Don't watch any. Don't watch March Madness.
Waiting on 3 more.
Keep track, Mike.
2 more.
I'll tell you.
I need another chip while I'm a student. I need another chip while I'm a student.
You want to check?
Yeah, championship.
Oh.
You need another chip?
Yeah, another championship key.
Waiting on 1 more, it looks like.
This time in football.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. That has been closed with 7 votes and information. That clearly passes. Okay.
Can I move to adopt this package?
Soon.
Do we have anything else in order?
There's a couple things I want to look at.
I
So,
will present.
okay, while we're still kind of in the funding mindset, I want everybody to look at column K here. This is the increase and decrease from fiscal year 26. I just want us to think about all of these and make sure there's nothing disproportionate. Is that an easy way to look at it?
Yeah. Can we?
Okay, like I just want to make sure, like this isn't a percentage of the total amount, so like things like student support and case management have a different justification there. But I just want to make sure that we feel reasonable with all of these numbers.
Is that a 5 or a 9 next to graduate?
That's a 9. That's $59,480.
Okay. It's a little small, sorry.
It's all good. I don't know if I really zoom in too much. Tanya, what is this?
I think even after review, I would move to adopt this fee package
Okay.
if all that's left is this review.
Right before that, 1 second. The only resolution we have is a resolution for alternative breaks to include rationales to why some student workers are paid and others are not in future block applications to enhance transparency and understanding. I'll be honest, at first I thought that was kind of strange for us to include, but now I'm looking at it, them and graduate affairs seem to be our biggest cuts proportionate to their total funding, if that makes sense the way I'm phrasing that. So I think it's fair to have a resolution there because that provides some more context for alternative breaks. Is there any other resolutions we're thinking of?
Something I was kind of thinking of, and if you all would like it, just tell me. But like the big event and Center for Community Outreach to see if they're able to like merge or work together more somehow to like increase efficiency of funds. Because since they both do volunteer with them, volunteer work with the community, I think there might be some overlap in the tasks that they complete.
I mean, that's interesting. My only question is just they've existed both at the university for so long, and they've also already, like, the CCO like tables at the big event, and the big event tables at like CCO trunk or treat. Well, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if the big deal is true. But like they already have so much partnership. What new are you envisioning?
Like if they can merge. If that's possible.
So like CCO employees are the ones running the big event?
Essentially, and then like they have their big events, and then they have their like small, like, and then they have the CCO like weekend events and things of that nature.
Okay, what discussion do we have on that, John?
I think the biggest issue that you might face with that is to, like, being able to discern where like one of them ends and the other begins because they have existed separate for so long, and because the big event is its own thing, that organization has its sponsors that it does because it's its own thing. I think the concern at that point would be some of the funding that they can constantly rely on would cease to exist if they became something else.
Another thing, so you can, I like view this kind of similarly with what happened with KDHK and SUA where it got rolled into a new fee. I don't know if that necessarily saves any money. That's just kind of rolling things into.
Yeah, there is that as well.
Matea?
Also, similar to our advice during like fee time, like I would caution telling a department how to run their department. That's not really our area to do it.
Okay.
They know how to run the big event and CCO better than we do.
Victoria?
I feel like often when things merge as well, there's a case where they'll stop supporting one thing more than it used to be. So I feel like if the big event did get merged, it might end up becoming a smaller thing involved in the department than like its own big event.
So I haven't received a motion for that yet, so I think we'll go ahead and move on. If we feel like there's a different phrasing or something there, then we can go back to it. Jeff?
I just had a question about the resolutions as a whole. I thought we had another one in there at some point that was around case management that Aiden had spoken on.
It was mentioned,
It was
but
mentioned, but it had not passed.
Okay.
I don't like to bring that one back. This was about case management being federally mandated, right?
But I said that there was no justification provided and nobody had been able to provide justification. So I still have my outstanding motion to adopt the fee package with a singular resolution.
I'm not gonna recognize that yet. I wanna make sure we're walking here. No further resolutions? And if we felt strongly about the case management one or something else, we could direct another one at University of Kansas administration like we did with the fee package, but I can't guarantee anything will happen from that. Sam?
I'm tempted to propose a resolution urging the journalism school to consider funding the UDK, not fully, but a little bit more.
I think we passed that like 2 years ago.
You do it again.
Just ignore us.
Okay.
Just do it again. If we keep doing it.
Going for
Someone
Ask
will.
the chancellor.
That's the
Because someone will get on his paycheck. You don't have to.
Okay, I just throw it out there.
Do we have any further discussion on that potential resolution? Do we have a second?
From the motion that was made earlier.
Okay, I'm gonna recognize it. There's a motion to approve the fee package as shown right here in column G for $706,832. I'm Tanya Singh. There is a second from Jeff Brooker. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, nobody wants to give a speech. That's what that means. Okay? I'm gonna end tonight with 0 speeches, but I think tonight went pretty efficiently. I'm gonna get that posted.
I feel like it's because we had good discussion.
I think most of us, this is our first time.
Wait, oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I wasn't on Senate last year. I didn't even know that Senate existed.
Is there a way that I can just get the organization with the approved fiscal year 27?
I served one Senate meeting last year. It didn't even make my way for that one. It was a fee meeting.
I'm like more slow.
I found out about halfway through the fall.
I'm making
Oh, you found
it.
I haven't been enforcing it. Let's do no talking for this one. 3 people left who haven't voted yet.
Oh my. My laptop died, sorry.
Oh, good.
You can always voice vote.
Turn off the There. Do you want me to add you, Anthony?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, do I need to put the final package within the minutes?
No.
Okay.
If you want to just copy the sheet. But if that's huge, then I don't
That sheet would be abysmal to copy in there.
Okay.
No.
Polls closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. With 8 votes in affirmation, this clearly passes. The agenda. With that, we have passed our final package, and I'm looking for
Motion to adjourn.
Second by Zach. Seeing no objections, we are adjourned at 9:37 p.m.
I'm so glad that's my trademark.